what we call full housewife. She stayed back in her family just to make peace in her home. And that is it. When another person that is big on growth, another woman that is big on growth, sees this scenario, she would not even want to consider getting married because she doesn't want to shrink herself. She doesn't want to lose herself. She doesn't want to lose her identity, all in the name of marriage. So she would rather just take her time, build herself, get to where she wants to be before considering any man. And of course, carefully consider, so you don't even fall into the hands of somebody that will be insecure about your growth. Do not forget that I'm talking about why young people no longer consider marriage. And that will bring me to my next point: bad examples of marriage. I said it earlier that most times what we see, or what background we grew up in, has helped shaped our mindset. You cannot compare somebody that grew up in a very peaceful home. There is harmony. The love is tangible. You cannot compare a child that grew up in that home with somebody that grew up seeing his or her parents fight every day, like every single day, that you even ask that, is it that these couples, they don't have any other work aside from fighting? You cannot compare them, based on what they've seen while growing up, based off what they've considered to, they see these things every day. It has helped shaped their mindset. And that is why I say bad examples of marriage has also contributed to why younger people no longer desire marriage. Because I said it earlier, when you see a bad relationship or a bad marriage, or a marriage that doesn't even end well, and probably this person is close to you, like it's not like the person is afar off, it's somebody close to you, you feel like, okay, so if marriage is actually like this, what is the point? Bad examples of marriage. There are many people that grew up in an environment where they just see different couples going through different things. You will see some people, they'll disrespect their partners in public. They would disrespect their partners, not even considering that they are in public. And you seeing these things, you'll be like, okay, is this a definition of marriage? Based on all these bad examples of marriage, we can say it to maybe an extent that marriage has a branding problem. I'm not saying that marriage is bad. I'm just saying that based off all these things I've said, to some people who are grown up in a toxic environment, they would say marriage has a branding problem. People are no longer sold by what marriage should be. They are convinced by what marriage has been around them. That's why I say that what most people see had defined what they believe marriage is. What young people see, and when we are talking about one of the audience was talking about the Gen Zs and the millennials. It is what these Gen Zs, maybe majority of them, not all of them, because I believe there are still a larger percent of people who grew up seeing their parents, they actually saw a good definition of marriage. But some people have grown up also seeing bad examples of marriage, and I think it is just a transfer of pain, and which has already shaped their mindset. point I would like to talk about is social media illusion. Social media illusion. There are things that, the social media is a very is another world on its own. People see luxury weddings every now and then. You see people saying they are getting married, and they are doing their weddings for 7 days, luxury weddings. You see a definition of perfect couple. You see, there's just this definition of perfect couple that social media is what word do I use now? That social media is portraying to us. They don't show you behind the scenes. They don't show you that even in every good marriages, there's still a point where couples have to argue. They will not show you that one. They will only show you only the perfect things. And also on this social media again, you will see.
Sorry, it's position.
Okay.
They actually sweet marriages.
Of course they are.
No, I mean there's like issues, but little issues.
Issues.
Like the sweeter part is much more than the chaotic part of it.
Of course, that's why I said even
Your point is
even beyond this perfect marriages, honestly, there are still some times where something will happen and they have to argue, but it's just that they choose not to let this argument stay for long. They have a way of coming out, discussing, yes, communicating these issues, not challenging it into arguments.
okay.
So of course there are good marriages out there, and I also grew up seeing one. So yes, there are good marriages out there. And I'm just talking about this based off what I've seen in the society. So I'm talking about social media, what social media has portrayed. A side of social media, will show you the good part of marriage. Another side of social media will show you the trending divorce, will show you the chaos in marriage. Of course, the good side and the bad side of social media. And that is when people start to, probably compare their current relationship with what they've seen online. And once you are comparing, there will be issues. Just like the story I said before I started my speech, where this woman was pressured because she was seeing my father help my mother do chores, and she felt like, why can't my husband be like this? Because of that comparison, there will be issues. So you're trying to compare your current relationship with what social media has portrayed. You're trying to compare it to the perfect videos you've seen online. You're trying to compare your partner to what you've seen online. There will be issues. You people will later end up hurting each other. And from that hurt, and once, hurt keeps piling, there's a way that you just feel like love is calm. I don't think I want to do this any longer. And it's contributing to why younger people no longer desire marriage. And sometimes delay is not always rejection. There are some times where you feel like, oh, probably you have aunties around you that they are in their late 30s and they've not gotten married. You feel like there's just this mindset, because I've heard people talk about it. They'll be like, oh, maybe when she was younger she was arrogant, maybe she was proud, maybe she was, there's something they call shakara, the shakara was too much. And sometimes really delay is not always these things. Sometimes it might mean growth. Maybe they are just trying to grow. They are just trying to, get to a certain place where they had pictured in their mind to be before considering marriage. It could be one of those things. It could be healing, probably from the past relationship. They had been hurt, and they are taking their time to heal so that they don't project this hurt on the next person. It could be that. It could also be waiting for alignment. Some people don't just jump into relationship because they are feeling the gish gish, so to say. The emotions is all over the place. Some people don't just go into relationship based off emotion. They are waiting for alignment. Okay, this person that I consider to be in love with, our vision, does it align? Are we going the same way? Or our values, does it align? If these things don't align, they would rather just wait, no matter how long it takes them, because they don't want to get it wrong in marriage. So one of these things too, these things I've mentioned can also contribute to the fact that there's delay in marriage. People don't get married early now. Now, what is the truth? I've spoken about different things. Is it fear of commitment that is delaying people from not getting married early? Of course it can be. Could it be bad examples? Could it be what they've seen around? Could it be the background where they grew up in? Of course it could be. Could it be that because they are already enjoying benefits outside of marriage, maybe that's why they are not considering to get married? It could be one of the reasons. But the truth is, people are now growing to the place where they don't want to suffer in marriage. Because if we look back to probably our mothers, grandmothers, you see that they're actually going through some things in marriage, but they choose to stay. They choose to bear the suffering, all in the name of, oh, because of my children. You even hear them say, oh, if I leave now, where will I put my children? So they would rather stay in that marriage than leave. But now this generation no longer want to suffer, so they are taking their time to choose wisely. They want peace, they want partnership, they want purpose. So they don't just jump into marriage. And if marriage does not promise these things, if marriage does not promise peace to them, if it does not promise purpose to them, if it does not promise partnership, they would rather walk away than say they want to get married. And I would like to conclude by saying that the idea of marriage is evolving. The marriage we used to see then, when people would suffer in marriage, they would choose to suffer. They would say, oh, I think I'm just going to go through this for the sake of my children. People no longer see that as the reason why they should stay in marriage. They need something more real. They need something more, they need something peaceful, so to say. Because love is beautiful. And I believe so much in love because I love love.
Okay.
Yes. So it's not that people hate love. It's not that they hate commitment, really. It's just because of the pain they've seen so far. It's because of what they've seen so far, basically. And I would like to just say that if you are married here or you're going to get married sooner, try as much as possible to project the real definition of love. Try to be in a marriage that people will look up to and say that truly, if this is what marriage looks like, then I want to get married. So please, as I said earlier, if you're married, you're almost getting married, try as much as possible to build a marriage that will become a model to younger generations, so we don't keep passing pain from generation to generation to generation. Instead, we are passing peace, we are passing purpose from generation to generation. And let me leave you with this. People are not avoiding marriage. They are avoiding pain. They are avoiding loss. They are avoiding regret. And until marriage becomes a place of safety, until marriage becomes a place of growth, until marriage becomes a place of respect, people will keep asking, is it worth it? So try your best. Try everything within your power to project a good and a meaningful and a purposeful definition of marriage. I remain Oluwatoyin Ruth Odejide. Until I come back here again, I'll see you. Bye. And now, I'd like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Alright, good afternoon everyone. Yeah, that's a very good one from that's a very good one from Thank you for that explicit explanation as regards relationship, specifically marriage. Yeah, I'll start by saying this story. John has just gotten admission into one of the Unity schools in Nigeria, just like every other student. He was determined. He had clear goals that, oh, I want to achieve this, I want to achieve that, I want to be the best graduating student in my department, in my class, every section. So he was really determined about this, and from GS1 he kept the ball rolling. He did all he can, study when he ought to study, and as God will have it, he made it, he got it. He was the top of the class in GS1, and luckily again for him, consistently again for him, he was able to maintain that through to SS2. But here's my point now. When he gets to SS2, he was opportune to represent the school in a particular competition, and this competition now is now bringing in other schools from other schools in other states in Nigeria. So while he was actually elected by the school that he is the one fit to represent the school for the competition, he went. On getting to the competition, something happened. Yeah, something happened. Because meaning for him being chosen, then it means he's the best of he's the best in the school, right? Yeah, but something happened in the competition. When he got there, he realized that he was even struggling to maintain the 9th position. He was really struggling to maintain 9th position out of 10 schools that really surfaced for the competition. So he was struggling to maintain 9th position. Then he looked back and asked himself, does it mean my result from GS1 is really a lie? Sometimes if you don't leave your father's farm, you won't know how big other people's farm is. You won't know actually. Like some of us, you think you've done so much, but getting here and seeing other people, you like, wow, I've not really done so much. I've not really done so much. And that's why today I'll be talking about the real enemy called average. The real enemy called average. And sometimes you won't even know. You won't know it's an enemy. You won't know. Like the boy, he didn't know actually. He didn't know. But there is really a real enemy called average. And one of the worstest things that can happen to a man is to not even know it's an enemy. Better when something is wrong or something is not supposed to be that way, then you start start trying your best to ensure that thing is being improved or being added on. But now you don't even know it's an enemy. That's where the problem comes in. You didn't know over time that although I was the top, I was the best in my school, but come on, I'm not really doing anything at all. And that result made him do something that I believe some of us would have to do after this speech. It's simple. He went back home and he decided to check his results from JSS1 to SS3. To SS2. When checking the results, he realized something, that his score, his average, his average, that's they call it your average percentage. His average percentage was always between 60 to 65. And you write, which means the maximum obtainable average is 100, right? But now you're having 60 to 65. But over time, he checked for GS1, GS2, till SS2. 2, it was still like that, which means although it was, it was progressing in terms of class, but it was not improving. Which means sometimes beyond the prize, beyond the gold medal, always like, am I really improving? I know you've won, right? But do you really go? I know you are performing, but are you stretching yourself? I know you are excelling, but are you evolving? So these are some of the questions you ask yourself. That's why the greatest competition you can have in life is not really competing with people. After competing with everybody, after competing with everyone in my environment, one next, now compete with yourself. There's always a better version of yourself. But until you know that, you won't really understand that, oh, it means the essence of competition is not to win someone, but to become better at every time, at every point in time. And as many realize this on time, he will know that although I would say the best in J2, the best in J3, but I'm not really evolving. I'm not going. And until you realize this, you'll not really see a need to really raise the bar for yourself. You don't see the need to raise the bar for yourself. So after taking analysis, then you realize that, oh, I've been doing well. That's in this environment, but it means I've not even been doing the obtainable, because we have 100 and I'm having just 60 something. It means there is still much more to be done. So I say that to say, irrespective of the level or the height or whatever you think you've attained, there is still much more. But the only reason why you think that's all that can be seen is because that's all you're seeing currently. So right now, it means you have to enlarge your tentacle. You have to think bigger. Look big. I was saying yesterday that don't think with the boss. Don't think outside the boss. Think without the boss. Think without it. Because it takes people to think, it takes human or individual thinking behind the boss to do the extraordinary. Not ordinary, extraordinary. Think without it. Because as much as you are thinking within it, outside it, the box is still there. It's still there. Which means the limitation is still there. The bar is still there. So the real enemy is average. And now you look back, what's really average? The truth is, average for me would not be average for you. Yes, we won't have the same definition for average. We won't. Imagine, a student who from GS1 to GS3, he has been, the best in his class, right? The first very one. And another student who's from GS1 to GS3, he has only been the third position. Their level of raising the bar of average won't be the same thing. It won't be the same thing. So understanding that the enemy is average, then what is really average? What is really average? Average is you settling for little when you can do more. Average is you settling when you can still stretch. Average is you doing below your potential. Because in life you must realize there is what you can do, there is what you are doing, and there is what you should be doing. There's what I can do, there's what I'm doing, and there's what I should be doing. So in life, sometimes we do what we can do, not knowing there is still what we can do. And until you realize what you can do, what you should do, you will stay in that zone of what you can do. And as much as you're doing what you can do, you will not realize that there is still much more to do. I could still remember, talking about this challenge, for instance, at first, when I saw it on my friend's status, I just started out, how far now, I would love to really partake from this. And she said, okay. She added me to the group. After adding me to the group, I was following up, and I realized initially she said twice that we are only going to speak twice, like 2 times, because there were a lot of people. From there it moved to 4 times. Later we saw 10, you're speaking 10 times, right? The last week. And everyone was like panicking on the group. They said, okay, just come for the first 6 days first. Let's just see what we can do. But here we are. We are moving. Here we are. I could still remember the first time I was asked to speak, because after 12, I was like, after 12, that's 12 a.m. I was thinking, how would my voice sound? Will I really do this? But here we are. Some of us have even spoken 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6. See, your life can't remain the same. That's not the true fact. Your life, it can't remain the same. You know what it means? Like back to back. Back to back. But them is really an enemy, what's called edge. That some of us, that you don't even know. It's not, some of us will be priding that, I can really talk. Even if you wake me to come and speak, I will talk. But that day, I really realized if they had waked me before, now I wouldn't be able. Because, I was not even sleeping, but 12 a.m. Should I just go and tell them that they should just ask someone else that later will come? Yes, I mean it. That was what I was thinking in my mind, but I came up and I did it. So I want you to, they say an enemy called average, but if you don't realize, you will just camp where you are, and before you know, your safe spot will become your comfort zone. It's different. Your safe spot, yes, it was meant to really save you for the moment, but you make it a comfort zone and you just stay there. You just stay still there. But immediately you realize that there is really an enemy called average, and you know what to do. Then you know you have to move. Then you know you have to leave. There is an enemy called average, and I really want that to get into our into our mind. There is an enemy called average. There is an enemy called average. Now, the next question I should ask myself is, why is there really an enemy called average? Or what really makes this enemy called average thrive? And that will bring me to the human body. Yeah, I'm an health educator by profession, even if I have not really been speaking on that. And I want you to understand something in your body. In your body. And that's the fact that you should really understand the way your brain works. If you really want to maximize some certain things, you really have to know the way it works. Because if you work with the system, it will be easy to flow with the system. But immediately you try working against a certain system, there's what's friction, right? And friction is taking away your energy. It's taking away your energy. So even if you have 70% of energy, now you're wasting some on friction. While you're still using some for the real work. But what if you take away the friction? It means you'll be more productive that way. So the first thing I want you to really understand is how your brain really works. And someone, I think I can't really remember, but I know one of the speakers said something. She was like, if this AC, right, the height of this AC, that something happen now, most everyone here will fly above it, isn't it? Yeah, okay, above that height. But do you really know the concept behind that? You should understand something about the brain. The brain is actually wired in a way that it's thriving survival mode. What do I call it? Survival mode. So if anything happens now, the brain is thinking, how can I survive? How can I survive? And sometimes whatever you do consistently will continually be in that survival mode. So over time, your brain will treat that survival mode as a comfort zone. That whenever you not even think of, let me take on new routine. Okay, I want to wake up more earlier. I want to start reading my book consistently. You want to start doing something that is not the normal routine. Your brain will start now fighting against it. Why? Because there's a survival mode somewhere. Your brain will start fighting against it. And if you don't realize your brain is only fighting at the initial state, that does not mean that is what will continually happen. You might just, okay, let me just relapse, let me just give up. But immediately you understand that at every point you take on, new activity, new routine, your brain will first fight against it. But if you can break through that barrier, then it moves you to the next stage. And it's called neuroplasticity. At this stage now, what the brain does it rewires, which means there is an original wiring, right? There's an original wiring. So immediately I start saying, okay, by 4 a.m. I'm going to do this, by 4 a.m. I'm going to do it, and you do it, let me say, for 6 or 7 times. Your brain is now rewiring to adapt to that new habit. So if you're able to stay consistent for 6 or 2 weeks, you see yourself now doing that routine that was initially something what you're forcing yourself to do. You see yourself doing it almost without any, how will I put it down, without any friction. Why? Because you break through that barrier of survival. So I say that to say that the brain initially tries on survival. But immediately you start understanding this, you will know that much more than survival, you can train and maximize your brain for what? For greatness, for more productivity, for it to be more what? For it to be more efficient for you. And that way you can now thrive and move beyond the barrier of what? Average. But start by what? By understanding the way your brain works and building a routine that flows with it and not against it. That flows with it, because at every time you try to work against your brain, you are how will I put it now? You are creating a friction, and that friction is reducing what? Your energy. And even sometimes you won't even assimilate what you're doing, because now you're working against the brain. But when you understand this, you know, okay, at the initial stage I might just be having some little struggle, but it will not always be like that. And that alone will help you stay true. Which brings me to my second point now. Average becoming a safe zone. Average becoming a safe zone. And when average really becomes a safe zone is when now you're finding a reason to stay there. And I'm going to give an example. For instance, you're finding a reason to stay there. Like someone asking you, okay, why do you perform poorly in these assessments? Why do you do this? Yes, I know there will always be a reason for something, but then don't take pride in the reason. Don't take pride in it. Like don't see it as normal. Don't see that, no, that's just the best I can do. No, because immediately you start taking pride in your reason for failing, or in your reason for not attaining a certain height. You start embracing that average. You start embracing that enemy called average, and that way over time you just feel safe where you are. You just feel comfortable where you are, and you don't even see the need to challenge the system. You don't see the need to stretch yourself. You don't see the need to evolve beyond your current you. The enemy called average. Another thing I want you to understand is average is not accidental. It's not. It's actually built over time. Just looking at the first story I talked about, he was still the top of his class from GS1 to SS2. But he didn't know it was only piling up the same level of productivity. He didn't know it was just, repeating the same level here, the same level of performance, instead of evolving, instead of increasing, instead of, becoming better. And over time, it even becomes what? A blind spot. A blind spot. Because you just be, okay, this is just what I can do. This is just what I can do. And you start defining yourself by that. This is what I can do. Yes, I've done it over and over and over again, and I believe this is really what I can do. But there is still much more. But for you to really harness that much more, you have to first of all realize that the average you're having now is an enemy. An average for some people might not be even be 60 something, it might be 90 something. Yes, it might be 90 something. But for you to really realize that even if I'm having 90 something, there is still much more to be done. There is still much more. It takes a level of you first of all identifying that, oh, where I am really currently is what is an enemy called average. You've seen a level of some business people and you be like, what is this man still looking for? Trying to venture into another business, or trying to, scale his or her business. What is he really looking for? It's because he realized beyond business, there is still much more to achieve. There's still much more to be attained. And one of the systems we have that really sustains that enemy called average is our environment. Yes, our environment. Sometimes if you've not really seen the way things is being done in other places, you will not really know something is not right. Like being in Nigeria, for instance, when how will I call it? I don't want to call it in the wrong way. Okay, when the electricity is actually being restored now, locally or normally in Nigeria, in Nigerian we say happy up NEPA, right? Can we relate? You're not listening to me. Up NEPA, right? But they're actually doing their work. You're not. It's like me coming to work in the morning and you're telling me, welcome. I don't know if you're getting me. They're really doing their work. If you're in places that there is, constant light. I once heard a story of, okay, it's even a classmate of mine. I think we're in SS3 then. So she had an opportunity of going to Ghana. So she said when she got to Ghana, the first thing, she carried her phone, she charged, carried her power bank, she charged. She now realized that once the phone is 90 something, she still go back again and charge. She go back again and charge. But she now got to say, she said she's even tired of charging. Why? Because she now actually posted something on her status that because of the usual nature of our country, power bank, phone 0%, power bank dead. He said, but I've been here for weeks now. I'm even tired of charging. There's still you getting to a place whereby because of where you're coming from, you are used to charging. Even if you're having 90 something, you still want to charge because anything can happen. When they sever the light now for days, they might not bring it again. Right, so there is a way that alone has reorientate your mind. There's a way that's reorientate your mind. And you having that culture, you don't even want, like, once you just see the lights, you're just thinking of what can I charge before it's being taken. And I remember what really happened to me when I got to where I'm serving currently. Initially, when I got there, I'll be charging my system, like using my system with lights. But a time came, I just was like, no, I just have to learn this, right? I'll literally remove my system. Sometimes my system will really go off before I know that I'm really supposed to charge. Why? Because I'm so sure there's light. I don't know if you're getting me. I'll literally walk, my system just go down. It will even be 0%, I will not still charge. Why? Because I know whenever I want to charge, the light is there. There will always be light. And over time, that has now reorientated me, instead of running whenever the light is being restored, to what? To staying still. So the first thing that causes it is your environment. And the second thing is, the social cycle you're in. The cycle you are in. Because I actually believe that in the atmosphere of great people, greatness becomes normal. They don't think about it. You want to go for this, go for it. But imagine you are in the wrong circle. If you're in the wrong circle, they will just talk you out of some certain thing. But why will you do that? It's too big. It's not for someone like you. You can't really achieve it. Even you telling them alone, they will find a failure story to tell you that really match up with what you say. And that way you not see a need to move further. You not really see a need to dream bigger. Why? Because you're in the wrong circle. So there is really an enemy called average. Another thing is your cultural belief. You have to really think of, when you see cultural belief now, it's just like an operating system. It's actually behind the scene. It's defining to you what is possible and what is not possible. It's interpreting your experience for you. And it's even, shaping your daily routine and telling you, okay, this thing you're doing is right, this thing you're doing is not right. And somehow it even determines what you access and what you will not access. Because over time, your culture has engineered your mind. Because over time, your belief has engineered your thoughts. And you start thinking, okay, this thing is possible and this thing is not possible for me. Whereas people are out there doing much more than that. Your cultural cycle. So what is sign that an individual is under the attack enemy called average? What are the signs I should look out for? If I really want to, know, am I really under this? Am I really being held down by my last result? Can what I'm doing, it doesn't mean what I'm doing currently, doesn't mean that's the least I can do. Can I really still do much more? So how can I really identify all of these things? The first thing is, you feel okay where you are. I'm okay. You're not seeing the need to challenge yourself. You're not seeing the need to put in further course. You're not seeing the need to do much more. You're not seeing the need to think. You're just okay where you are. That's a sign. Yes, I know you're successful to some certain extent, but I want you to still know there is still much more you can do. There is still much more. Okay, imagine a young boy in somewhere in the bush, the youngest in the family. Is he really? I can't really remember that now. A young boy, and even being a young boy, he has been able to kill lion. He has been able to kill, bear, to kill some really wild animal with his bare hands now. I believe that's a level of success now. Yes, it's a level of success. But the boys still see, another giants are even the king of what will I call it now? The king of the community. Will I say community now? Okay, let me use that word for lack of better words. The king of the community was even afraid of confronting the giants. And this boy is coming with just his little results and was like, I can really do this. I can do this. It takes him not, taking pride in his former victory. It takes him not really seeing his former success that, oh yes, I've killed a bear lion, I've killed bear. As he saves zone and, saying that since I've done that, then it's okay. Even at this my tender age, but still, he plunged more deeper. And then we met them and it was like, I can really confront, this Goliath. The popular story. And I believe some of us will beginning to, connect the dots now. He can really confront what this Goliath. And even when his brothers were like, no, don't do this. You're just a boy. He went ahead and what? And defeated what? The Goliath. But I want you to understand, what really gave him success was the mindset he had even before going. Because some of the reason why some of us are where we are is because of the mindset you are having. And sometimes before you can really expand, before you can really evolve, you must first evolve your mind. You must first evolve your mind. What can you really see? What can you really imagine? What are you really believing currently? Because your experience is a reflection of what? Of your belief. Your experience is a reflection of your belief. And until you change what you believe, until what you believe begins to what? Evolve, begin to improve, you can't really do above that. So the first thing the boy was like, since I've done this before, I can still do this one, and not just do this one. I will even cut off his head. He was speaking with so much confidence. Why? Because he was not seeing his past success as a bus stop, but he was seeing it as, oh, I can still move further. I can still do much more than this. The enemy called average. Another sign that one is under the attack of averages, the individual begins to bring down his standards. Like you've set a standards for yourself that, oh, this is standard I'm really working with. This is the height I want to really achieve. But over time, because you've not really attained it, you've not really achieved it, you start bringing it down for yourself. And somehow you'll be giving reason for bringing it down, that okay, who is really chasing me? I'm still the best now. Who is chasing me? No one is chasing me. Then why have I really raised the banner so high like this? Why don't I just bring it down? Why don't I just dream small? Even when I see dream small, it's still big. Yes, you're correct, but there's still much more. And sometimes the pain of this is later in life you now realize that although I've done something, but I now realize I can really what? There is even much more I can do. So you underuse what? Your potential. So the goal at the long run is to ensure that you maximize your potential. You release your potential. And for this to really happen, you must identify the enemy called average on time. And now, what's the cost of living average? There is always a cost for it. That's the cost of living average. The first cost you realize is what? You live beyond what? Your potential. As I do believe, potential is not really what you've used, right? But it's what you have that you've not used. It's the life you can impart but you've not yet imparted yet. It's the things you can do but you've not done yet. That's what potential is. And until you really achieve that thing, until you really do those things, you will not really know. You will not really what? Release it. You will not really what? Use the potential. So the first thing or the first regret of living average life is you realize that you didn't even use your potential. You didn't maximize it. Why? Because what? You created a safe zone for yourself. And the next one is your confidence. Your confidence. There's a difference between I've done something before. There's a confidence you have when you've done something before. There's a confidence you have when you've not done something. And there's a confidence you have when you're doing something. And there are three different things. I could imagine, I'll go back to your speech again. One of the speakers, she said something when she embarked on the project and she was like, she needed 300,000, right, for that project. Now, I will tell you that, yes, somewhere in her mind, she actually believes it's possible. But it's a different thing after the program that beyond believing, she has experienced it's possible. Because sometimes when organizations meet you, they don't just want you to give them what you can do. Have you really done it before? Because there's a pressure that comes at that point of performing. There's a pressure that comes with it. And if you've not really experienced it, you can't really share it. You're only talking from your head, you're not talking from your mind. But now that you've experienced it, there's a level of confidence you now have. You can really see a man, he built a company and the company actually went down, and now he built another one and he's thriving. That kind of person, even if something is coming and things will fall apart, he will not really be afraid as someone that has never failed before. So there's really a kind of confidence you have after passing through after having a first-hand experience in something. So beyond the fact that you know it in your head, have you really handled it? Have you really handled it? Because it's in the place of it. That's when you know that there are really some things you cannot do. Yeah, I remember the first day I came for the rehearsal. I was not really here in the first rehearsal, the second rehearsal, because I saw it on someone's status, which means I really joined very late. And that was this year, and I think it had started last year, right? So the first day I came, I came a bit not too early, but I still came. I actually came early. And I think I waited till the last person. I was actually the second to the last to present. Why? Because somewhere in my mind I was like, can I really do this? I was seeing people presenting without flop, presenting without missing word, presenting without, shaking. I was like, can I really do this? And I had to wait. I just said, let me just keep observing. But at that time I speak to myself, will I really come from Badagry and I'll not do anything? No, it's not possible. And I said, let me just do something. Even if I fail, but I know at least I made an attempt. I made an attempt. And while sitting at the back there, I just keep watching. And I did it. So I want you to understand, there are some things that you really have to experience it before you can really be confident about it. And because I could do that 5 minutes, then I know it means I can do 20 minutes. It means I can do much more. So I really want you to understand, yes, it's always a different level of confidence. Oh, you're having a confidence in the dream. Now that you're working on it, now that you're really doing one or two things about that dream, there's a level of confidence that is being built. And even after that achievement, there's a level of confidence you have. Now, because beyond the fact that you know it, you've handled it. So that's confidence. Then the next one is impact. It's impact. One thing that still amazed me over and over again is the fact that the computer we are using presently was actually an idea written by someone. The man was so confident that he documented, even if he could not, if he was really unable to build a physical computer, but he actually documented it. That after centuries after, people went back to that book and they built it. They went back and they built it. So that's what impact means. Some of us, we have some things we've written down. Yes, I understand. But the true impact comes when you start living out that thing. That's where the impact actually comes in. You've been envisioning that, you want to visit some schools, you want to do this for some children. Yes, it can forever be there, but immediately you step out, you start making that potential energy. You start making it kinetic. And you start really imparting life with it. And it's another boy game entirely. If someone asks you, okay, have you really imparted life? You can really say, okay, you have proof, you have numbers. Okay, I've really trained so number of people. I've done this before. And this is even the results. And that alone, there's a level of confidence you have. That beyond the fact that, this boy will actually be of good benefit someday, you can actually now see that indeed you're actually a benefit to some people. That's what the impact now. Now the other part I'll actually be going into is how to defeat the enemy called average. How can I really defeat that enemy called average? The first thing is mindset. I don't know. The word is called mindset, right? Because your mind has been set over time, over and over again. There's a kind of engineering that has really happened. And over time, it is being set. If a child is actually being told you're not enough, you can't do it, you really fail, it's not meant for people like you. You can think you're not doing anything, but really you're doing something. You're doing something. So mind engineering, you want to first of all engineer your mind to be sure that this thing I'm really believing I can really achieve this thing. Okay, this thing I really take pride in, that this is my maximum, or this how far I can really go. Why don't I push the bar for myself and say I can do much more? Yes, I know I've done 2 hours, I've done 1 hour, I've done 3 hours. I can do much more. And sometimes until you push that bar, you not really realize that you can really do much more. I can't really remember the name of the man now, but I can't even remember the book, but I'll just say the story. There was this time, there was this belief normally that we cannot run beyond 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Not until one athlete he wants to actually break it. The first thing he did. The first thing was the fact that generally it has been believed that human cannot run beyond 4 minutes. Like that. I'm not talking about sprint now, marathon race. So the first thing the athlete actually did was he first of all start writing it in his book. He wrote it down somewhere in his book, and he said over and over, I just keep visiting it again. I can run beyond 4 minutes. Above 4 minutes. And the reason why they actually said that, there's actually a medical proof to that, that okay, your heart will beat too fast, too fast, that you might even become, how will I put it, you might, I can't really, you actually lose, how will I put it now, your heart will beat too fast to an extent that your medically you'll not be okay. That's why they actually said human cannot run beyond 4 minutes. So the first thing you have to do, you wrote it down. Over time, you start checking it, and apart from checking it, reading it, and just imagining himself running beyond 4 minutes. The next thing is he started running. Now, before the Olympic, now started running, running, rehearsing, and believing that I can actually run beyond 4 minutes. I can run above 4 minutes, and he did that consistently for about 1 year. And by the time the same man will appear for the yearly Olympic competition, now he was actually the first person to break that record of running beyond 4 minutes. And you not really know what happened after he broke that record. Beyond that, many other individuals are now running above 4 minutes. Why? Because somewhere the culture has, the society has already defined something to us that, it's not actually possible for anybody to run beyond 4 minutes. And over time, people have subconsciously believed that and work with that mindset, that even whenever they want to, it was somewhere in their mind is holding them back to even from running beyond that 4 minutes. And after I broke it, even more than 20 or more than 100% now has even broken that record. Why? Because there was someone that decided to, first of all, re-engineered his mind. Because there is always a certain setting. Everyone mind has been set. There's always a way your mind has been structured over time, due to experience, due to exposure, due to your environment. So really, to really move beyond average, the first thing is to address that mind. To address the mind and expand it, evolve it in a positive way, and make it really reflect where you want to be. And the second thing you have to do after that is what? Raise your standard. Yes, you've engineered your mind. There's a certain belief that you believe about success, about wealth, and now you've changed it. Now raise the bar for yourself. Probably you're doing 2 before, you're doing 4, you're doing 5. Why don't you think think of the way you can do much more? Think of the way you can do much more. And after that, you embrace what? You embrace discomfort. Sometimes people can be like people now. Beware of when love, or where sympathy, or where comfort has become a safe zone that now hinder you from even moving further. Beware of that time. There might be a certain time whereby yes, you have to be there, but also know when you're staying there has become a blind spot that you have to forge further. And at that point, it won't be comfortable. Yes, it won't be rosy, it won't be like sweet, or it won't be like honey. But you understanding that I have to rise to responsibility, then you must embrace that discomfort at that moment. Understanding that as time goes on, it will no longer become discomfort. It will no longer become discomfort. And the next one is build discipline around it. Yes, you want to change, or you want to become, or you want to do much more, then you build discipline around it. Can develop a system that ensures that you actually do some certain thing on a daily basis. So you don't just build your, let's say, your goal now, or your motive. You don't just build your goals on motivation, because motivation would not always be there. I think one of the speakers also said that none of us is being motivated now. We are just pushing ourselves, and to some extent that's true. Just pushing yourself, because the motivation will not it will not always be there. There will be days you wake up and you don't even feel like doing anything, but it's not feeling. You just have to do it. And when there is really a system that helps you do that thing, or that helps you annex your goal, to become much more easy. And the last one is create a system of sustainability, that okay, even after I've done this, after I've achieved this, what next will I be doing? Or what next will I really look up to? So you have to create that system of sustainability. So at the long run, you realize that you're not just, okay, yes, you have success, you have a level of progress, a level of success. You will define it correctly. You'll be able to differentiate between the performance and your your growth. You'll be able to differentiate beyond your excelling and your and you evolving. Because you must also understand that beyond being good, you can be very good. Beyond being very good, you can be excellent. Beyond being excellent, you can be outstanding. And beyond being outstanding, you can be the exceptional. But until you actually see all of these things, you will know that there are still many dots you can still connect. So it takes understanding. So when someone is priding, yes, I have 68 over 100, yes, it's okay, it's a level of success. And even thinking, much more thinking the fact that, oh, you're even the best, there's nobody that even beats beyond that 68, is good. But there is still much more you can do. There's still much more you can do. And if you don't really see this, if you don't really imagine this, then there's no way you will go for it. So these 20 days we are doing now, yeah, it's cool and fine. But after these 20 days, what else? What next for some of us? Yes, like your personal, yeah, because these 20 days has built something in you. It has developed something in you. What will you be doing with the fire? You just let it stay, because there's tendency that after living here, you have a level of, oh, it means I can do this, I can do that. But what will you really do with the experience? What will you really do with what has really been ignited in you? So it's beyond the 20 days. It's not left for you. You just leave it there. Okay, since I've done 20 days now, just keep the picture and start taking pride in the picture. There is still much more. There's still much more. The enemy called average. So you should know the difference between winning and stretching yourself. You should know the difference between performance and improvement. So at every level of success, every level of achievement, the first question is, yes, I know you've gotten the award, I know you've gotten the reward, you've gotten the results, but have I really evolved? Has it really transformed me? Is there anything changing here? So at every point when you realize that your current environment is not, it's not adding up, because it's not always you really be able to leave the environment. There are some cases where you can't really leave that environment. But rather than setting standard with environment, at that point, set the standard, make yourself the standard. So if I really achieve this at this level, then there is still much more. So just raise the bar again for yourself that, okay, I've attained this height, then I want to see myself do much more. I want to see myself evolve much more. So the key goal here is, there is really an enemy called average. And it's better when you know about that enemy, because that way you not just walk subconsciously, you walk circumspectly, you walk with wisdom, you walk understanding that, yes, I know I've attained a level of height, but there is still much more I can do. So I'll be concluding with this last word, that don't make your last success the reason for not moving forward. Don't make your last achievement the reason of not achieving the next height. It's okay to celebrate your progress, but don't make it your blind spot. At every time, always look further, always stretch yourself, always challenge yourself. When no one is challenging you, asking question, ask yourself question. What if I do it like this? What if I take this direction? What if I take this route? Will I really achieve much more? Will I do much more? So when there is no more competition, set one for yourself. Because the goal is not really the competition, the goal is to become better. The goal is to do much more. Is to become more productive. Is to achieve more and become more impactful. Because at the last end, you will not be remembered for what you have, but you remember for the life you touch, for the things you actually made possible. Okay. So right about now, my name still remains Taida Emily Damlawe, and I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for that wonderful speech. I mean, I got really motivated. So, building anything in Nigeria right now is not easy, right? But building with purpose, that's a different level. Anyways, I'm in Geoffrey Victoria, and I'm the CEO of Kiara Global Limited. I will be speaking on a topic that I titled Building Purpose in the Nigerian Fashion Space, My Faith Journey with Kiara. I've heard stories though, different types of stories. But you see my own. Let me start with this. Can you give up that brand you are building now? That brand, whatever it is, maybe your tech career, whatever, can you give it up just because it's going against your belief? Can you? It's a question. Oh, you can't. Okay, well, it was my own story. I gave it up. A little backstory. I finished secondary school in the year, let's leave the year, but I was 16 when I finished secondary school. And I always wanted more. I knew that I didn't want to be that girl that always relied on her parents for money. I knew I was born for more, right? And so in my house, when you are in school, you are not allowed to have a phone. You're not going to have a phone. It's when you come out of secondary school that you can have a phone. And that phone is my parent that will dictate the kind of phone that you have. Oh. You cannot now come and tell them that you want to buy iPhone. So me, I knew that as a girl that's like things that are happening, I wanted an iPhone. And I knew that my parents weren't going to get me the iPhone. So what did I do? I decided to work. I decided to work at my mom's school. My mom's friend's school, rather. So I was working there where they were paying me 15,000 naira as of then. And then I was working, it was going well. And then I saved like 3 months salary. The aim of working in that school was to get an iPhone. It's not even to save, but it's just to get an iPhone 6 as of then. And then after saving my 3 months salary, I got the phone, to the glory of God. And then I resigned because mission accomplished. So, and then I was like, okay, now that I resigned, what's next for me? Well, the reason I actually resigned was because it was a very stressful work and my pay was small. And so I decided to do another work. I work as a sales girl in my mom's friend's store. My mom was always turning up with jobs. And so I worked there before I followed my mom to the market. Mind you, my mom is an entrepreneur. She's also a fashion designer as well. She sells ready-to-wear outfits, right? Ready-made outfits imported from probably China, wherever. So she sells them. And then I followed her to the market one day. And while she was buying goods that she would use to restock in her shop, I just said, let me just snap these wares. This was happening during COVID, by the way, after COVID, December period. And then I was like, let me just snap these wares and see if people will even buy. And I just snapped it though and posted on my status. And just like that, people were requesting how much. And like, wow. Just like that. And my mom was like, put 2,000 naira, put 5,000 naira, put gain, just like that. I started seeing money. My friends were buying. This was December period, so people were buying crop tops, party wears. People were literally buying. I was like, wow, just like business. Business. It felt so surely because I didn't even go through branding. I didn't go through learning anything. I just snapped and I started having customer massively. And then I'm like, it's like this is my calling. This is where I'm called to actually be in. And then just like that, I started scaling the business. I got the brand name Kiara's Boutique, and I started investing more in the business. I started investing more in crop tops. This was what I was selling basically, crop tops, party wears, because my audience were more of girly girls. So I was selling crop tops, party wears. People know how party wears are, club wears, revealing dresses. Let me just state it. And so this was what was moving in the market, and then I was selling it. Business was going very well though. And then I gained admission to Nnamdi Azikiwe University to study linguistics. And then I carried my business. Why should I not carry my business? I carried my business as well. From Lagos, I moved down to Oka with my business. Someone was helping me with the whole Weibo and all of that. And then I carried my business there, and business was going very well. See, it was going so well that people that were selling in shops were buying from me. Like They were selling. I was distributing to your wholesalers. Let me just put it that way. And so it was going very well. And then I eventually did a sales during 2023. I did a sales. The sales went very smoothly. I was literally juggling my business and my studies together. And then after I ended that sales went smoothly. It was very nice, and business was going well until I met someone that told me to stop. 2023, my cousin invited me to a program. I'm a Catholic, so it was like a Life in the Spirit charismatic program. And then I've always known God. I mean, I grew up in a charismatic home. I grew up, if you're a Catholic, you know that the society of charismatic is a very Holy Ghost society. And, and then I grew up in that home, but I didn't really have a relationship with God per se. So I was just, I knew there was God existed. There were things that I didn't have explanation for, and then I attributed it to God, right? But I didn't have a relationship. But then after my sales ended well in 2023, I decided my cousin invited me for this program, and I decided to go. Let me just go and thank God. God has been so faithful to me. I mean, look at me, a young girl like me. I was 16 when I'm 16 years, 2023. My business was around 3 years or so. And then my business was great. Just let me go and thank God. God has been so faithful to me. I didn't know what was about to hit me. Guys, I went there. And then I experienced something. Very, very different from what I've always experienced. First off, the kind of people that I met there. I'm going somewhere. I'm literally talking about the Nigerian fashion space, the modest fashion space. So I'm going somewhere. And so the kind of people that I met there was very, very different from what I used to see. They were like a different kind of being. The way they love, the way they communicate. And then I wanted to belong to that community. And then I asked them, okay, just pray me into ministry. Aside that, I also felt God's presence. I felt something different from what I used to feel on a random Sunday. And then I wanted more of that thing that I felt. I said, I want more. Don't worry, I want to be here. What does it require? What will I do for me to be here? Put me here. And then they told me their code of conduct, which shocked me, because their code of conduct, they don't used to wear trousers there. And me, I just started wearing trousers. I grew up in a family that don't wear trousers actually. But when I entered junior, I started wearing trousers, and I already got fond of it. And then you're telling me to stop wearing trousers to join the community. But I knew what I wanted there, and so I decided to give it up. I actually gave up I gave up wearing trousers, right, just to be in that community. And then while I was doing that, I didn't know that my relationship with God started going stronger and stronger, and boom, just like that, convictions. You know, I told you I used to sell crop tops and revealing wears that were selling out like crazy. And when I started posting these wears, I hear voices. Are you actually doing the right thing? This top and these revealing dresses you are selling, I don't really like it though. I'm like, is it me that is talking to myself now? Which one is this one? And then I always try to shove it up like, okay, no, this is just me. This is my voice. This is my instinct. I mean, these are what people like, and this is what I'm earning from. If I quit this business, how am I supposed to live my big girl lifestyle in school? And then the instinct became more stronger and stronger and stronger, and the voice just keeps saying, these wares you're selling, it's not nice. I don't like it. It's so revealing. I don't like it. And then I decided to stop. 3 years in business. My customers, my suppliers, everything gone. Just like that. Or so I thought. So 2024, ending of 2024, I said to give it up. I said to give up the business, right? I gave it up. And before then, while I was praying, the Holy Spirit ministered to me and then told me that there is he wants to send his children to the fashion space because the modest fashion, right? The modest fashion space in Nigeria is something that is very limited. Because I tried transitioning posting from normal revealing wears to modest wears, right? But you see, these revealing wears, I sell them for, let me say, 5k, 6k. But when I post a modest wear, you see the price different. The modest wear is being sold for 25k for one. And you that want to dress modestly, I mean to say, a normal Nigeria cannot afford a 25,000 naira gown, right? And you know, the gap was just too much, and I already built a fan base of affordable clothing. So when I tried transitioning from normal wears, normal revealing wears to modest wears, it became a struggle for me because I wasn't getting as much customers that I would normally have, and this became a problem. And then I said to myself, okay, I can actually solve this problem, right? So 2024, I knew that I wanted to go into the Nigerian modest fashion space, but I mean, I didn't have any idea of tailoring. I didn't have any idea of ready to wear. I had zero idea of how to go on about it. I entered business at a very young age. I didn't do any studies, so it was a very, very hard thing for me then. But I knew something. I knew how to do something perfectly. I knew how to pray. And so I started praying about it. And while at it, I discovered that I can actually speak very well, you know. I can actually speak very well. And so I decided to go into voiceover, right? I started doing voiceovers for brand. So basically, if you want to run ad content, you want to put up ad content, I do voiceovers for you. I write compelling scripts, and I have a voiceover underlaying that video. So I literally help you edit your video, say that script beneath that voice, beneath the video, and you know, the voiceover is going to overlay the video. You all know how voiceover works now, and so the video come out all nice and all compelling, and if you see it, you'll be moved to stop, listen, and actually go as far as purchasing. And this was what was fetching money then. I have this nice compelling voice, and so when I just jam it together, it was going well. And you know, cause my clients were always coming for more and more and more, and then business voiceover acting was going well as well. But I knew that that was not really where I wanted to major in. Yes, it was something that it was part of an ability or a gift that God has given me, but it was not really something that I wanted to major in. And so I started thinking and looking deep into the ready to wear space again. And so I decided money for production eventually came. After the whole hustle, I got like 100k to start production. So after the whole market research, because I wasn't just praying, I was also looking at the research, looking at the whole Nigerian fashion space, right? And I noticed that in the industry, in the fashion industry, you rarely see brands that focus majorly on skirts production. I mean, you see pants, you see cargo pants, you see different types of trousers, but you see a brand that specifically focuses on skirts. It's kind of hard in the Nigerian space. But other brands, you see other big brands like, let me say, Shein and the rest, they are doing stuff like that. But in Nigeria, it's hard. And so I said, why not just majoring? Why not fill this gap, right? And so I decided to do that. Oh my god, thinking about it now is very funny because I thought that I was on to something. Oh my god, I just discovered something. And so I brought out 100k, went to the market, did fabric sourcing, and gave it to a producer or a manufacturer to produce it for me. And then I eventually got the sample pieces, and guess what? It was bad. Everything that came back was literally not what I requested for. 100k gone, just like that. Materials, everything gone. I bawled my eyes out that night. I cried, I wept. I was like, I thought I was onto something. I thought I was literally onto something. And you know, it was very, very, very crazy. And so while I was crying that night, I thought to give up. I was like, I'm not even doing again. I mean, this is a whole lot of stress. This is a lot of hustle. I'm not even doing again. And then it now got to me that it is more than a business for me. It's purpose. It's more of God's assignment to me. So it went more than just business. So if I had seen that just business, I mean it's my will, I can just decide to just give it up. But it was more than business for me. It was now purpose. It was an assignment. So immediately I woke up, I cried hot tears that I cried myself to sleep. And immediately I woke up, I started scaling my options. Okay, what should I do now? What did I do before that I was not doing now? What am I supposed to do? And then I got modest basic tops. I went into basic tops. After my whole research and prayers, I went into basic tops. And now, 2025, basic tops were something that weren't really rampant, right? As it is now. It wasn't really rampant then. And you will see basic tops too, but they were not full length. They were mostly cropped. Then, what was trending was crop top. You will barely see full length basic tops. The ones you will see are imported, right? So most times these people go abroad and import these wears. So the ones you will see are mostly imported wears. And so I decided, okay, why not instead of importing, why not make it right here in Nigeria? Why not make it right here in Nigeria and make it different from what every other person is buying? Once it's different from what every other person is buying, I think that's going to make them buy, right? So I'm like, if I'm to tell these my girlies that they should stop importing basic tops from these big brands and buy from a brand that is growing, it has to be worth it. It has to be worth every penny. And then I decided to do mine. I structured it in a very unique way. The sleeves were different, the inners stitching were different, everything about the top was so different. And then I looked at all the things that I had already sketched out. I looked at all my sketching and everything, and I was like, I think I'm ready to launch this business. I think this business is gonna sell well. And so after looking at it, I'm like, okay, this is going to do well. I think this is going to do well. And then while I was even doing the whole process, I was literally talking about it online, creating an online space. I created a TikTok account, created an Instagram account. I was talking about it, letting everybody know that something big is coming, that instead of importing these wares, you can actually buy from this growing brand, because there is something about these tops that is different from what you're importing, right? So I did it in a very outstanding way that if you see this top, you indeed want to buy this top. And so I launched the top. And when I launched the top, before then I did like a pre-order something. So before launch day, I was already getting orders on this top. I was so astonished at the amount of people that were getting this top. And you know what? One of the first customers that bought from me was someone at the USA. And it was not even something that I was very, very amazed, because for her to leave these big brands like Shein and the likes of it, for her to leave, I mean, she's at the US, this is where these big brands are. So for her to leave those brands and buy from me right here in Nigeria, meaning she saw something, she saw value. And do you know that her delivery fee was more than the amount she bought that up, but she paid for it? It was crazy. And this was when I knew that, no, I was onto something. No, I'm doing something right. This was when I knew that indeed I was doing something right. And from the space of April, oh yes, tomorrow is our anniversary, by the way. So from the space of April 14, 2025 to 2026, Kiara has delivered to 5 international countries. I mean 6, because last month we delivered to Malawi. So 6 these international countries, and we've moved from a sole proprietorship business to a company, a limited liability company. So what am I saying? What I'm saying here is that once you involve God in what you're doing, it cannot be the same. I actually thought that I was doing something nice. I thought I was doing something big. I mean, for 3 years I was doing something, but you know that from that 3 years, right, I never delivered to an international country. But once I decided to stop selling that thing that the Holy Spirit asked me to stop, that revealing dresses, those crop tops, once I started to hit that conviction and I said to go through his leading, look at the big things that he's doing to my brand. Just take a look at it. And not just that, I also saw a gap. And the gap was the fact that there were limited long full length top in Nigeria, and the ones that were available were not neatly stitched. I mean, once you wear a top, you still see that girly bra line showing. I mean, it's a very messy thing if you ask me. And so I decided to double stitch Kiara. Kiara is double stitched and Kiara is created uniquely. And this was what people saw and liked and still like. Sales is going on, by the way, and still like, and yes, we are locking in and doing well. So this is what I'm saying. For you to build a global brand, you have to identify a gap. You have to identify a gap and look for things that will fill up that gap. You have to solve that problem. While you have identified that gap, you have to solve that problem. So, sorry, let me just go through this. So yes, I saw that there was a need for modest basic tops. So I'm going to take you back to this. More than this, this journey has taught me that it's not just enough to see problem. There are problems everywhere. Like our speaker talked about, there are a lot of problems everywhere. And we keep complaining. And we keep saying, what's going to happen? How is going to solve this? This is that. We keep seeing problems everywhere. But nobody is solving this problem. As little as my problem was in the fashion space, identifying that there were little modest tops in the market, I solved it. It's the same way you can also solve this problem in your niche. You don't have to create an app. It doesn't have to be an app that you create that you're solving a problem. You don't have to create an app. In that little niche that you have decided to niche down, there is a gap there. There is a limitation. There is a problem that is there. And you need to identify it and solve it. As little as it is, it's going to be something of impact if you identify it and solve it. And so you have to be willing to stay and build the solution even when it gets hard. I mean, even after I lost the 100k, the 100k from the sketch production, it was hard. I was like, how am I going to even continue? What I thought was going to click didn't actually click. So how am I going to continue this whole process? But even when it was hard, I decided to stay. So yes, building something it's not going to be easy. That's the truth. It's not going to be easy. But you have to still stay even when it gets hard. Like I said, there were moments where I wanted to give up, moments where things didn't make sense, moments where it feels like nothing was working out. Nothing, literally. But it didn't stop me. It didn't stop me. I kept pushing, I kept going, and I kept praying about it. Not because I had everything figured out, but because I knew that it was purpose. I knew it was purpose. I knew it was not just about making money off business. I knew it was purpose. And that's one thing I want to leave everyone here with. You might be in Nigeria seeing all the gaps, all the problems, all the limitations in your field where you are. You might be seeing all of these, right? But you are also capable of building solutions to that problem. Yeah, even as little as you are. Like I said, you don't have to be a tech guru. It's not everybody that will build Apple. It's not everybody that will code. It is looking like everybody is now tech experts in this world. Yes, I understand that the world is going digital and everybody's learning tech. You have to be, I'm not saying you shouldn't have tech knowledge. I'm not saying you shouldn't know some things about the tech industry, because the world is going digital. But it's not everybody that will be a tech guru, sadly. If everybody is a tech guru, Who will be cleaning your shoe? Who will be the shoemaker? Who will be washing your cars? Who will be the realtors? Who will be the fashion designers? AI. AI will produce the clothes for you from with the are you kidding me? Okay, AI thinking, okay, AI will help you sew a full dress with the cutting, stitching, mending. AI will help you do that. Huh? Corset, exactly. AI will help you with corsets too. With your exact fitting, the whole bodies. AI will help you with that too. The whole snatch, exactly, my sister. AI will help you with that as well. Oh, okay. Till then, you have to identify the problem in your niche and try to bring out solutions for that problem. As little as mine was, I identified it and I tried to bring out solutions to it. And the thing is that when people see solutions to a problem and there's value there, you can make money off it. You can make money. People will buy. People will literally bring out money to get that value. So, most importantly, once you identify that gap, don't also try to do it alone. Sometimes, yes, most people who always want to say, okay, they can do it alone, but if you can collaborate with other people, if you look at these big brands like Piggyvest, for example, I happen to be where CEO Somto Ifezwe, the CEO of Piggyvest, I happen to be where he was speaking and he talked about collaboration. And again, there's this brand that does logistics. They pick up people from their office space to another office space. I don't know the brand. Collaboration. So collaboration matters a lot because when two people coming together, bringing their ideas, it goes a long way than only you trying to struggle and bug yourself up. So collaboration, so you can as well try to collaborate with other people as well. And also, let God walk you through the journey. I don't think I'm going to end this speech without talking about God. Because if not for him, I will still be probably selling my immodest or struggling. And I might have not even seen 2 international countries to deliver to. Not to talk of 6. Yes, I know that I did the work. I mean, the Holy Spirit revealed a lot of work to me. But then, God was the pioneer of this journey. And so I will say that let God walk you through this journey. Because when God is involved, what you are building is no longer just a business. It becomes purpose. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I would love to pass the mic to the next speaker.
Wow. Well done. That was really awesome. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Maybe because I had actually been in the fashion industry before, so I could relate to some of the things you were talking about. Guys, give yourselves a round of applause. You are the real engine of this whole event. I think of sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, I think of you guys just waiting, speaking, probably trying to stay awake and nodding off and all. But well done. It's really appreciative. Now what I'm sharing today is for everyone. This is not one speech where you should be scrolling on your phone. It's a life-changing one. I came across it years ago and it has transformed my own life. It's the decisions that shape us. The power of 10, 10, 10. Let me take that again. The decisions that shape us. The power of 10, 10, 10. You know the 10 digits, 10 fingers, 10, 10, 10. Yes. No, not 30. 10, 10, 10. That is it. Once you remember 10, 10, 10 today, then your listening to me has not been in vain. Have you ever made a decision where at the point you made that decision, you were happy with it? Then probably a few hours, or a few weeks later, you start asking yourself, "Oh, what have I done? Was I not thinking? You know, where was I? Was my brain working?" How many of us have gone through that? Yes. Today, I'm going to share with you a tool that would actually help you to stop being in that condition. Yes. Many of us, we take decisions on the spot. Something happens, and right there and there, you feel like you've got to take a decision. And I'll tell you, there is a mother-in-law of somebody close to me at that time. She had heard that her driver had done something. Maybe he picked somebody on the road with her car, you know, those kind of quick business kind of thing. And she heard the story. When she heard the story, she didn't say anything. The driver arrived home. Please, you and I, what would we have done? As that driver is entering, you are raking for him. Is it true? Guess what? She allowed the driver to enter the house. The driver said, because he was traveling in, he said, no, go freshen up and all and come and eat. Ha! She allowed him, he went, he ate. He even slept. When he woke up, the drama started. At that point, I was looking like I was watching a movie. Because I thought, where did that come from? That togetherness, to take it, do you understand? Give the guy a breathing space. Is a tough one. Because many of us live in the moment. As that thing is happening, your head is even forming the things you're going to say to the person and all of that. This particular incident led me to, because I have always wondered, what would it be like if I were more rational about the decisions I take? And this was how I came in contact with Susie Welch. Susie Welch is the creator of the tool called 10-10-10. And how did she arrive at it? You know, the daily decisions we take, there are very many. I won't say a lot, because when you say something is a lot, it's uncountable. So sand is a lot, water is a lot, but decisions are not a lot because you can count them. Now, considering that many of us stay in the moment and take our decisions, she found herself in a position that it was beyond her. She had been invited to be a speaker at an event. She had a husband who was not particularly cooperative. He wasn't going to have the 2 little children. You know how it is. A woman is going out somewhere. You now want your husband to please mind the children. It wasn't going to happen. The man was not ready for that. So, poor lady, can you imagine coming to be a speaker here and I'm carrying 2 little grandchildren or something? And then as I'm speaking here, they are there saying, Gama, Gama. I mean, guess what? She said she arrived at the place and convinced herself that her children will be well behaved. That she has trained them very well. They will be well behaved. She said the side eye that people were giving her, you know, she herself knew that, okay, let's see how this would go. The day of her speech, she was up in the podium. Guess what she saw at the far end of the hall? The children she had left with someone to be playing with so that she would quickly use that time to finish her speech. She saw the children at the glass door banging, "Mommy, mommy, mommy." She said she had to, hurriedly finish her speech and went to get the children. By that time, she started asking herself, is this the kind of life that I want to live? I'm here as a speaker. I had to carry the children. My husband was not going to cooperate with me. And she started doubting, going through so many more things in her life. Because, it's the daily decisions. And they may be small, but usually they are powerful. By the time you're a speaker somewhere and your 2 little children are at the door, honestly, you will be a damn good speaker to even finish well. Because seeing those children would have rattled you enough to know that today this one is not going to go my way. So she started asking herself many questions. And that was how she arrived at 10, 10, 10. It's simple, it sounds simple, but it's not as easy. Now, because many of us, when we take decisions, we live in that first 10 minutes. It's those first 10 minutes, you are cooking it, you are boiling it, you are grilling it, you're just, within those 10 minutes. But Susie's story started from those 10 minutes, like, wait a minute, what if I left this job? Really, what if I left this job? And she lived in that moment of what would happen if I left this job. Guess what? She then went on to what would happen in 10 months if I left this job. And like within 10 months, maybe I'll be jobless for like 2 months, right? Or 3 months, depending on where she finds herself. And maybe in 10 months, I will have found a way around it and arrive at what I really want to do. Then she went on. What would happen in 10 years? So, we start from 10 minutes. Rationalize it, 10 minutes. Then go on. In 10 months. What would the picture be like? Let's even take this attempt. Right now, in this moment, there are people who probably have not had, if they calculated the number of hours of sleep they've had, it probably would just be like that. But guess what? This is in this moment. What would this look like to you in 10 months? It would probably have outgrown you. Because what you're doing, some can't even see themselves do it. I'm telling you, there's speakers who I would have expected that, this would be like a walkover. And they're making all the excuses. Then, let's go to 10 years. Do you imagine the kind of proficiency that you would have in 10 years' time, having gone through this? There would never be a moment when people call you to speak and you say, I didn't come here prepared. No. It wouldn't happen. It would not happen. Everybody who has gone through my mentorship or tutelage, I always tell them, let's use the word wrongest thing you can do is to be called upon and say, I didn't prepare. I just wanted to come and sit at the back and watch every other person. No. The minute you even do that, your brand shrinks. And guess what? They probably would never call you again. I once took someone to an event and she had just had a baby, but she just said this event she must attend, and I was living in Ibadan. So she said, Mama, can you drop me at the event? It was a very big Greek event. So I dropped her there. And she said, Mama, come in now. Can you just drop me and not, come inside? At least let it be on record that you like to post and all. Take photo, do this. I'm telling you, that hall must have had almost 5,000 people. And I sat at the back. I said, where I'm sitting, it will be very easy for me to leave. We barely sat down. And I started hearing, ladies and gentlemen, We are so proud to have one of us here. Da 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 da. She cannot come here and not say a few words to us. And I'm thinking, could that be me? The next thing I heard my name. Another thing, every time I go to an event, I will read the banners. I'll just take in all the details around the space. I will look at the audience, whether they're my age, they're young or mixed or something. I've always had that observation thing about everywhere I speak, so that when I speak, it can be a bit inclusive. I bring in this, I bring in that, so everybody feel, it's been worth it. This is how they called me up. Luckily enough, it was a very large hall. So as I was walking from the back to the front, I was processing what I would say. And I got there and said, how many of us here are in agriculture? Guess what? Quite a number of them were. How many of us are not? They did. How many of us who are not would like to be? They gave me my topic and I had my content. Jam, fire on. Now, that was a decision that I took within the few minutes that I was called. But in 10 months, I was still benefiting from having spoken at that event. In 10 years, I have counted it as one of the many. So the 10-10-10 works. And I will share with you some experiences of people. There was a CEO. He got home. By the time he got home, he received a message that he didn't like. Maybe it was an email or something. He felt insulted by it. In fact, he woke up in the middle of the night and started reading messages. He made himself a cup of coffee, sat down, started reading messages. Guess what? This one that he didn't like, he replied and lambasted the person. Like that person went back to sleep. In the morning, he had lost his job. Because the guy who received it just did screenshots. See, we're in the era of social media. This is not the time to make irrational decisions. That 10 minutes that he could have taken to think and kind of process it, he lost 10 months. He lost 10 years of his reputation because he lost his job. The company, see, you are only as good as when you are efficient, when you are doing well and all of that. No company wants anyone to rubbish their brand. The minute that thing touches on their brand, they know that there is a problem and they don't want it. So let's do it this way. What was the last decision anybody here made? Just let's use it as an example for the 10-10-10. Let's imagine that somebody has gone for a job interview. And in those 10 minutes, they said, oh, the job is going to be in Abeokuta. And you're in Lagos. But all the things they said about the job excited you. And so in those 10 minutes, what are you doing? It won't be too bad. Moving to Abeokuta, there's no traffic, there's no day. You start processing it. Then think about it. In 10 months, how would I be feeling? Would I still be as excited? Will I have made new friends? Would the job, have given me my heart's desire? And then you think in 10 years' time, if you are single, in fact, you probably will tell yourself, I better meet one fine man in this Abeokuta, or else back to Lagos. That kind of thing. So every decision, if you put it through 10-10-10, you will be amazed how it works. You know, you can be at emotional crossroad. You can apply it for everything. Let me share a joke with you. I saw my sister today and she gave me, I had told her, she gave me a scone. The last time we saw, she gave me a scone and I said, that scone was really, really nice. I got to her place today. She had bought me that scone again. I said, sis, I don't want, I've added too much weight. I don't want to add more weight to it. I ate very little and decided that I will share it with somebody who likes such things. See, I was making a decision in the moment because I don't even need 10 months when I will look in the wardrobe and half of my clothes will not be my size. So you can imagine that you can apply it to everything. For her, that framework came from tension. I mean, a mother, 2 little children, traveling with them and all of that. You need to see a mother traveling with just one child. My last flight, I went to meet a particular lady. Young lady, was her first child on the plane. She was coming back to Nigeria. I said, give me this child and go and sleep. It's an airplane. I cannot carry the child away. She looked at me, smiled. What did you think she did? She gave me the child. After all, we're inside the plane. It's not like a bus or something where you would run out with it. But I had been there before. I know that throughout that flight, she would be restless, she would be cranky, she probably would arrive in Nigeria where her luggage would not come out in time. You'll be sweating, the weather and all of that. When we got to Nigeria, what did you think the first thing she did? As soon as she saw her husband, she said, just thank her for me. Just thank her for me because of how I slept. Because of how I slept, this child has kept me busy. And I just laughed. I said, welcome to motherhood. Yeah, that is it. Now, apart from that Lagos executive, there was another staff. I had to use this 10-10-10 for him. He always believed that his good job will speak for him. Please, as you go out in life, there is nothing like a good job speaking for you. If you don't speak for yourself, nobody is going to enter an HR meeting and start pushing you. That person will probably even push him or herself first, So this guy, he felt, no, the work I'm doing, it will speak for me. I looked at him, I said, The experience I had, I remembered I had an issue once at work and I was so scared. Then somebody asked me, he said, this particular thing that failed within this experience, how many times have you done it before? I looked in he said, do you log your work? I said, yes, I log what I do. I looked in my log. I had done it maybe 200 and something times. And he said, and this is the first time something is going wrong? I said, yes. He said, let's just use the ratio. And within that moment, he helped me to gain clarity. Immediately, I turned from the person who was afraid to have to justify what I had done wrong, to be able to shine and say, out of 200 and something, one goes wrong, and everybody could forgive because it meant a lot to them. So this guy, in 10 months of my job will speak for me, what had happened? His mates had been promoted. They had moved up. And he's still wondering, my job will speak for me. I told him, I said, what do you think will happen in 10 years? He said, I probably will become a relic in the company. I said, so it's time to do a turnaround and stop imagining that your job will speak for you. Now, we usually don't make bad decisions. We're just usually short-sighted. So every time you make a decision, ask yourself, what would it be like in another 10 minutes? What would it be like in another 10 months? Not to now talk of 10 years. There was a lady, when she came to me, I just started using it as one of my coaching methods. When she came to me, she had this job. It wasn't even the time of Japa. She got a job, I think it was in the UK. Everything was looking rosy and nice. But guess what? her job did not include the fact that she could bring her children. And she had separated from her husband. So when we started talking, she was going, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. And I said, so what's going to happen to your children? Oh, I'll give them to my mom. I could give them to my mom. My mom is very good at, those kind of things. I'm like, okay. So what does mom do for a living? Of course, at that time, her mom was working. So, see, who's going to raise those children? The housemaids. Because the grandmother will go to work. Yes. And I said, in 10 years, what would the relationship between you and your children be like? I remembered an officer who told me once, he used to work on a vessel, on one of our vessels in my former job. And one day he said something, we were just talking generally, and he said, the most painful part of my job, I said, what is it? He said, having a baby you don't see in maybe 9 months, and arriving home and the baby asking, Mom, is that uncle? Yes. So at the time we went through the 10 minutes of, okay, this job, UK, and all of the razzmatazz, then we went into 10 months of having left these children with grandma, who is still working because she was young. And then 10 years time, when you are probably making money in the UK, paying their school fees, coming home once in a while to see them, but guess what? They've grown without you at the moment that they really needed their mother in their lives. And I said, don't rush it, sleep over it, so that you then can come up with a decision. Most times, in those 10 minutes, that's where most of us live. We react in 10 minutes. We respond in 10 minutes. We speak, whether too quickly or something. You just want to get it over and done with. We act too fast. There was a lesson I learned in my former job. I had a boss. When his emails come, oh my goodness, they used to be fire. You don't want to read his email first thing in the morning, and you don't want to read it last thing at night. So if I get to work and I see mails that had come by around that 6 a.m., I created a folder. I called it Hotmail. So when I get to work, I just, I will archive them there. I will do the work of the day. When I'm maybe like calm and I just have a few minutes to toss around, by then, me myself, because I got to work. So I would now go through those emails and then calmly reply them. Can you imagine if you got those kind of emails and you replied them immediately? What are you likely to do? Fire for fire. But imagine that you save them and then you calmly come back to it. I learned one word which has helped me. If you ask me for something that I feel might rattle me, if I tried to give you a response, I tell you, I'm unable to process it right now. I'll process it later and let you know. Even the other person, if the other person was waiting for war, just give me, I will give it back to you. What do you think the person will do? You're not processing it. That's what you're saying. I can't even process it right now. So let's move on. And so as professionals, our work will speak for us when we try to apply the 10-10-10. Because really, in those 10 minutes, your body might be boiling. But in 10 months, you can even add 10 hours. Me, I had 10 hours. I added 10 hours to my own, honestly, because sometimes I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait 10 months. So I added 10 hours. Yes, even 10 days. Even 10 days. That decision that I made yesterday, did it make sense? And that is why, Why do you think some people say things like, let's leave it in the parking lot? Sometimes you are a speaker somewhere and the speech is supposed to be about something. Then somebody puts up their hand and starts asking one highly political, sensitive, and you just say, oh, I get you. Let's put that in the parking lot and we can handle that after this. Because if you answer just that one question, you might derail the whole hall. Everybody who's been boiling, ready to speak, they will just derail your conversation. So, silence is also a decision. Sometimes when you're just silent about something, it's a decision. It means that, you know what, let's take this later. Let's carefully think this through. Now, I'll tell you what some people have called the 10-10-10. Somebody called it a roadmap for clarity and courage. Are you getting it? A roadmap for clarity and courage. Because honestly, it's only when you have clarity that you will even be courageous. Otherwise, you'll just be mumbling and you will not be going anywhere. Now, another person says it's a kickstart to get unfrozen. Because sometimes when some things happen, at that point in time, you're frozen. You're frozen because this thing has met me in one kind of way that, you know, should I say yes? Should I say no? Should I, you know, that kind of thing. So the person said it is something that helps you to become unfrozen. You don't have to freeze because you can delay your thoughts and get it together later. Another preacher, he called it, he said, it's a great bridge that enables us to put things in perspectives. Imagine that every major decision you want to make, you don't rush at it. It would be a perfect gift that you'll be giving yourself, not to find yourself in, you know, how many times have you, maybe you even type a message. Just this afternoon, we're talking about the new, well, it's not new anymore. You know how when WhatsApp introduced edit? I told someone, I said, for me, is the best feature, honestly. Because before, what do? You will delete. Meanwhile, in fact, the person might even have read it. So you now start sending about 3 other messages. I'm so sorry, it wasn't for you. So I always tell, I was just this afternoon. Yes, sorry. I think it's good. You know, in fact, sometimes this vocabulary nonsense, it will help you to say what you didn't mean to say. So it is only edit that you are going to go and use, you know, to get it right. So this is how you're going to use the 10-10-10. In fact, I think today we have turned it to 10-10-10-10. Yeah, we turned it to 10 minutes, 10 hours, 10 days, 10 months, 10 years. Thank you. So, always start with a question. Pose a question to yourself. I'll go back to the one who said, oh, my job will speak for me. You start asking yourself, how will my job speak for me? Do you understand? Because you should ask, is it that there is somebody who is a decision maker that is taking pen and paper and helping you jot your achievements, or what? So, pose a dilemma. What is it that, you know, you're trying to achieve? What is it that is bothering you that you need to find an answer for? I remembered Mrs. Mohammed's son when he spoke and said, keep asking why until you get to it. It's almost like this, you know. Now, the next step, collect data. Collect data around that thing. Imagine the guy who woke up in the middle of the night, made himself a cup of coffee, and started replying messages that were, you know, and started. Imagine he sat at that cup of coffee and said, why is this man writing me this kind of message? What kind of reply? I know, I always tell people, No matter how hurtful a message can be, your reply can mend fences. I've read messages before, maybe not necessarily to me, but I'm saying, wow, you really do feel bad about this incident. What if, let's say, Akin, what if Akin did not mean it that way? Have you spoken with Akin to ask why exactly he will send you this kind? I mean, I'm just giving you, just collect data around it. What if, and there's something, it's called the power of giving each other, the power of consideration. I always tell people, if you tell me, oh, so and so has done this, that, I say, what if he didn't mean it that way? Have we asked him? No, I'm going to ask him. He said, no, let's ask him. And that is why in all my years of working in the company, I used to work with cadets who go on board our vessels. And so when they come and they're telling me stories, I just say, let's call him. And you know, once you say let's call him, you start hearing another thing. Then, when you've collected your data, do your analysis. You know, that analysis will now let you say, oh, she didn't mean it. It wasn't like that. I'm telling you a true life story. I was at a training. I had finished my training and I thought I could leave and travel back to Lagos. Those days we didn't have airlines going back and forth like now. Only for them to come and tell me that the flight that I was supposed to go on to Lagos was no longer coming. And so I was going to stay in that state, very remote state, never been there before. Because of the insurgency, they said we couldn't go out. I said, okay. And for 2 days, I had to stay on that estate. And I said, no, 10, 10, 10. I am not going to feel bad about being stuck in this place. It was a beautiful estate. Me, I like plants. So, during the day, when the others are doing their training, I go and support them, help them do this, help them do that. In the evening, I'll go around all the beautiful houses there. I'll be admiring their flowers. I found something to give me peace of mind. Now, there was a particular speaker. At his session, he now said something. You know, he just gave an example. You know, I can't remember the word. Maybe something like, something like, you know, like the people in Ajegule or something like that. And now I was sitting at the back. No, I was sitting behind him, like on the side, and I could see that the room, there was about 2 people, they froze. As a speaker, you start reading the body language of those in your audience, and I just sent him a small note. I said, I don't know whether it's the Mushin or Ajegule you mentioned, but it looked like as if you dropped something. And I said, Madam, thank you. Guess what? He said, oh, and by the way, just in case you would think I'm rubbishing Mushi people, I grew up in Mushi. I grew up with Mushi myself. Guess what? The whole hall, they went into If I didn't notice and he didn't say that, what do you think would have happened? They would have just rubbished him. Nobody will give him any 10, 10, 10. Not say this man is not a... The kind of feedback they will give when they say give feedback for the speakers will be horrible. Now, your analysis, take all the information that is within your perspective, and then you can, from yourself, take decisions. But if you have a friend who you know will only tell you the truth, I always tell people, see, if you have friends who tell you the truth all the time, those are your friends. Those are your friends. Not envy, not anything, but the minute you drop something on their lap, you say, in fact, someone will say, let me help you think about it. And you know that by the time they're coming back with that feedback, it's because they genuinely have looked into it. So, you will now compare and see what value is in all of this. What is a value? What will best help me? You know, you've thrown the dilemma out, you have collected the data, now you are doing the analysis. That analysis, that's the one they say, to thyself be true. Because honestly, it's only you who would be able to really dig deep. Even sometimes when we tell others about what is happening, you might not tell them the real thing that is really, really, really there. Every time couples talk to me, you know, one of the first things I tell them, you are probably just going to give me, you know, that soft part of it. The real deep thing about it, I think it stays between the two of you. So my decision or my suggestions would only be on that same level that you have given me. My wish for both of you is to take that one that is very deep and try to talk, because they will probably not give you the real thing and you will just be on the surface trying to give your own advice. Now, the answer that you get to this analysis when you undress all the issues, that answer will give you your 10 10 10. I took early retirement at 55, and I'm telling you, I took time to think deeply about it. I even had friends who would say, "Oh, who leaves that kind of job? Are you crazy or something?" I said, "I do." Because I had thought deeply about it. I knew where I wanted to get to in life. And I knew that if I waited another 10 years to retire, people will probably ask my daughter, "Why don't you people keep your mother in the house? What is she looking for all over the offices?" You know, that kind of thing. So I told myself, I want at least, let me have 10 years when I can do the things I love. And you'll be amazed. I left that job when the dean of this school of eloquence called me. I left in 2013. I had attended his training maybe in 2008 or something, and said, "I hear you're no longer with the company." And I said, "No, I'm not." He said, "Oh, wow. I want to expand the faculty for the School of Eloquence, and I would like you to join us." And I said, "Why me?" He said, "You laid an impression on me even when you came in 2000. I can't remember whether it was 2005 or something like that." So, if I did not leave that job, the many opportunities that I've had in my life, you know, being called as a speaker to Germany, to Switzerland, to France, where would they be? They would not have existed, because I would not have the 10 years to make the kind of deep impression that made them feel I'm worthy of those things. I would not be voted 1 in 10 women in Africa practicing organic agriculture. I wouldn't. I would have missed out on all of that. So the 10 10 10 is deeper than we all can imagine. And guess what? It's universal. Feel free. I always tell myself, if I learn something new, I'm going to share it with my whole family. It's universal. Students can use it. By now, many of you also have your own mentees. Go and share it with them. When people talk to you about, "I want to do this, I want to do that," start using that tool. Okay, this is what you are planning. Oh, nice. So where do you see yourself in another, 10 months? And most people don't think far. They don't think far. They think of that moment. That moment is everything for them. So you will drag that person and let that person think much deeper. So it is universal. You can use it for students, you can use it for family, you can use it for anybody that crosses your path and is confused about something. What you are going to do, you're not the one going to answer the questions for them. Let them answer the questions for themselves. I always tell people, as coaches, coaching is different from mentoring. When you're coaching someone, you are using your questioning skills to get what that person wants for themselves. So it's not a matter of, I always tell people, you can counsel people and say, "Do it like this, do it." But in coaching, you help that person to arrive at it. So it works for everyone. And this is universal, like I said before. Guess what? It's not only universal, it's transformative. I have used it time and time again, and I see the value. So today I want to leave you with one thing. Use the 10-10-10. Identify and live life accordingly, because your deepest goals and values will show through your 10-10-10. I hope I have left you with a tool that you can use for the rest of your life. And so it's my pleasure to give this microphone to this charming lady.
That was such a wonderful one. My name is Relatively Kizabiodo, and I'm going to be one of your best speakers today. I don't know how yet, but just be on the ride with me. Today's topic is not sensitive, but I just want to believe that it's something we should talk about. Like you all know, I said when my face come up on this podium, it's just going to be me basically talk about humanity, talk about girls, not much of economy, not much of government, not much of every other topics out there, because I believe my amazing speakers are making really cool justice to all of that. So today I'll talk about the topic, the girl child matters. Let's give the dictionary meaning or definition to the word girl. I'll give you my own meaning. The girl is me. The girl is my gender watching right now, and every of the female in the global audience. And the question is, why do we actually matter? We matter because we are the homemakers, we are money makers, we are decision makers. We are just everything the community, the nation, the society needs. And I want us to believe that we are like the whole country, the home, the business, the home again is nothing without the girl child. And that is why we actually do matters in every aspect of life. Let me ask, have you ever walked into a room without women and you try to wonder have you ever walked into a room, hello audience, please somebody speaking, and like I said, I want you all to be on this ride with me because I'm about to be the best speaker today.
Wow.
So please, let's have it, and I do not want a side distraction. Right. I am your teacher today, and I can call you to anything you are doing. Thank you. Yes, good. Now, like I said, have you ever walked into a room without women, or like a gathering without women? How did you see it? Have you ever walked into a room, like you have walked into a room without women, gathering without women, like basically men? How did you find it? Unsafe. Scary.
Public transport.
Oh, public transport, unsafe. Okay. What other word can we get? Maybe, but in my own context, I would say that if you walk into a room, or let's say a gathering without women, it feels boring. I mean, men can be lively, but I want to believe that there is no room in the absence of women that is that lively, because we bring life to a lot of things. Hello audience. We bring life to a lot of things. We bring life to homes. We bring life, just in case you are wondering why the girl child matters. We bring life to homes. We bring life to business. We bring life to, certain rooms. And if there is like a room or a gathering without women, what do the men eat? That's one of our importance. I mean, we make provisions for their food. Maybe there are men out there that know how to cook actually, but the women, we are still on top. And what are the challenges? I know what you mean by what I am saying, please. Like our last speaker said, let's put that in the parking lot. The challenges, we understand as, part of the things we face in this, world, the girl world actually. One of which is lack of education. I feel like people believe that, the girl child education ends in the kitchen. They end up like getting married and then they don't have to like put everything they have studied to use, and somehow it is actually like a waste of time, effort, money and all of that. But I'm standing here to actually say that that is not fair on us. That is not fair on the girl child, because aside from the kitchen importance, aside from the homemaking, we have to like produce something from our brain too. Imagine organizing this Guinness World Record without women. So far saying, I want to believe that we women, we are dominant in this attempt than men. Somebody say yes. Yeah. We are actually dominant in this attempt. I mean, men are showing up, they are coming to the podium, making really nice speeches, but I want to say the women are more than men. Yeah. Now imagine you are actually like, look down on us like, oh, why are they studying? Just imagine I didn't go to school. What do I say here? I will look like I'm just there. But because of the certain education that I have acquired, I mean, I went to secondary school, university, I acquired like more than I should, and that's why I am standing here. Because I don't think I can actually do this without like, compiling like necessary sentences. So that's to tell you that we do not necessarily like end up in the kitchen at times. Sometimes we make use of our brain to serve the society, to serve the home, to serve gatherings. And that's more than being something. That's why we matter. Secondly, it is the second on the list as the challenge, one of the challenges we face as a girl child is early marriage, especially for like certain part of our country. I'm not going to mention, but I want to believe every person, maybe this audience or the global people that are watching me, I want to believe they will get like where I am trying to, head to right now. The part of which are mostly common with early marriages with girl child is, we all know, because they believe that their children, their female children, do not like really have much importance to them. What they know is, go take them to where they can serve like, the big men in their state, the big men they know. They go as far as betrothing a girl child from baby. And that's not fair on a girl child. This is actually like a national problem, because whatever happens to a gender like me has also happened to me indirectly. I mean, I'm a girl's girl. So whatever it is that my gender is facing out there is also a problem to me, directly or indirectly. However, I'm not trying to sound like a feminist. Of course, if there's anything going wrong with my other gender too, and I need to stand in, I mean, it requires my involvement. It requires my, me putting something to it. Of course, I will definitely do that. But most times, we females, I mean we the girl child, I want to believe that we face more problems in the society than that of the other gender. Somebody say yes. Yes. And one of the challenges I would say again is the gender bias. There's certain situations where they have to be like, oh, because you're a girl, you should be able to do this. because you're a girl, you should be able to do that. And then they leave the men out of the topic. They leave them out of the discussion. Imagine having to always sweep, cook, do the house chores. There are actually certain families. Actually, I didn't grow up in a home where there is actually men, cause my last speaking days I have mentioned that I was actually born to a family of 6 girls. My father didn't give birth to a male child, and I'm used to doing things with my sisters and all of that. But there are certain families, because I've stayed in face me, I slap you kind of apartment, and that kind of apartment you get to see different side of lives, different ways to live. You get to see certain families that are actually going to be the sweetest. You get to see certain families that are actually going to be the most chaotic family, and then you be like, are these people from this world? That's to tell you a face my slappy apartment is actually a world on its own to the real world. Do you get? And talking about that, I would say that for somebody that grew up like that in certain environments, I have seen certain families where they will have to separate the male treatment from the female treatment. They'd be like, oh, your sister is there, you don't have to sweep. Your sister is there, you don't have to cook. Who told you man should not cook? Who made the rule? Who told you that man should not sweep? Because it is no, I don't think it's actually globally. I feel like there is pressure on girls when it comes to chores, when it comes to certain things. Because they're actually, most times they feel like this thing they are of no use to them, because they believe that at the end of the day men carry women in their home that do all of these things for them. But really, there are really families out there that the men even actually do more chores than the wife. So talking about the gender bias, we don't really have to go through all of this. I feel like it should be a 50-50 thing. It doesn't really have to be on the 80 to 20 to 60 to 40. It should be equal. That's why it is, being, don't just treat us like, oh, we are girls and then we have to, I get it, you're training us, of which it is normal. Sometimes most of these things we don't even pay attention to them until we are grown. I used to tell people something. Normally they see me as lazy in my home, in my house, because what I don't want to do I would not do, especially if it is not the time that I wish to do it. My mother will say it, leave her alone. When she's ready to do it, she will do it. And see, most times when they are when they tell us some of these things, because I remember when I was still in my secondary school days and all of that, that I had to do. I told you guys, I said it in my last speaking days that, oh, I'm the 4th born, and so before some things get to me, maybe in the absence of my sister, maybe they have gone to work and all of that, and I told you how my dad is always drive past and then see me and Miss Guys playing at the times I'm supposed to probably be helping my mom in the kitchen or help her to sell and all of that. But that's not why we are here. What I'm trying to say is that sometimes all these things that they're trying to teach me, I didn't realize it until I started staying alone in school. A lot of things. Nobody told me to go to YouTube before I start watching some cooking videos. Oh, how can I make a redu? How can I make a bar? This was that bad. Because I didn't know how to make shit. I didn't know how to make anything. Because then when they ask me to do it, I'd be like, why? For what? I have sisters. But this is not even about sisters. It's about, if there was a man in my home then, they will be like, oh, he does not necessarily need to know how to cook. And it's a lie. There are men that knows how to cook, knows how to do house chores, do all the things that girls are expected to do. Fourth on the list is safety issues. One of the challenges we face, and this especially, it has to go straight to our our dressing pattern. The situation whereby girls they just dress according to their body size at times. I have a friend, she's very very busty. No matter what she wears, you're just going to see, it's not that she wants to expose, but you can't say because you are busty you should not allow breeze in your life. So most times she wears something that just opens her cleavage. But in a society where they have this certain stereotype around girls. They believe that, oh, she's just like dressing to probably like, seduce man out there. But most times she's just doing that for her own comfort. There are really girls that, okay, they can't go out without, they go out without bras. I don't know if the word is allowed, but they go out, leaving their whole breasts out because they just want to be comfortable. Like the discomfort that comes with this particular thing, you don't understand. It feels heavy to the point that when you strip it off after a long day from work, and then you feel, God, that's bra for you. When you remove it, you will feel at peace. And it's not something that when you see a girl that is not wearing it, you have to judge her. It is that bad. Sometimes it feels like, audience, please. Sometimes it feels like there is something heavy that is choked on you like this. So when you just remove it, you just feel like, God, thank you, I'm here, I'm alive. Especially now, imagine the small size people, then think for the big size people. So seriously, I am not actually judging that kind of person. That kind of girl, when she walks into the society, they be like, what's this? That kind of, those comments. That's like one of the challenges, like the safety issue as a challenge in a girl child, face. Thank you for the word. So if you see like a girl trying to wear something skimpy, sometimes actually indecent dressing, it is not fair. But most of us, when we do it, it's just for our comfort. It's not to allow one guy to have eyes on me, or one what do they call this word? Like it is actually eluding my mind right now, but I just know what I'm talking about. The safety issue is also like a challenge to the society, like about girls. It's not just, I want to wear this clothes just because I want the man to see me. I want to wear this clothes just because I'm at that age that I need to get married, and men are not calling me da 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 da. It's not the point. Sometimes it's just like for the comfort of it. And I'm saying this because these are things that I would do too. Like there are certain days that I've gone out freely just to feel myself, and then you don't just, they even wear, if you school in Ilorin very well, how Ilorin are very heavy on indecent dressing. Ilorin is that deep to the point that there is a certain place they call Jalba. If you pass there on a Friday and you're not properly dressed, not properly covered, they are going to like wipe Koboko. They don't care about who you are. Go and call the person. Go and call that person you want to call. If you're on a bike, they will wipe you Koboko. If you're inside Morua, they will wipe Koboko. They will chase you back to your house. Go and dress modest and come back. That's to tell you. And I can outline certain scenarios that I've had with like all these Ilorin women that they pick on dresses. And then I'd be like, you don't even know your own daughter. Please don't talk about what I'm wearing. Just because they want to be I'm one of those decent mother out there, and then they start telling you, what are you not wearing? I wish it's something that I can express the way they make you feel like, because you are wearing that kind of course I'm not like that bad or really that bad with dresses. But what I know is, as long as I'm comfortable in what I'm wearing, I don't care whatever you have to say. I am comfortable. Everyone, I am. You're not the one wearing it. I'm the one wearing it. I know what I feel inside the outfit. So if there is like any comment you want to like give, I am definitely going to like, fight you back with it. I can remember wearing like a very short skirt one day, and then this woman tested me, threw something on the floor and asked me to pick it. I picked it demure, like in a demure way. I was asking her, is this what you want to see? I wish I could like demonstrate, but you might not really like get to feel my way. But when I say demure, you should get what I mean. Like wearing something skimpy and then something is thrown on the floor just for you to pick it, just to check you that, okay, if you want to pick this thing, how will you pick it in the society where there are people? Like I have to bend down, like, Mommy, is that what you want to see? What they say? I picked it. They just be like, why do you have to go through so much stress? It's not stress for me. It might be stressful to you. It's what we do. So if they're like out there making you feel, no. Okay, I can remember a time too. That was even like my birthday period, and I was out. I wanted to go and like take random pictures. Not even like birthday shoot, just like for me to go to the restaurant, eat out, take pictures. And then in the morning I was running late. I needed to get my lashes fixed. So I wore one Kampala. The Kampala was very, very big. Like I got it from my mommy, and it is oversized, right? And under the Kampala, you know when you're just like rushing out to just do something, just wear something free. So the bike that I took, that's when I wanted to come down like this. It just look there. The thing tall actually. And then from behind, a mother was telling me, why would I wear this kind of thing and not like wear something inside, that kind of thing. She was already like talking, making me feel bad. Like this is something that is decent. If not that it's all, you cannot be telling me that kind of comment. But the way she was sounding, I had to like go down like with her, like this is not what you are supposed to say to me in this kind of situation. Okay, what if it was actually like, God forbid, what if it was an accident? And then it requires, okay, blood flowing, and then they have to like strip my clothes naked. Nobody will even care about the nakedness at the point. They will only care for my life. So if you don't have like good comment to make to me, you don't have to talk. Again, safety issues. You need to make me safe as a girl. You to be safe around you as a girl. Not you make me feel like, okay, there is something. I'm actually like currently teaching in a girl school, only girl school, and these are things that I tell my students. Basically, I don't teach. I used to teach just when I got to the school, but now I work in the ICT room with some of the data, computer works, and all of that. But you know, the relationship I've maintained with my students when I was still like teaching. These are like some of the things I say to them. You don't allow anybody to intimidate you, because I mean they're just growing young. They're like in junior secondary school. You don't allow anybody to intimidate you. Sometimes you're not disrespectful. You're only speaking for yourself. Don't let any adult make you feel like, oh, you are talking to me and no, ma, I'm not talking to you, and I'm calling you to what you should know. Sometimes these words, they sound like disrespect, but it is not. It is just like clear them. They scold old people too. You don't have to really feel bad for telling them what they should know. Some of these women, they don't care. Some of these adults, they just believe that because they are adults, they can't be called to their words. I'll call you to what you should know. Like that's how I've been taught. So if there's any way like somebody is making you feel unsafe as a girl, you need to work on that. Maybe dressing wise, maybe I mean that should not allow you to even have your own basic etiquette too as a girl too though. Right. So moving on, being silenced. Okay, it is a challenge. Because why? Just because of the I'm a girl, I shouldn't do this, then you have to be shut up. Well, I'm not one of those girls though, because I would always speak for myself, like normal. In any situation, in any settings, anywhere, I feel to be intimidated. Even if prominent people are right, sitting right here, I'll say what I have to say. I'll move. So don't be silenced. If there is certain situation, you need to speak up for yourself. Girl, speak. You have to speak. Just because this kind of things, it should be coming out from a man. Says who? I'm a girl, I shouldn't talk. I mean, it shouldn't like be something we have to. That shouldn't be up for debate. I have like quite numbers of people here that might believe that when they are like getting to a point, they need to like talk and talk and talk. Then they'll be like, do I really need to talk about this? We did not like see it as something I'm doing too much. Girl, you're not doing too much. You're just a girl. And girl to girl, I just want to hear my girl speak. Talk to me. Say whatever it is that is going on with you. I will talk you through it. It's just something that we should do for ourselves. Like let's do it. Like let's be in that community of we are girls. We should stand for ourselves. We should talk. Don't let anybody like just diminish you with anything that they have to say. It is a challenge. That's what I'm talking about it, because I know there are girls out there that need to speak up for them. There are people that have experienced rape issues. There are people that have been molested. There are people that they had their own shit of own piece of maltreatment, but because they believe that what will the society say? What stigma will it create for them? And then they don't want to talk about it. This is me telling you right now that please, whatever problem, whatever thing you're facing, it could be like rape, talk to somebody. It could be maltreatment, it could be molestation, it could be like that neighbor trying to like deceive you in, and then they have to just communicate with your sisters, communicate with the girls in your lives, communicate with every girl child around you. because it is actually a challenge when you allow them to be silenced. Some of these social media rape victim molestation things, you will see that one issue will surface, like it will come up on the social media, and then you start seeing thousands of people talking about that thing, like not that particular one. They will come out and share their own share, like share their own share of the story, like, oh, I remember when I was molested too. Before the person spoke up, why didn't you two speak? What silenced you? Talk about it. And if there's anything we should do instead of pushing a girl aside, these are like some of the things I would love to like address. Now let's talk about the educational growth. Using Michelle Obama as, will I say case study? Nah, not case study, but example. Like we all know, she's like a prominent person, and this person is somebody that advocated for like girls' education. Educational growth in the sense that we just have to be educated. Girl, boy, there should just be that educational trait in you, because without education, there's literally nothing. I want to be that business woman. I don't want to go to school. I don't want to be a career woman. When your business start getting to a certain point where you have to like talk to the international customers, how do you converse? What do you say to them? You get like a PA. Your PA spend time with you 24 hours, maybe, but I mean there are private times you will need to like want to talk to your customers yourself. This is out of topic, but I have somebody right now. Me, like I said, I live in every world though. There's no story that I want to tell me now that it will shock me, because I've seen certain things that has opened my eyes. I'll be like, oh, there's a lot. I know somebody that, okay, she's well to do. When I mean well to do, this is somebody that she's very very comfortable. But do you know the funniest part is that she's local. Like when it comes to being local, 100%. She was brought from the state, from Ilu village, and she's doing well in Lagos. She has a shop to herself in Oshodi, built house for herself, and this is somebody that is already unlocking opportunities for her children, opening shops for a male child, open shop for a female child. Why do you think she's doing like that? She's even like all about sending them to school, making sure that they have this educational trait so they don't end up being like her. For somebody who is very well to do, we call a child to come and help her to analyze something from the phone. Like, oh, if I want to make up, where will I go? And it's not that she's old though, she's not even old. This is somebody that is, okay. Like somebody 40, 50, I mean, my mother is not like, grounded in education too, but I want to be that she attended like the basics. If you see my mom's handwriting, it's better than somebody that finished from NYSC. I remember my mother, she used to help me to write when I was in secondary school. And I'll take it to school. Teachers will find it difficult to believe that it is my mother that helped me. So that's to tell you that she could attend those basic form of education, because I told you guys, my mom is actually my best friend. Sometimes when I say some things to her, I'll be like, it's sound be a graduate. Sound like a graduate mom. And then she will have to like, retouch all of her language, and then be like, oh, that's true. Because I'll say it to her straight that, is it because you finished from Form 4? She used to say, she said she graduated from Form 4. At least she still read to Form 4. She can compose English well enough. She can speak. If this woman I'm talking about could do all of that, I'm very sure that she might not have problem with some of her customers to the point that she had to be calling a child to help her, like, operate her phone or something. But what am I saying is just to let you know, like, the basic to like educational growth. It is helping. Just because she's a girl child, she should not like be packed aside that education is not important in our life. It is very very important. 100. Moving on is economic growth, and with this I would like to use Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala as I don't know, I am very wrong with pronunciation of names. That's something about me, and pardon just in case they are watching or they see the video. I mean, it's a global thing. And I would say she actually broke barriers in finance, in the sense that she set some certain grounds for us financially. This is somebody that worked her way through her life, and then she gained her ground in wealth. If she could, why can't I? If she could, why can't you as a girl be? Because she hadn't like grown to the economic standard of the world. I mean, I'm not there yet though. But be like this, I'm still planning to break generational wealth. How do they call it? It could be through education. I just want to know that yes, I'm a girl child and I matter well enough. Leadership. Using you serve that I'm not good with names, so I'll not just call her name. But this particular person, she was a young voice for girls education. Like, she tried for us. She agitated for the importance of our education, like why we should go to school, why we should not like be parked aside and used as a thing for that rich man that is well to do to be like a small wife. I mean, I can't relate to early marriage, but I would say that I was in that environment when this particular part of Nigerian tribes will use their own child as a means of exchange, or just because they are not ready to, cater to be, there for the girl child. It happened in my presence. The girl was literally crying when the man came to pick her. Right opposite my house. And I mean, she wanted more for herself, but what would she do? But I can remember saying something to my mates then that since small, I've always been speaking for myself. Even though I've received plenty slap that this your mouth is too sharp, I'll say, Emma, don't worry. Now the mouth is making money for me, but that's the way I decide. Then when I was growing, I used to tell my mate, they cannot try this with me. One man should now come now and say they want to get married to me. One day we'll not just find this thing. I swear, it's not about bragging. It's something that I can do. Because why? For what reason? I'm not saying this like globally, just in case my future husband is watching. I'm not gonna do anything, but I'm just saying like that's harmful to the girl. So I should do something harmful to the man too. Because what's the point? Moving on, we have the family development. That's like, I'm trying to talk about like the areas you should consider before you push the girl child aside. Family development, in the sense that there is no home now without the full involvement of a woman. Even as far as you feel like as a man you can do it all alone, there is still something that will still be, leave the gap of that woman that is not in your life. You will feel it. Let's not talk about like the food provision. It's not even about food. But let's talk about like the child care, the whole motherhood journey, and all of that. There are times that men cannot like make decisions in sweet marriages. Men cannot like make decisions without their women being a part of them. And really, I like men like that. That before they take any step, they call their wives. I want to do this. What do you think about this? I don't know how some of you or relationship are going, but I just believe that if you're in a relationship and the boyfriend or whoever you feel like you're dating is not like involving you in part of his life, then I don't know what to call it, because I believe that's what men should do. We should be like this. I'm not trying to divert, but it's unrelatable. But I'm just saying, from courtship to knowing maybe you're not intending to marry the person. That's to you, Sha. But if you are intending to marry the person, if you have a man in your life and then all of a sudden he's just doing something, I don't know how people don't find this thing very pissing, Sha. Because these are things that I would drag. There are actually like some partners, as far as changing phone. Some guys, they can change phone and they will not tell their girlfriend. You just walk into the room and then you see your boyfriend with a new phone and then you be like, babe, did you change your phone? That kind of thing. It's very annoying. I can break up because of it. Because why are you not involving me in your life? You have to be like, that's why I'm a woman. It's just like, imagine getting married to me and then you want to bring a big TV to the house and I'm not aware. you want to like buy kitchenwares and all of that, you're just bringing them in. We're supposed to sit down, do like the basic. Oh, what do we? You're looking at me like, what am I saying, sis? I'm not making points. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Like we have to sit down, calculate it, babe. What's up? Where are we? You know, what do we need? Not you coming and then you are bringing. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. You can be bringing. You can be doing the bringing, because I don't think I'm made for that stress. You can be pushing them in, but you know, the sitting down, talk about it and all of that. It should be like something we should do together. That's why it is. That's why it is a union. So if I'm thinking about family development, you should get what I mean. There like really no family growth without the involvement of women. Now, what are the changes to be made? Educational access, equal opportunities, changing mindset, supporting girls. See, this educational access, like I've explained it over and over again. Like, I don't really think I need to really go more into why education is really, really important. Audience, thank you. Educational access, like I said, like I've gone to it over and over again, and I don't think I should really be explaining to my own people, to my own audience that I believe they are flowing with me, why education is important in the girl child life. But let's think about the equal opportunities. I've said that before too, though, but I don't think like I actually like address it well enough. Equal opportunities in the sense that I don't think I want to do financial 50-50 with my husband. No. Financial 50-50 should be like 95-5%. 95 for him, 5% for me. If that makes sense. He has to like take care of us financially at the rate of 95%. But talking about like, you know, helping, house chores, home making and all of that. Even motherhood, except for the pregnancy that I will carry. The whole raising the child is not me alone. Please, it has to be 50-50. But the financial part, 95-5. You can do 95%, I will do 5%. 5% is the borrowing, I'll collect it back. Yes, thank you. But the whole child raising and all of that, it can be like 50. As a matter of fact, it can be like 60-40, because I've carried the baby. When I give birth to the baby, the rest should go to you small, and then the rest should go to the rest of his families, and then the little should come to me. Maybe the stop it, don't go there, don't, but the carrying, the poo-pooing, everything, you should clear it. But that's jokes actually, but I don't mind if I say equal opportunities. Like, we have to wait. It is something that we should work on. Like, just because I'm a girl, I should not be mentally stressed because of home, because of house chores, because I need to put my husband and my children in place and all of that, or because I need to like fight for my own success. I need to work more on myself. I mean, we need help. You don't have to always put everything on us, because I'm a girl. Relax, chill. You need to breathe too, because it is just a lot. Let's start from like the premenstrual syndrome to the real menstrual syndrome, then now to the ovulation, and then there will be a time when you feel like, it's time for me to get married, or you get pregnant. I can't relate because the people that have related, the lesson that they are giving us is what we are saying now, because the way they used to make it as a big deal. Sometimes I tell my mom, like, see, this pregnancy is that deep. So when you get there, you understand. So somebody will face this pregnancy journey like this. You will see some tummy, you will be scared that, hey, there will be a time that means I'll carry this thing like this. The fact that it's not even far again. You know that when you're like 20, you'll not be thinking of pregnancy. But now that I'm serving, they don't born me well. In less than 1-2 years, but I know my mommy grandchild, she will send me out of the house. But she's not rushing me. But I'm just saying, I mean, it's due time. Don't waste your time when you can just do whatever you have to do. Changing mindsets. I mean, this thing too is one of the changes to be made, because I don't understand like why a girl child will come to you that, oh, I want to be this certain thing, and then you feel like because she's a girl child she cannot achieve. I saw like a video on social media like lately, the nurse, I don't know if you guys like you guys are familiar with, girls being nurses, and then they have to be like, oh, men are not supposed to be nurses. Like, the profession is a bit girly, is a bit like, female centered profession. And then I saw like a post where like a guy took it upon himself that, oh, he's really willing to be a nurse because he has seen that, so many girls are all about, so I want to be the nurse. Men should not be nurse. But we are not talking about men here. I'm not sounding like a feminist right now. I'm just saying, like, I'm just a girl's girl. But trust me, there are some decisions like that some girls they have made just because they believe that, oh, this is for men. We are not supposed to be found in this kind of situation. As much as I believe that, it's actually hurting because I've not seen situation to attach to this. Because I believe that I've lived in every world, but I think I've not lived in that world. I've not seen a girl that chose the profession just because, oh, this profession. But I know that it's something that should happen. There will be some certain homes that they will force you to do something. They'll be like, no, you are a girl, you cannot do that. Why? Stop changing our mindsets. We have a life of our own, we have a mind of our own, we can decide ourselves. You don't need to say because you are a girl something. No, don't do that. Just like I said in my last video, the whole 25 years that is attached to so many things. Maybe you people are not following, but I want to believe that you are following. Yes, actually. Thank you, mommy. So, like I said, don't let anybody change your mindset just because you're a girl child. I mean, you have a life of your own. You have a mind of your own. Be like me. If you don't want to be like any other person, be like me. I stand for myself. Sometimes, I used to make a certain statement in my home. I stand on money, authority, and power. I don't have the money yet, though. The authority is still in process. The power to still, but what I say now is what I will be attached to myself. What is what will be attached to me in the future. So you cannot be like every other person. But me, I'm saying it now. I speak for myself. In any room, in any situation, whatever I want to be, I say it. Whatever I don't want, I say it. Whatever it is you're saying to me that I'm not cool with, I let you know. You don't have to. Are you clocking? Supporting girls, yeah, that's where I come in. I don't know if you know, maybe you don't know me on socials, but trust me, I'm just a girl's girl. I love girls. I love to talk with girls. I love to have conversation with girls. I mean, it's so cute having girls. It's so cute having like girls to share like your basic mindset with. I mean, we don't really have to talk about love. We don't have to talk about like relationship. We talk about our goals. We talk about, how to build ourselves, how to just be there as a girl. Because girls are actually making it. Girls are on it. Let's forget about like the times of our mothers that what they know is just to marry. Right? They believe, honestly. I don't mean to put anything on this. My mother evolved too, right? But it is not something that we should just address like that. We have to put it in the parking lot, like the last speaker said. So let's just like support. Let's just support like the girls. Be there for the girls. Whenever you see like a girl that is ready to confide in you, be the listener. Like listen and know what to say to comfort that kind of person in terms of business, in terms of sexual education, in terms of relationship, in terms of families, in terms of anything that you feel like might be disturbing. And that being said, I would say that we're actually girl child and really we do matter. And I would like to actually pass on the microphone to the next speaker here, KSO.
Thank you. Please let's rise as we pray. I'm glad you are not expecting prayers. This is public speaking test. Good evening, distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I am humbled by your presence, yet energized by this historic moment. Today, I'll be speaking on the effects of not shunning evil deeds in the society today. Of course, this morning, after I left the bed, I had a different topic in mind to speak about. Not until I went on X, then I saw a post from an influencer. So this influencer on X is someone who I had corrected of what he has been posting before. And I said, okay, probably this is the best time to speak on this topic. So now, what happened between me and the influencer? Sometimes last year, after Ramadan fasting, no, before Ramadan fasting, like 2 days before the fasting ends, in a country, I won't mention the country, what matters is the message. So in a country, at that country, they have the northern part, they have the southern part, they have the eastern part, they have the western part. Now, the northern part of this country, they are known, majority believe that they are always responsible for anything that has to do with banditry and terrorism, because at that part, that's where we have many cases of crime in that country. So now, we have indigenes of this country, of this northern part, who works at the western part. So after they are about to end their fasting, their Ramadan fasting, so these persons had planned that they would go from the west back to the north so they can celebrate with their families. These people are hunters, and you know hunters do use local guns. Now on their way going, they would have to pass through the eastern part before they get to the north in that country. I'm not saying Nigeria, in that country. So now, on their way going, they were stopped by a group of local security. In Nigeria, we call them vigilante. We have the normal security, we are talking the normal security are the police, the officially recognized body. But this are a group of local security body who stopped them. And this body asked them that, where are you coming from? They said, we are coming from the western part. Where are you heading to? We are heading to the northern part. Of course, before you can go to the northern part, you have to pass through the east at that country. Then local security said, please come down. We would have to search your vehicle. The reason why they wanted to search the vehicle is because of their perception of who the northerners are. Because from their statement, they could sense that these people are obviously northerners. Don't forget the topic. The topic is the effect of not showing evil deeds in the society today. As I speak, when those local security stopped them, they said, let's search your vehicle. And they came down. And they saw local guns in their vehicle. These people are who? They are local hunters. That's why they have these guns in their vehicle. The moment the local security found out, they now shouted, they said, okay, you guys are those bandits, they do those things. And when they shouted, those on the street heard, then they came. They didn't even let the local security explain further. They did jungle justice by out. They were beating them. Someone even brought out sledgehammer. Then hit it on those northerners head at that time last year. Then the influencer came online. He said, you see what's happening now? And he started ranting. And I told him, I said, Saki, where have you been since? I said, since your people has been alleged of this act and none of you spoke about it, to the extent that the people are beginning to see you as, okay, now you people, you are always responsible for this act, so there's no way about it. Then he said, you tried to talk about it. I said, you never spoke about it. You're always talking about celebrities and their flaws. I said, obviously you're a Muslim. Then what did the Prophet tell you? The Prophet said you should always shun evil deeds in 3 ways. Firstly, the first way, use your hands to shun evil deeds. If you see what is not good, correct it. The second way is by using your mouth. The third way is by using your heart. You use your heart when you are not capable of using your hands or using your mouth. I said, now, you've lost a brother. You are not trying to make amendments. what you would have done years before. So this story reminds me of this, so I decided to speak about it. Now, the breakdown of trust. When people normalize lying, cheating, and dishonesty, business collapse. 1. Relationship weakens. 2. Institution lose credibility. Don't forget what I said. When people normalize lying, cheating, and dishonesty. If you look at our society today, lying has become a norm, cheating has become a norm, dishonesty has become a norm. Because these three things have become a norm, our businesses are beginning to collapse. That's why if you employ someone to work for you, you would even have to have like 3 CCTV cameras at the place of work to be sure if he or she is not taking what doesn't belong to them. Do you get? That's why you have special book for like the sales rep, they would have a book of sales. If you sell to 10 persons, write it down. If you sell to 20 persons, write it down. Despite writing it down, the owner of the market will still have to come back and still start counting. Are these 10 milos 10? Are these 5 milos 5? Are these chocolate carbs 7? Do you understand? So in a society where people are normalized lying, cheating, and dishonesty, business collapse, relationship weakens, institution lose credibility. A society without trust cannot function. If people cannot trust each other, everything becomes harder. Contracts become harder. Friendship becomes harder. Leadership becomes harder. And if you look at it, is trust not becoming hard? It's becoming hard. Now, what is the rise of corruption? When evil is tolerated, corruption spreads quickly. Firstly, bribery becomes normal. Talking about our society today, if you walk up to an agency, you would even be the one offering them that, can I bribe you so I can go in quick? I would tell you of someone who went to the passport office. So he had arrived at the passport office at 6 a.m. in the morning. Then he realized that he was the 175 person on the queue. So what did he do? He said, because he didn't want to leave there late, so he walked up to one of the immigration officers there and he told the immigration officer that, please, I want to go in. Then the man said, of course you have a number. When it's your turn, you would what? You would go in. And he said, no, I don't want to use my number because I need to attend a meeting at this point. He said, can I give you some amount so I can go in? Then the immigration officer told him here in Nigeria that no, you have to wait till you get your turn. If it's not your turn, don't bother entering. Unfortunately for the immigration officer, the person who had offered him the bribe happens to be a senior officer who had come to test if he would accept the bribe or not. That's how the man would have lost his job if he had accepted that bribe. Another thing about the rise of corruption, when we normalize lying, cheating, dishonesty in the society, justice becomes selective. Aren't we experiencing it now? Yeah. You would see a rich commit the same crime as a poor. The rich might be asked to pay a fine of 1 million naira or should go for 6 months imprisonment. Of course, a rich man who can afford 100 million naira would pay a million naira so he wouldn't be jailed. Then the poor, on the other hand, you won't see anything like pay a million naira or go to 1 year imprisonment. You'd rather see the court has sentenced you to 25 years imprisonment without labor. That is what you are likely to see. So in a society that normalized dishonesty, lying, and cheating, of course, you are cheated on the other person if you are expecting that the rich should be considered lesser than the poor. Another thing is leaders serve themselves instead of the people. That is one of those things that happen because the people this determines who their government is. Imagine there was a day when I was talking to someone and I said I would love to join the police force. I wasn't really serious about it, I was just joking. Then he told me something, said if you join the police force then you will stop being my friend. And I asked him, I said, why did you say I will stop being your friend if I join the police force? He said, because the police are not good people. I said, you think so? He said, if police go on strike today, if police go on strike for just 1 hour, I can assure you that your security would reduce from 80% to minus 50%. Because these people you are calling criminals, they're actually your friends. But you don't just know. Do you get? And what is my point? If all of you, if we all say a group is a bad group and we decide not to join the group, then we can't stop bad persons from ruling us. I remember when Inspector General Disu, the current Inspector General of Police, was appointed, and lecturer Dr. Gab posted him alongside some other lecturers. Then I had to message Dr. Ganiu Abise Igbamboshi Gab. I said, Dr. Gab, why did you post this man? Is there any relationship between you and this man? He now told me stories of how the current Inspector General of Police used to be a good motivator to them when they were still at Ajegunle in those days. He said he would talk to them that you see the lifestyle here, you see the bad life they are living here, don't participate in this lifestyle. He said he has always been of very good morals. I said, wow, the police officer who someone else outside would have said he's not a good person. Then Dr. Gaff started telling me different things about him before the final part where he told me that you see this Inspector General of Police, he is an alumni of this school, Lagos State University. And I had to clap for him that wow. So Lagos State University LASU produced Inspector General of Police currently in Nigeria. So that is to say, if you regard yourself as a good person, for you to correct crime in the society, you have to join those agencies that will help curb crime. You can't just sit on the fence and keep complaining. You can't just sit on the fence and keep saying there's no security, they are collecting bribe from me, they are doing this, they are doing that. I can see how the current Nigerian police force administration has been working. In less than 2 months, I don't know if it's up to 2 months that Inspector General Disu was appointed, I can see how many police officers has faced panel because they collected bribe. Yesterday, I could see from the police public relation officer when he was displaying pictures of the police officer who extorted some persons at Festac. I saw it. So that's to show you that they are working effectively. They are shunning evil deeds. And the evil deeds you see today, they didn't just come up today. They are as a result of how we have been living our lives. You know, this is how a boy become a criminal. I'll tell you the story of one boy. That boy, his mom taught him to always say the truth at all times. So he got to the exam hall when he could not answer the questions. Then he told his friend said, you can copy me. He said, no, my mom has taught me not to tell lies. And his friend told him, he said, if you do not copy, you would fail this course and your mom will blame you for failing this course. In 10 minutes, like our scholarly mother said, he thought about it and he felt like failure is not an option. Of course, my mom told me not to tell lies, but yeah, I'm only trying to protect myself. Like the evildoers will say, I'm only trying to protect myself. I'm only trying to earn enough so I can pay my rent. That is why I'm collecting bribe. You get? That was what he said. Then he did what? He participated in examination malpractice for the first time. While he was participating in malpractice, the person he was copying had a comprehensive answer. What I mean by a comprehensive answer is if in a theory question the examiner asked you to answer 10 questions, that student, that is seatmate, answered the 10 questions correctly. So his his exam booklet were filled. So after submitting, he wasn't caught. Then that happiness of, oh wow, so I can actually do this and go scot free. Then that reduced the rate at which he read. When the result came out, he realized that that exam where he cheated, he got the highest score. When he got the highest score, the next exam, he did the same thing. He got the highest score. And this was how he continued. Then when he sits with his friend, he will tell his friend that you just have to cheat too. You know all this reading will not help you. You just stress yourself when you can cheat. And that's why when I was invigilating the last WAEC mock exam, I didn't joke with the students. Why? Because I remember I got a call. Then someone was telling me, care, so please, these students, just handle them with care. But you know one thing about the students is, probably because of the way I play with all of them, they feel I'll be coming to the exam or to play with them. Because they address me as KSO in school. At both King's College, FC, and other schools I have taught. When I got there, they were like, this is KSO that is coming to invigilate us. Like, okay, like, thank God. Oh. They were celebrating. If you look at them upstairs on the rail, they were just jubilating. I was like, oh wow, I'm happy for you. Even when I invigilate last student exam, they cry. Not to talk of you people. Then when I got there, there are these guys who sat at the window side. Their sitting formation shows that something criminal was about to happen. Then I have Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson came to me and said, KSO, the way these boys are celebrating is looking as if you would assist them. I said, he assist them in crime. I'm forgetting that most of my work is always against crime. I said, well, I'm trusting you with this. Then a few minutes after, the vice principal academy came, Mr. Uchis. He was like, I hope you would not give this letter. I said, why? I said, because of the way they are celebrating. I said, it's fine. People do it, I won't participate. Then they start for the exam. After sitting for the exam, everywhere was in order because at the schools I teach, you have to sit one. I like the school for that. And after a few minutes, because of the silence, I heard a sound on the floor. I just say, ah. So when I heard that sound, I looked straight to that direction. Because if you went to school truly, if you hear the sound of paper, you know. When I looked back, I saw the place the paper landed at. And I went to pick it. I saw it was what? It was a paper with prepared answers. And I was like, who is the owner of this thing? They didn't answer. But the boy who the cheat was beside, I asked him, I said, he owns this, yes or no? He said no, he denied. But you know at times, like the Nigerian constitution will say that a suspect should not be held for more than 24 hours. Do you get? Because it's just what? A suspect. Because there was no evidence that that boy owned that thing, I could not punish him. Because he said he is not the owner of the prepared answers. And the prepared answers were not caught, it wasn't caught with him. So I can't hold him responsible at that point. So I did what? I left him. I left him until he got another one again. You know one thing about being a criminal is you would always want to try. You would keep trying so you can get more. So I think the person that sent him the prepared answer knew I have taken the prepared answer. I didn't change his sitting position because if I had changed it, I wouldn't know the person that did it. Then he got another one again. When he got the other one, I didn't know he got it. But I knew he would do it. So after like few minutes, I realized he had started. You know, students who come to the exam without preparing for the exam, you will know because if the exam is for 2 hours, in the first 1 hour or the first 40 minutes, they won't write anything. So they are the one that will tell you that na 9 minutes answer sheet dey full pass. That's the slang. So at that time I went to him, then I said, you started writing scholar. And he was smiling. I said, you are very, very intelligent. I like you. I admire your level of intelligence. He said, thank you, sir. I said, okay, please stand up. He said, why? Then I searched him. I couldn't find the prepared answer. Then I said I should leave the place. So while I lift the desk, the chair, everything, then I found the prepared answer. And I said, thank you very much for doing this. I said, I won't punish you critically. I would have said you should fill my practice form. But it will look as if I am too brutal on you. But the truth of the matter is, this exam is as good as gone. Then I did what? I turned the answer booklet and I sent it back to the exam. That's how you son Ebu did. When you come back for the next, when you have to write the exam again, he's going to learn in a better way. So also, the effect of corruption. Corruption affects us economically. It causes economic stagnation. It makes the economy what? Stagnant. It makes the economy what? Stagnant. Now, let me tell you something. There was a time these local government people at Lagos State, local government, we have the local government task force. The market women used to call them council. So they will come to you. There's a bill you pay every year. So they came to my mom at that time. Then they told my mom how much she will pay. So the bill had increased. So on that day, I was just fortunate to be at her place because I don't go to her place often. Despite the fact that we don't even live far from each other. So when I got there, she was not like, this bill has increased though, that she can't pay. So she was not telling that person, the task officer, that, you know what, the amount I used to pay before, I'll give it to you. So you stop disturbing me. Instead of going to pay at the bank. And I told her, I said, if I was not here, you would have just given it to him. I said, but yeah, now that I'm here, I won't watch you bribe this man. I will complete the money so you go and pay to the bank. She said, well, I said, now, these people are being paid by the state government. The money they get from the state government is expected that it's from the revenue they generate. So now, if you are paying this person directly and not paying to the state account, where do you expect the government to get money from? Then the economy becomes stagnant. Because this money is supposed to, the account is there, Lagos State, I've forgotten the account, but I know it has Lagos State something. Then the account was GT Bank, the account number was on it. These are the people. Some persons do it to Lagos State Waste Management Authority, Loma. When they are supposed to go and pay at the bank, you would see them tell the Loma agent, the Loma inspector, they might be, ma, I'm sorry, ma. I'm sorry, sir. Please, let me give you this amount so you can help us clear the debts and not block our house. This is the origin of economic stagnation. The economy will become stagnant. Of course, bail is free, isn't it? But you, as a person, can't stand on the right saying bail is free. There was, I think 2 months ago, one of my political son called me, Jimo, the chief whip of Kasa in last week. When he called me, he said he was arrested. And I said, are you still with the police? He said no, that they confiscated his phone and they had to pay so he could be released. And the first thing I told him, I said, you are very, very stupid and I am disappointed that you ever mentioned my name outside, that I'm your godfather. I said, the reason why I'm disappointed is, ever since the time I've been at the school, when I was in school, if any of my classmates, not just my classmates, my schoolmates, have any problem with the police, we as a student union would go there, would address the issue, and they will hand over the student to us without paying any amount. I experienced it when Bolu was arrested, when Wale was arrested, when Drew Dike was arrested, and the likes. The law is there. But it is for you. It's going to be at your benefit if you understand the law. Also, also, not shunning evil deeds, it weakens our justice system. If wrongdoing is ignored, criminal feels empowered. If wrongdoing is ignored, criminals feel empowered. I think I need to repeat it so you can process it. Maybe you understand the information. If wrongdoing is ignored, criminals feel empowered. As an African child, I'm proud to call anybody that dressed indecently and post a video online. I'm proud to call them criminals as an African child. But because their wrongdoing is ignored, they feel empowered. And that's why if the likes of Barrister Favour posts her wig and her dress as a lawyer, we would give her less attention. When she check her likes, she'll be seeing 500 likes. Then when we check the likes of that person that is misbehaving, the person who is practicing moral contradiction, we'll be seeing about 5,300 likes, 120,000 likes. Because wrongdoing is ignored. We are empowering what? Criminal. Aside from that, I was telling one woman one day, she said her child failed her first WAEC exam. Her child failed the second WAEC exam. Now this is the third WAEC exam. How do I know if anybody can refer her to where she will do special center where her child will pass the exam? I told her, I said, Mommy, I know people who do it though. I said, Mommy, I can't refer you to those people that do it. I said, why? I said, because I love integrity. When I was doing my exam, at least I did JAM 4 times, right? I did WASE and WAEC once. I failed mathematics, I had D7 in maths. Then I had to go and do NECO. I told her, I said, if I can do like that, let your child keep doing it until your child passes the exam. He said, don't you know she will go to university? I said, no, man. The requirements that your child get admitted into the university is that she had passed some required examinations. It's not that she had cheated for some required examination. It is that she had passed. She had certified the requirement. Because when I was looking at my BA certificate, it was written there, this person had certified the requirements as stated by Lagos State University last week. Do you understand? So he wants us to help you rig your child's examination. But I heard you curse politicians who had rigged the election. Those who rig the election because they are able to finance it. They have the power, they have the capacity to do it. You understand? So now, you want to finance your child examination malpractice because you are in the capacity to finance it. Then she said I'm sounding like an only person. And I told her, I said, if you come to Bay Rock on a Friday, there's another tendency that you will see me there, bribing to Burna Boy. I said, that's not a righteous person behavior. There is a place for humanity. There's a place for religion. We should always understand that humanity comes first before religion. The same way you being an African comes first before you being a Nigerian. If you go to a society where you are to represent Africa, you would mention Africa before you mention you are from Nigeria. But in a place where you are to represent Nigeria, you would mention Nigeria first before you mention that you are a Yoruba or you are an Igbo. In an institution where you mention you are to represent Yoruba and Igbo, you would mention you are Yoruba before you mention I am from Ijebu Ode. The same thing has to do with being an human. Because before they call you an idol worshipper, before they call you a Jew, or before they call you anything, they would first call you a human being. You don't get the point. In Yoruba land, when you give birth to a child, this is very, very common. When you call someone, like when I was seated here, someone sent a voice note to me saying, here, so must be more. He said it completely. that he has given birth to a male child. If you look at the message, he didn't say I have given birth to a Jew. He didn't mention I have given birth to a African traditional worshipper. He mentioned I have given birth to a what? To a boy, a human being. So being an humanitarian comes first before any other thing. The fact that we've lost the features of who an humanitarian is, that is why we are expecting that the religious organization is supposed to tell us how we would correct the wrong in the society. And that's why you empower criminals when you ignore what they do. If that child who was involved in the malpractice, if I had let him go, he would be happy now. If I had said, okay, you know what, take another question and start again. Of course, he may still have access to it. Of course, if he has a magnetic brain, he would still know some of the things he had written down. You don't empower criminals. Because at that stage, I remember Cheneta Bukola, she was a graduate assistant when I was in 100 level. At that time, she just came back from Brazil, so she came to teach us Portuguese grammar at that time. Yes, Portuguese grammar. So at that time when she came, very young, smart, vibrant, gorgeous. So when she came, there are a group of boys in our class who believed that she would be very welcoming, that when you offer her money, she would accept, maybe you pass. Of course, when I saw her in the first instance, I was thinking about that. But it's none of my business, because at the end of the day, I won't come to you for help. Then, while we were doing our test then, after our test, she shared the test script. I didn't know one thing she did. When she was sending the test results, we had our names, not even our magic number this time around, our names in a PDF file with our score. She sent it to the general group. When I first saw it, that fear first came that, why is this auntie so brutal like this? You don't even hide the score, you just send all the score to the group. Then I checked my score. Over 20, then I think I scored 11 or so. But I was in 100 level. Then I was seeing people who had 1, 0. Hey. It's like, she's supposed to cover it. And I was telling, no, Bolu was talking to Bolu, was like, I don't like the way that lady behaved. She should have just keep this thing now. She shouldn't have just displayed her results publicly. And I said, we have language and stuff. That was what I told him that day. I said that is what makes linguistics stylist. They call it stylistics linguistics. But when I say stylistic linguistics, you might think I'm joking. I will tell you what it means now. If you are writing a sentence, and in that sentence you have God, right? And you must write God in capital letter and write gods in small letter. That is language, that is style. Do you understand? If you want me to explain further, it's $10,000. So now let me proceed. So when he came back to me, he said, I don't like the way that teacher did. Why would she just upload the result on the group? I said, I've never experienced such thing before. He said, but what did you score? He said, I had 0. Yeah. I said, you are the first person I would ever see to acknowledge the fact that I had 0. Because people always say, she gave me. I said, you try, you are very sincere. I said, my advice for you is that you prepare for exam. Because if someone can do like this to you in a test, it tells you to expect more during the exam. And the third person said something, he said, last, we go pay. Do you understand? He said, last, we go do it, we go pay. At that time, the persons I had in my school then, I had the owner of Viper Entertainment, Froze Viper. I had Nino Viper, I had Drake Viper, I had Sinzu and the likes. These people are people who, when we have holiday in school then, they will leave school and go to Dubai for their holiday. They are not Babcock students, they are LASU students. So they will leave school to Dubai for holiday. So they're having this feeling that we can always, at least we have the money now, we will buy it. Imagine in 2021, someone coming to class in 2021 with a gold chain of 20 million. You know how valuable Naira was in 2021. So that feeling was there that you can always pay. Nothing will stop us. Then we did our exams. After our exams, I won't mention their names, but at least 3 of them texted me. It was like, KSO, please, I'm not sure if I'm seeing my result. And I said, if it's carrying your magic number, then it's your result. If it's carrying my magic number, then it's my result. So what are you saying? He said, I had 3-0 in only Portuguese. I said, have they released English result? Because it's a combined honored course. He said, I have not seen English results. I said, the chance that you'll be rusticated from this school is very high. He said, because English department does not even joke at all. Because we have the likes of Professor Rachel Bello, a capacity, a nation builder, a scholarly mother, a motherly scholar, a woman of integrity. I would always acknowledge that because for once she never gave room for bribery. I remember the day we wanted to give her a gift. He said, you are giving me a birthday gift. I'm happy, oh, thank you very much. Do you know what she did? He said, HOC follow me. I wasn't the HOC. And she took the HOC somewhere. She said, how much do you think this bag will cost? The HOC spoke it, told her, and she said, okay, I like it. Then she went on to buy a gift. She bought drinks, she bought snacks, she bought a lot of things that she knows it's more than the amount of the things she bought. She said, take it to your classmates, let them celebrate my birthday. The moment we received it, I told our class rep, Uche Ono, I said, Ono, Mama has returned the gift we bought for her. That is what she's trying to do. Ono said, do you think that way? I said, she saw what we gave to her as a bribe. So she's returning it back to us so that at the end of the day, we won't tell her that, Mommy, you are owing us something. After we have given you, after we have gifted you on your birthday, see the result you are giving us. That is it. Then, back to the carryover team. When he reported, then he said, I'll try and talk to Senator Bukala. I'm sure she will listen to us. And she texted Senator Bukala during the holiday till after holiday. She didn't respond to his text. Then when they got to school, they were like, Ma, we're not supposed to fail 3 courses. Then she said, what gave you assurance that you're not supposed to fail 3 courses? Then he said, you know what? If you have any problem with your results, write a letter to the head of the department. Then I will present all your scripts to you. For those persons that will say, they don't used to mark our scripts. They just used to give us score. Then he wrote a letter. After writing the letter, she presented the scripts for the 3 courses. Then after presenting the scripts, what do you think will be the next thing? The next thing will be what? They start attracting pity. Please, man, pity us. You will not just pity us alone. We are ready to pay you whatever it costs. Don't forget, these people in question, they're my very good friends. They are my very good friends. In short, before people started calling me KSO in 2017, the name they have always called me was Father of Justice. And that happened because when I was in SS2, because of me, the Commissioner of Education came to my school. Why? Because one of our teachers did something that is not good to me. I told him, he didn't answer. And there was one place I used to go to after school. At that place, you would meet great people there. Of course, I don't know their capacity, but I just know I used to meet these people because I am always loyal to them. And when I got there, I told them that, see what my teacher did to me today, very, very bad. How can you treat me this way? I won't tell you anything. And they said, seriously, don't worry, just calm down. And the first call was Honorable Abdulhakeem Abdulateef, the former Commissioner for Women Affairs, under Babatunde Rajashola tenure, the first tenure and the second tenure. They just put the call. Then after speaking to him, I heard that was Commissioner for Women Affairs. I was like, why now? I don't really mean it. And the next thing was Commissioner of Education. Then Commissioner of Police came. So ever since then, I won't tell you the remaining story, but ever since then, everybody will call Father of Justice, Father of Justice, Father of Justice. Let's leave that. Back to the story of the people that want to pay bribe. They are my friends. Of course, I should pity them, isn't it? Yes. I walk up to her with gifts. Before walking up to her with gifts, they met her at the school gate. ASU has two gates. There's a main gate. The main gate is very close to my faculty, Faculty of Arts. That was not the gate. The other gate, the one close to the main auditorium, Obamawa Auditorium, which was named after the former military head of state in Lagos State, Obamawa. So they carried a bag down to the department. They were like, she was like, why are you guys following me over? I said, we need your help. What do you need me to do for you? They had 3 carryovers, of course, can you come, like you are ready to do anything, man, anything you want. And you know, in society like this, when people hear anything you want, when someone tell you anything you want, you should understand what anything you want means. If it's a guy that is telling you anything you want, his one thing is money. But if it's a lady that is telling you anything you want, it's in two ways. It's either she wants to pay financially or physically. So these ones, they were made at that point. And they said, we'll give you anything you want. She was like, what do you want to give me? I said, any amount. Any amount. Then she said, you know, the only thing I would appreciate from you guys is that you go and prepare for the exam you've carried, so you do it again. Of course, Senator Bukola likes me so well. Then my friends came to me. They were like, KSO, I'm begging in the name of God. He went on his knee. I told him, I said, please stand up. You're my friend now. You don't need to kneel down for me. What do you want me to do? Don't kneel down for me. They said, please, I want you to beg Senator Bukola for us. So help us beg her because we don't want 3 carryovers is too much. 3 carryovers is too much. We was begging. And I told him something. I said, this was how I spoke to him. To be honest with you, I'm sure there's a slight tendency that we watch this video. And I said, my friend, honestly speaking, I felt very, very bad that you have a carryover. But the only help I'll do for you is, anytime I'm going to be reading, I'll read with you. And I'll guide you that you pass the exam when you write it. It was like, so you already had the plans that I will be writing the exam. I said, you write the exam now because you did not pass the exam in the first place. You have to write the exam. Then he was mad at me. He left on that day. Then the next day was giving one kind of attitude. I saw him, I greeted him, I was like, after my guy. Of course, after greeting him, he was like, this guy, they always do one kind, they always show pattern, Kenika. He just spoke, talk his mind. Then I left him. After the semester got to an end again, he did the same mistake in second semester. In second semester, he had another 3 carryovers. Plus the former outstanding, making 6. Then he came back to me, he was like, okay, so maybe it's time to be your friend. And I said, now you are talking. But before, you were keeping distance. In life, there are some persons who are better than you. You know one thing about life is the thing that man on airport has, I don't have it. Do you understand? See, their field where you would play a very good role that would not play that good role. So the fact that I'm doing well in this field does not make you a lesser person. So if you must need my field to excel, the best thing you should do is to come to me. When the HR who came yesterday, who I handed the mic to, who was saying his predecessor, the man of white, when he was talking yesterday, he said something. He said, at times, you might have more experience than the person you are calling your mentor. Then in his explanation, he said something. He said, there was a time where he was learning to use X, that was called Twitter yesterday, that is now X. He said, the person that was teaching him how to use X is 10 years older than that person. Not just that he's 10 years older than the person, that he has achieved so many things than the person. I said, but that does not justify the fact that he can't learn from him. You understand? So of course, you have your own role. Look, my friends at that time, these people I'm talking about at that time, they are doing very well financially, because when they come to school, they will come with exotic cars, and they are not from rich home. they worked for it. I don't know the work they do, but they worked for it. Do you get? So the fact that they are good in that aspect does not mean they should not learn the other aspect. So they have to come and learn because they know at this field though, the person that can help us on this field is KSO. And mind you, the KSO we are talking about, there are many fields that I wasn't good at, but I would also go and learn because I must pass. At that time we had this guy called Segbenu. He's from Badagry. So Segbenu at that time, Segbenu is good when it comes to semantics. We have morphology. Okay, yes, semantics and syntax. Do you understand? So under that semantics and syntax, there's what we call transformational generative grammar that we do. So there we have traditional grammar and transformational generative grammar. The only part that I'm very used to, the only part I understand well is that transformational grammar part. Because at that part it's just about subject and predicate. If I say she is a boy, the she is what? The subject there. Every other thing that follows is the predicate. You see how simple it is? That is why I love traditional grammar. But when it comes to transformational generative grammar, when you start doing she is a girl, you first have your subject. When you write the S, you will now draw one tree that looks like atomic structure in chemistry. So when you draw that tree, here you now have another subject, she is, you now have verb. So under verb, you now have this one, finite verb, infinite. You start having this different type of tree. That was where I knew that chemistry students were joking, beside language students. So at that point, I would go and learn from him. Because I know Segun, when it comes to statistics, is very, very better. Then when it comes to phonology, at that time, I would go and learn from Hannah. Yeah. I'll meet Hannah. Say, Hannah, please, I don't know this thing. There are many times during night class then that I would leave where I used to stay, because where I do read at Central Language Laboratory. The dean would give me the key to read at that place because of trust. So that place is very comfortable because we had ACs there. There are little exposure to mosquito at that place. But because I want to learn from Hannah, I would leave that comfort zone to a open classroom where Hannah reads, where mosquito will bite me. I would go and meet her there. So that's what I want to learn from her. Do you get? But when the result comes out, will it show in the result that it was Hannah that taught me? No. At some point in life, you might have something that the other person did not have. But that does not mean if you need that person to pass through the next stage, you should not acknowledge the person. Like when the dean was speaking this morning, I got here around 6 a.m. and the dean was the speaker when I got here. Then when he was talking, he said something, and what he said, the heading I can give his statement was the illusion of endless growth. So what he meant by illusion of endless growth is, he said, when you are at the top, don't start having that feeling that I have arrived, nothing will bring me down from this position, I will keep being here for life. And I remembered Nokia phone at that time, when Nokia was dominating the telephone market. But at that time, Nokia forgot its source. The source was, before Nokia came, there is this telephone that you would have on the table. Maybe that's why they call it telephone. You would have it on the table. It has this one long wire that you put on your ear. Hello, Sabongiri. Agree? Do you understand? In a Zaman soldier that used to make call. Do you understand what I'm saying? So Nokia, when Nokia was coming, Nokia came with, people are not convenient using this thing. Because if, imagine you are trying to go from here to Ojo, how will you carry this thing? Then they came with what style? They came with, okay, let's do a mobile phone that people can carry, people can work with anywhere they are going. So now, if you look at its origin at that place, its origin was to what? To make things easier for people. If you look at it. So now, at the point she was dominating the market, I'm using she because she is producing. That's why I'm using she for her. So at the point she was dominating the market, she had that illusion of endless growth that I would always dominate for life. I would always dominate for life. And that was how she slept off why smartphones came up. She was feeling like there's no reason, there's no need to up my game. I am the one dominating the market. And that's how she began to lose her stand till Nokia became what people were about. The same thing with Omo, same thing with Bimbo, the same thing with Area, the same thing with Clean. Now, if you ask a 7-year-old child about Bimbo, there is a very high tendency that they will say they have not heard of the name before. That is to say, at every point in time, at every level you are, change is very constant. The illusion of endless growth, you have to what? You have to take away that mentality. You have to put more to work so you can remain at the top. Of course, it's only at the top. That's why you don't know who to trust. But don't let that discourage you from staying at the top. So I explained that I supported that my friends will write the exam. Why? I shunned evil deed at that place. I would have followed them to say, Senator Bukola, apparently I know she would not listen. But I would have just tried to be a fake friend by saying, let me follow you now. Now I'm going to meet her. I will now start prostrating for unreasonable frustration. Prostrating for criminals. Yeah. One of our problems in today's day is that we don't call a spade a spade. You don't call what? A spade a spade. The day one of my cousins saw money on the floor, then she picked it. And she now told me that, Omo, KS, to see this money where I see for the floor. The first thing I said, the first sentence I said, you are a thief. That was what I told her. Then she said, why do you take everything personal? I take it personal because you are a thief. How will you tell me you saw money on the floor? See, do the floor produce money? He said, of course, I don't know the owner of this money. I don't know the owner of this money. I said, you know what? Now, what did our constitution say? Our constitution says that, I'm not talking about Nigerian constitution. I'm not talking about Nigerian constitution now. I'm talking about the constitution I believe in. The constitution I believe in says that if you found money on the floor, you have to look for the owner of that money. If you did not see the owner of the money, you will keep that money for 1 year. If after 1 year the owner of the money did not come, then you go and give that money to the needy. Maybe you take it to motherless baby home, or you take it to the needy. Probably use the money to buy food for people that they are starving. Do you understand? So at that point, when I told my sister that you're a thief, my cousin that you're a thief for picking that money, she felt bad. I could read her facial impression that this guy, everything to her, like she was like, hey, you called me a thief. That was the first time I was calling her a thief, and since then I never called her that name again. Calling a spade is spade. If someone is doing something like, which one is I have 2 boyfriends? What's the meaning of I have 2 boyfriends? Which one is misappropriation? What is misappropriation? Who jale, don't jale? He's a thief. Which one is the child is light finger? Won't forward? What is the jale? You understand? Your child is a thief. Misappropriation is what? Stealing. You stole. You understand? It's not just stealing again. You're a premium thief. Like, you stole a lot of money. Like, try and put some sophisticated words in front of that crime. So the person committing the crime would feel bad that, omo, na me dey go check dictionary for because of the crime wey I commit. Shunning evil deeds. While I was planning adventure, I remember adventure was one of those things, one of those extraordinary things I did in my life. I'm sorry I had to go into this story, but I want us to understand something. So at the time, in Lagos State, there's what we call Afro-Brazilians in Lagos. So I was fortunate in 2023. Yes, 2023 I was fortunate to be the youngest person to be their president in Lagos State. Because it has never happened that their president is serving as a student. So I was fortunate to be the president, and the director for LASUCAS then was Dr. Sunday Bamishile Domingos. So at that time, I told LASUCAS, I said, we would run an adventure. Said, adventure? Yes. I said, we'll be living here, we'll be going for an outing for 2 days. Said, we'll go to Slave Museum, we'll go to a point of no return. Then later in the night, we would leave, then we'll go and have party. So what is your intention? I said, I want to experience the things that my ancestors experienced. I want to see their pain. I want to feel their pain from a very far place. Do you understand? Like, you want to feel someone's pain from a very long distance. When we went there, I saw the chains, I saw those things they're using writing tabs for them. I went to the attenuation well, the well where they drink water from and they lose their memory. I told the man that I was going to drink from the well, but he said I should not drink from the well. He did not allow me. I wanted I was about to prove to him that I would drink the water and nothing is going to happen. Do you understand? But he said, no, don't drink the water. Please don't drink the water. Your future is bright. Of course, it's very bright. That's why I want to drink the water. So I had to walk from there to the moment you cross the water, you get to one place where they write the point of no return. It is the point of no return because if you would return from that place, you would not return alive. And if you will not return, you will be going to Brazil. So what was the goal? The goal was that Portugal at that time, Portugal economy was bad. So Pedro Alvarez Cabral and Henry the Navigator led an adventure. So they said they would explore other land to see if they would get species to make Portugal a better place. Do you understand? So while they were going, while they were sailing, they were stopping at different places. But of all the places they had been stopping, they did not see a place whose land is good for germination, for plantation, until they got to Brazil. At that time when they got to Brazil, it was not Brazil. I'm talking about the 15th century, in 1500. At the time they got there, then they realized that this land is very fertile. It's good for what? For plantation. Then what did they do? They moved from there, they settled there, and they made it known to the occupants of the land that, oh, you occupant of the land, in my own voice, oh, you occupant of the land, your land is very good for plantation and would like to settle on your land. Probably because you guys have not discovered the goodness on your land. Don't forget that when petroleum was discovered at Oloibiri town, it was not Nigerians that discovered petroleum. It was the Europeans. Do you understand? So that is the same thing that happened at Brazil in 1500. So after they had discovered, I'm telling you the history, what led to our ancestors being transported as slaves. So now, after they had discovered that that land is good for plantation, they started doing plantation for some years. So within those years, they realized that the Brazilians were falling sick. Majority of them were dying. So the likes of Henry the Navigator were like, these people are dying. They are falling sick. Why are they falling sick? Why are they dying? Then he realized that it was the stress of plantation that is making them die, that is making them fall sick. Then someone brought a suggestion. The person said, if these people are dying like this, then if we continue this way, in few years, we might not even be able to achieve what we want to achieve. And the dream of making our economy better at Portugal, the dream will just die. They didn't know what they did. Then they said, I have a suggestion. There are some persons in some place of the world that they are very strong. We have known them to always be a very strong person. That was how they moved from Brazil. So while they were coming from Brazil, they carried guns, they carried dry gin, they carried mirror, and so many things. So they moved from Brazil, they came to Nigeria. But before they came to Nigeria, history made us know that they had gone to a place called Bantu within that Cape Verdean area. But that's not the place. I'm talking about my own ancestors. I'm talking about the Nigerians. Now, So why they came to Nigeria, that's why in history the Portuguese are the first to come to Nigeria. They are the first. So why they came at that time? They came to exchange slaves for what? For dry gin, for mirror and the likes. So we had Seriki Abbas at that time. Seriki Abbas was a slave merchant. I was fortunate to go to his graveyard. I saw his grave. I took his umbrella. There was an umbrella that, God, ancestors so far. There is this umbrella at that time. That umbrella, one person would have to carry the umbrella so that he won't be beaten by the sun or by the rain. Even when there is no sun or rain, the person is always carrying the umbrella. So I told them that I would like to carry the umbrella. When I carried the umbrella, the difference between a 25 kg of cement and that umbrella, I don't think the difference is much. So I don't know how you will tell someone, an human being like you, to carry such thing. That's a sign of being inhuman, to carry that kind of umbrella for you. When I carried, the man said, you see, say you don't fit carry wetin your ancestor carry. Then I understand the price my ancestors paid, and that's why I would always regard them as the best in the world. So now that's not it. So now at that point, there's where in that place at Badagry, probably it's important you visit that place, because as an African child, if you don't visit that place, you are not helping us, honestly speaking. It's very important you visit that place so you would understand the origin, what our ancestor has been through. So when I left there, in Seriki Abbas compound, that is where we have the Brazilian barracoon. The Brazilian barracoon is that small room they called for you, that they will put about 40 slaves in the room. I saw the windows of those rooms. And I can tell you for a fact that if any of us in this generation, one in one, not even 40 to 40, one in one is put in that room, we might not survive 3 days. So imagine putting 40 persons in that room. Those people are very strong. I'm sure they are stronger than us. So after seeing all of those things, I saw the room. Then I saw the chain they're using, chaining them. They will chain them on their neck and on their legs. Of course, they were pictures. They were available pictures, but those chains, I saw them with my eyes. Not just me and the people who went on adventure together. I saw the chain, and I lifted the chain. I don't have the video yet, but I can tell the Lagos State this thing to send it to me. So when I saw the chain, I lifted that chain. That chain is heavy. So now it's not one man to one man chain. It is when you chain one person, you would attach the chain to the other person. So now this is the plan. This is where the stress comes from. So when they move from the Brazilian barracoon, they will walk forward to a particular place. So at that place, they would enter ferry or boat or ship, whatever is available at that time. But when I was going, I used ferry because it's a very big water. So when we enter that ferry, we will get to a place where you will see the journey of no return. So when you come back from that ferry, you now start walking to where they are calling that point, Gongon. Distinguished guest, while I was walking from that place where they wrote journey of no return to where the Atlantic Ocean is, the Atlantic Sea is, it's about 30 minutes walk. Yeah, it's about 30 minutes walk. I remember Sammy of Lagos, the CEO for Cloud X, he went with us on that day. He said, I won't work with you because it is you that want to do adventure here. So I would use a horse. Then he had to rent a horse. We were about 300 I went. When I was going there, then it was a very dangerous decision, because then we have Professor Tayo Ajayi. He's a professor in Portuguese language. He told me something, said, that adventure you said you want to go to, I'm not supporting the adventure, because I don't know why you go on a journey where you will not come back on that same day. And you are going with, he first asked me that, how many of you are going? When I showed him the list, he was saying, at that time it was not 300, he was saying 200 and something. He said, are you telling me you want to take over 200 people to a place and you're not coming back on that day? And I told him, I said, sir, I would handle it, nothing will happen. He said, don't forget that your studentship is at stake. you are taking over 200 persons to a place. At that time, you didn't even know that it's up to 300. And you're telling me that you won't come back on that same day. Kill and work it. I told him, I said, sir, I think. Then I told him something. You know, at times you want to win your lecturer at with their own word. And I said, sir, you know that when we got to this school in 100 level, you taught us introduction to Afro-Brazilian studies. So that was where you told us about our history. When our parents, our forefathers and the likes were. He said, yes, continue. So I was not telling all those. I said, now, we want to do a practical. We want to go and see those things you've taught us. Because you only taught us theory. Then he said, okay, I taught you theory. You want to go and see the practical. There's no problem. But Kasali, that was the way he said it. He said, but Kasali, kilo de there, she felt danger. Like, why are you not coming back on that day? Maybe it's just to go and see. I said, sir, the thing is, by the time we get there, I won't lie to you, sir, it will be very late. And I don't want us to be working at night because I can't guarantee my people's security. So please, sir, I had made plans that I will be staying in a resource center overnight. Then he thought of it. You know, at first, he had fallen in love with the first one when I said, we want to go and do practical of what you have taught us. But the father said, we will stay overnight. He was not thinking about it at the resource center. And I said, who is in charge of the resource center? I told him, I said, the resource center is owned by a Controller General of Custom. I said, there's maximum security, there's everything. Then he said, okay, he said, but I don't think I will support it. Then he called the director of LASU, Central for Afro-Brazilian Study, Sunday Bamshile, Dr. Sunday Bamshile. Then when he called him, and Dr. Sunday Bamshile said, wọ́n sọ fún mi o, wọ́n ní pé àwọn fẹ́ lọ. Wọ́n ní èmi náà rò ó. But there's one thing about Dr. Sunday Bamshile, he is very fatherly. He's a fatherly scholar. Do you understand? So he understands the intention. But the point was, he said, this thing is something you should know about. But will any of us follow you to the place? Of course, we can't follow you because we have other things we want to do. Then he called me, one on one. He said, I'm calling you today as a father. He said, please, at that place you are going to, be very, very careful. He said, make sure that nothing happened at that place. He said, hope you know that an event like this has never happened in this school. That you'll be going to one place for 2 days, coming back the next day. He said, please, make sure you take full responsibilities of your people. And that was how 300 of us went to. So when we got to the place, we trekked down to the point. I now start to imagine that if I'm trekking for about 30 minutes and I'm feeling this way, so what about those women that had that heavy chains on their neck and their legs? How will they feel going to that place? What's the feeling? Trekking from that place with that heavy chains on their neck. From that point, I start to respect forefathers that they have paid a very big price, which is not just a very big price, it's an extraordinary price. They laid the foundation for everything we do today that we call enjoyment. And that's why I will tell people that these people had laid a lot of morals. They have laid great foundation. Make sure you don't dent the image of Africa and Africanness. So now back to the conversation. After my friend had promised he would join me in reading, gradually, he started passing those courses he has failed. And in 2 semesters, he was able to clear those carryover courses. Of course, there are times where, personally, I would find a very difficult course. My department is one of those departments that will tell you that at this place, your first class is no guarantee because in our history we never had it. They will tell you in our history we never had it. But before I left, Precious had it. But why Precious had the first class? You know there's always bad belly now. So when he had the first class, I acknowledge the fact that Precious had the first class. But most people did not acknowledge the fact. They said because he had good relationship with the lecturer, that was why he had it. But that's their business. It doesn't change his result. So now there are points where I would find courses that are very tough, but this is what I do. When I find very tough courses, I would read openly and I would say, okay, you know what, this is the goal. The goal here is that I must not fail this course. So when I get in, I would keep fighting till I think at some point I had to acknowledge my department and say my department does not do like this. My department is not unjust. You know why I said my department is not unjust? Why I said that is because anytime I'm writing an exam, before I submit my exam question, before I submit my exam answer booklet, in my mind I already knew, I'm already calculating what I will score. That year when Davido, Nigerian musician, when he did birthday, when he said, if you love me, send me money on my birthday. I don't know if you remember that story. When he did his birthday in November, when he said, he posted on IG that if you love me, send me money. Then he opened a Wema bank account where people started sending him money. On that day, I was doing ENG, I was doing introduction to literary appreciation, thank you. That exam was the toughest exam in that semester for me. After writing the exam, in my head, I already knew, KSO, you can't have more than 2. You can't have more than 2. I was already calculating it. When I got outside, I was feeling very bad. But the moment I got outside, I met some lackadaisical friends. Although they helped me on that day. They're like, KSO, you know, see, waiting the trend. I was like, waiting the trend. They're like, if you don't, today's the close birthday now. They tell people, say me they send money. Better don't send money. This one don't send money. So when I was saying, I was like, seriously. So I brought out my phone. Okay, my phone was not with me because I had to keep it for the exam. So I had to run down to the cafe, collect my phone from Big Bang. And I went on the IG, I saw the trend. And I was like, oh my, it makes sense. So from there, that night, Mona Boy dropped song. And when I got to my house, I started listening to the song. That was how I forgot about the exam trauma. Because of course, I've submitted the exam question. So no matter how much I think, nothing will change. And there's this feeling I have, the feeling that I prepared for it. But I would say my preparation was not enough. Because if it was enough, I won't be panicking at that point. And despite that fact, I won't use my practice as a plan B. It won't happen. I think part of being sincere, I think some persons believe maybe magic used to happen in their exam because of some things. I remember I was writing one history exam one day. That history exam that I was writing, when I was going for the exam, I could not comprehend because it was, okay, I had 3 exams. 1 on that day, 2 on the next day. So I read for this one. Then the second one, I read for the second one. So the third one, I couldn't read for the third one, the history, because my head on that day was blank. As I carried the book, as I start to read, like I won't get anything. And I said to myself that there's nothing I can do here. The best thing I can do is to just do what? Sleep and go for the exam that I can do. So now when I got to the history exam, I started writing. It was looking familiar, but sometimes I was seeing unfamiliar spirits. But I kept writing. You know, when I finished writing, I did what? I submitted. See, as that exam mode, I had every chance to cheat. Do you know what I had every chance to cheat is? I'll tell you the reason why I have every chance to cheat. When invigilators come to the class, to my exam hall, they have this trust for me that if they are searching everybody, they won't search me. If they are looking at everybody, they won't look at me. Even when I don't know the particular thing, they have this feeling that he knows it. Imagine the invigilator will come to class and say, this one will score 5. In my head, I know I will score 3, not 5. Do you understand? The level of trust, we built that level of sincerity. They will say, this one cannot cheat, oh, we know him very well. But if I decide to cheat, they won't know. But the moment I decide to cheat, that's the moment I will start feeling. Because that integrity, I had lost it. So after writing that exam, in my mind, I was like, maybe I will score 3. Then I had persons, this one are even female, who came to the exam with prepared answers. I was seeing the magic they were performing was not African magic. I saw the magic they were performing. I saw the way they were doing everything. Of course, I could have just raised my hand up and say, excuse me, sir, this person is cheating. Just imagine you are in an exam hall, and someone is cheating at the exam hall. Then one of your fellow students now raise up his hand and say, excuse me, sir, this person is cheating. How will you people look at the person? Please tell me. How will you look at the person? As a bad person, right? I don't know if you are getting it. You get the message. If you are writing an exam, and one of the persons you are writing the exam with raises his hand up, then points at one of you that, excuse me, sir, this person is cheating, and the person is cheating truly. How will you see the person? You will see the person as a bad person. That is what the society has constructed us to be. So we now see people who speak against evil as what? As bad people. When I saw them, I could not shun them because in my principle I believe there are 3 ways you can use to shun evil deeds. And why do I believe that there are 3 ways? This mindset came after reading the hadith. When we say hadith means the saying of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So when I was reading the hadith, so he was talking about shunning evil deeds. One man came to him. The man said, "Oh, you Prophet of Allah, that I'm always in a position whereby I will see people doing evil, but I will find it hard to correct them." Then he told him, he said, "Don't tell me you can't correct evil. You can correct evil deeds." He now said, because there are 3 ways at which you can correct evil deeds. He said the first way is by correcting it with your hand. How? Like what I did at the exam hall. The boy did what? He requested that a dispatch what? A prepared answer for him in the exam hall. And after I caught him, what did I do? I turned his answer booklet and I sent him out of the exam hall. What did I do there? I corrected that evil deed using what? My hands. And I acknowledge JB on that day. JB got 1 student, and that student failed all the courses. That is excellent. So we have to start preparing a generation that will do what? That will see crime. That when they see crime, they will run away from it. So he said, the first way is what? Correcting that evil with what? With your hand. You see someone, you are in a gathering like this where you know that you must not be less than 10 in the yard. Then your friend wants to go outside, drag her back, come back here, Makubawa. Do you understand? So what you have done, you have corrected that evil using your hand. Then the second one, he said, the one you correct with your mouth. You know there are some evil deeds you will see that you can't use your hand to correct it. Because the person you want to correct is more than you. Do you understand? Imagine the governor of Lagos State came here now and is the 10th person here. He wants to leave the hall. Will I pull the governor of Lagos State like as I pull Joy? I can't do like that. Won't be me that. You can't. No matter who you are, you can't pull the governor of Lagos State like that. Because the governor of Lagos State can address Guinness World Record that. Sorry, I was one that left the place. Don't worry. Just free them. No, now there's power, there's authority now. See, you get it. I'm just saying that anyway. So the way I would correct AY is not the way I would correct the governor. So I can just say, excuse me, sir, Your Excellency, sir, please, we are less than 10. And the law says we should not be less than 10. Please, sir, can you come and have your seat, sir? In my sentence, how many sir do you count? Tell me later. Do you understand? So, what you can't correct with your hand is the first one. The first one is what? Correcting it with your hand. Then the prophet told him then, he said, if you cannot correct it with your hand, then use your mouth to correct it. He said, but if you realize that at this place I can't correct it with my hand and my mouth, he said, correct it with your mind. I'm sure most of us have been in a situation whereby the evil happening at that place, you can't use your hand or your mouth to correct it. Of course, there's freedom of speech, isn't it? But there are many places where there are not freedom after speech. So that's more reason why if you find yourself in that environment where you can't correct with your hand, you can't correct with your mouth, you correct with what? With your mind. Imagine now joining the military. The military rule says obey before complain. Are you familiar with it? Obey before what? Before complain. Imagine your your superior now ordered you that you should slap someone. You don't understand? Your superior ordered you that, hey, go and slap Felicia. Now soldier, go and slap Felicia. Do you understand? So now, the military rule say what? Obey before complain. At that point, you dare not check your regular. Go and slap Felicia. You have to do what? What you have to do? Bang your leg. Bam. You know what? He left, he left, right. When you get to Felicia place, shut. You understand? So after slapping Felicia, then you do what? You return back to your superior monitor. Then you cannot start. Maybe later you explain. And if you cannot explain, in your mind you say, I didn't slap you. I don't know if you get the point. So that is the third aspect. The things you can't correct with your hand, your mouth. The one you can't correct with your mouth, that was what Prophet Muhammad at that time told that man. When the man came to meet him, he said, these are the 3 ways you can correct evil deeds. You see it? The military law says obey before complain. And that's why the soldiers get very, very mad when you are asked to do something and you are asking question. It's only in the civilian world when your boss will ask you that, go and sit down there, and you now start asking, why will you tell me to go and sit down there? Why will you tell me to go and sit down there? Didn't I have rights? Oh, you have rights. Good. Go and wear khaki. Not NYC khaki. Go and wear federal government. Go and wear Nigerian army khaki. Then you understand the true meaning of rights. You know that the only right you would have is when you buy right color. If you don't have right color, you understand? So someone is saying right color is now scarce. So that is to say, you are far from what? Having your rights. You understand? So 3 ways. So now the point is what? The point is at every opportunity you have, as human beings, not as Jews. Do you understand? Not as Muslims, not as Christians, not as African traditional worshippers. Do you understand? Which other religion do we have, please? Understand? Not as atheists, as human beings, because humanity comes first before anything. What comes first? Humanity comes first before anything. It's our duty to shun evil deeds too. When you see evil deeds at every point, shun it. Of course, you might not want to use the illustration I gave to you, probably because of the person is coming from. Prophet Muhammad, I'm not a Muslim, but it's fine. But you can always use, that's not the purpose. The purpose, the message is the effect of not shunning evil deeds in society. Another thing is another thing that we experience when we don't shun evil deeds is that victims lose hope. Look at the society we find ourselves today. When victims go on to report that something happened to them, when they are going to report, they are going with no hope. When they are even going, they will say, let's even try if we would even win the case. I don't know if you get the point. There was one time where, okay, look at Dr. T. Is it Dr. T? We used to call him Dr. D. Dr. T, thank you. You know, something happened to him one night where he said he was robbed, something happened to him while he was robbed. You know, when someone told him that he should come, they will find the phone for him. He was going with what? With no hope. Do you understand? Isn't he a victim? He's a victim at that point. But he was going to the place where he wants to go and look for his phone with no hope. You understand? This is as a result of not shunning evil deeds. Now we are not in a society whereby one person with one knife would scare about 30 of us. Something I've experienced before now. one person with one knife will scare all of us. I remember something happened to me in May 21. The reason why I remember that date was because it was 3 days to my younger sister's birthday. So that thing happened to me at, there's a place called PPL at Ayepe area at last, so I was still a student then. So what happened that night? My cousin, his friend, his female friend came, not his girlfriend, his female friend came to visit him. So she left, she was going to leave our place at 8 o'clock. It is 8 o'clock now, check. So she was going to leave our place at 8 o'clock. Then she said she was going to one street like that. I can't remember the name of the street. So my cousin was going to follow her. Then I know my cousin very well that this one is sporty. He doesn't go through stress. So he is not someone that will come to school of eloquence to come and speak in the midnight. Don't kill him. So I told him, I said, that street you are going to, I don't think that street is a very safe street, because the last time I went to collect my book from someone who I lent my book on that street, I realized how dirty, bad, how rural that street was. I said, please, you can't go there. He said, I can't leave my friend because she can't go alone. I said, okay, no problem. I will follow you. I'll follow you, since I won't watch you go there alone. Because something was telling me that that street is not a safe street. Are you with me? So I followed him. While I was following him, I said, Dami, will you drop your phone at home? He said, no now. Good. Let me go with my phone. I said, there's no problem. So, Felicia, are you there? So now, I decided that I was going to follow him to the place. So I followed him. While we were going, pay attention, while we were going, we got to the streets. All the streets we have been coming from, there's lights in all those streets. When we got to this street like this, it was just dark, straight down. It's not just that. The road was filled with water. Grass has grown on the road. I don't know what kind of street is that. I was not like, is this where you stay? He said, yes, I stay down the street. I was like, oh no. And wow, with this your dressing, I'm sorry, I don't mean it. So I shall follow that. We started going with my cousin. So while we were going, we had to walk on this pavement that does not have slab. You know, it doesn't, assuming it has a slab on it, a cover on it, we would have called it a walkway. Do you understand? But there was no cover, it was just that tiny pavement we were walking on. Then while we were walking, we had gotten to this girl's house, in the front of our house. At the front of our house. Then these three guys were coming. While they were coming, okay, I was the last person who would come down from that pavement. So while we were coming, this guy did not even wait for me. He just hit me with his shoulder. Do you understand? So unfortunately for him, the moment he hit me with his shoulder, he fell inside gutter straight. Good. Because it was intentional what he did. When he fell, the remaining two was like, shey, you know they look. I could sense trouble. So I was like, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have just speak. I think the mistake I made at that point was the English I spoke. You know, there are some places where when you are at that place, you don't speak English. So the minute I said I'm sorry like this, then that brightened their day. So in the eye, it now looks like the darkness in that street is not there again. It's not looking as if someone has gone allergen. You're like, wetin dey your hand? Wetin dey your hand? Like, wetin dey your hand? I don't understand. Like, what do you give me? Like, wetin dey your hand? And I signal my brother, my cousin, Dami. I said, Dami Larry, he's watching this video. I know he'll be laughing. I said, Dami Larry, please run. Just go away. I just signal him, go away. Wait till the girl go. And Dami refused to go. And I shouted at him, Dami, go! Then he ran to the front. I thought he had gone. Oh. Then the guy now brought out a knife. So while he brought out a knife, thank God, I went to Smart Knob. That was where I learned boxing. While he brought out a knife, but sometimes it's not about boxing. So the moment he was raising the first hand, do you understand? I made sure my hand held his ankle. Do you understand? So after doing that, after I turned him, I hit his head on that pavement. That was the first one. Then the second guy brought out a gun. So what did I do? It was just one jump over the fence, and that was how I left. You understand? So now, after I left, they went for my brother. So in my head I was thinking he had gone. Shey you get. So the moment I jumped to that place, that was when I remember that my brother, where is my brother? So I now brought out my phone, I called him. Someone was ringing but he wasn't picking it. So something was telling me that something is wrong with my brother. It's not my brother, it's my cousin who still love. So something was telling me that something is wrong with my cousin. And I said I was going to go back. The moment I jumped to that place, the residents of that house were like, what happened? I told them there's thief outside, like let's go and attack those thieves. That was what I told them. You know what these people did? I saw empty men who I trusted so much. They went to lock the gate with padlock, then they kept the key. They said, at this place, if anything like this is happening, we used to lock the gate. What do you mean we should go and attack them? Attack who? I told him, I said, if you will not be of any help, then I will go and look for my brother by myself. I said, please open the door. Then he opened the door and I went back with full mind. I said I was going to look for my brother. Because I didn't talk with my people. So that was how I went. So at the time I went, the fear of the speed I was coming with, those guys left. Do you understand? So when they were going, I didn't know that they had collected my cousin's phone. So then I asked, I said, where's your phone? It's like, the baby was even talking. I was very, very angry that what is wrong with this boy? So why didn't you run? He said, I couldn't run because I'm afraid they would hurt you. I said, don't you trust me? He said, I trust you. But today, I can't leave you. Then I started feeling bad. So why am I explaining? Victim lose hope. Then I said, okay, you know what? We'll go to the police station. Where would report? Then the police started asking questions like, didn't you know the street you were going to before? We have always heard many crime cases from this street. Didn't you know this? Do you understand? Distinguished guest, it is not the police fault. It is not the police fault. Do you understand? The fault is because the society has refused to shun evil deeds. These people who did this thing, the residents said this is not the first time they used to see them in the streets. So at the point where they so used to see them on that street, how many times have they called the police that police, this is the victim? At the place where I grew up at, we used to have this mentality that if you call the police for criminal, the criminal will know that it is you that call the police. So they will come and look for you later. We used to have that mentality. Until Babatunde Rajashola, His Excellency, became a governor. When he became a governor, at times information is very important. You don't let people just corrupt the way you think. At that time, some persons will even tell you that there are people in the police force who would be calling the criminal and tell the criminal that it is this phone number that came to call them. Azal. Somebody say Azal. So you think my country police does not have integrity, they will do that. So now what happened? No side talks. At the police station, I said, why didn't you go to that? Why did you go to that place at that time? That place is not good. This is this, that is that. And truth be told, the resident told us that at that place, it's a culture that they hear gunshots at every night. So now, what step have you taken? These persons, they are not coming from heaven now. They are coming from somewhere. So they have a place where they stay. How many reports have you made to the police that this is the place these people used to stay at? You didn't make any reports. And the police work based on information. That's why you would see police often. I will tell you one secret. You will see police often on Mufti at beer parlor. At beer parlor, at restaurant, at club. You will see thief often at that place. I will tell you one fact, maybe you don't know, that one of the places to source for information is at the joint. Because at that place, people who are drunk will start passing information like, hello, that money, the money will drop next week, don't worry, we are going to party hard. The thief will be there because he knows that at that point you will lose guard, you will say what you are not supposed to say under the influence of alcohol. At that place, they know you would not want to choose your bedroom as a point where you will do meeting, because you don't want your wife to hear that you are expecting contract of 10 million naira, so she will not bill you 2 million. So you now carry the conversation to where? To the joint. When I say joint, I'm talking about pub. You understand? So you might say, yeah, we don't do local pub now. Let's go to big place. Let's go to FR. Let's go to Kilos. We'll talk there. It's fine. You talk at Kilos. While you are talking at Kilos, the other person that is throwing bundle by bundle, who is spraying illegitimately, is paying attention to what you are saying. So as a matter of fact, as he's paying attention, he's noting that Mr. Kolawole said he's expecting, if Kolawole is here, please, I'm sorry, it's not you. I'm expecting 500 million naira tomorrow. This. The same way you find police there, because they want to hear criminal talk. They want to hear you talk that, okay, what do you have for us? Oh, you want to go and stay. Okay, this, that. Do you understand? The police are doing their job. They are trying their best. But the point is, how much are we helping? So it is the society the duty first. The first thing is, as a society, you have to shun evil deeds. As a teacher, when you see what is evil, shun it. If your colleague had to tell a female child, a female student, that she has to pay in kind before she can pass her exam, immediately criticize that person. Tell the person to his or her face that this thing you are doing is not right. Oh, it is against the ethics of this profession. From there, you should expect it now, isn't it? I remember something. Part of showing evil deeds, I remember something here. When I was in school, majority of our work in school is group work. So my lecturers are used to doing something. They would give us groups and different topics. So there is high tendency that we would want to teach ourselves throughout the semester. When I mean teach ourselves, I'm not saying our lecturers will not be there. They will be on seats. So we have group presentation. So they will score us per group. So after presentation, if there's any lapses, they would correct us that at this point, this thing is not correct. This one is correct. Do you understand? Like, so because of that, my classmates here, they like something. Anytime they want to put us in group, they like to come to my group. Do you know why they like to come to my group? They like to come to my group because I'm this kind of person. Naturally, I hate to lose. I like winning. And this win I want to win. It's not that I'm competing with you. Don't get it wrong. You never see me compete with you. As a matter of fact, on my success day, you will hardly see my picture on the internet that I post them myself. But you will see majority post them for me. You will see most people. So you can check about 500 contacts. You see people post, congratulations KSO, congratulations KSO. But you will not see KSO post himself. That's to show you that victory that I got, it is not because I want to show you that I'm victorious. If I'm proving it to you, I'm proving it to people that maybe they are below. I'm trying to motivate them. That's what I'm showing them. So I feel it's my perspective. Opinion is a natural phenomenon. So it's my own perspective. I feel that there's no reason why I should be justifying anything to you. You get it? So now, on that day, what happened? So on that day, we will see people post, but you don't see me post anything. Then I'm talking about the victim, how they lose hope. So now, the police will go to that place to search for information. Both criminals will go there to search for information. But the point is this: how are we doing what? Shunning evil deeds. When you see someone doing something that is wrong, tell them instantly that this thing you are doing is against the ethics of this job. And that's why we have lost moral now. If not, tell me why Access Bank will just, oh sorry for mentioning Access Bank, it's just an instant. Tell me why they will deduct 1,800 naira from my account and tell me it's stamp duty. Of course, while I was watching your adverts on the internet, your advert says that you provide me with the best service. How is deducting 1,800 naira from my bank the best service? You understand? So, but if I am going to complain, it's going to look like I'm the only one going to complain, because we have Mr. Uche, who is a Pablo, who can afford them to deduct 10,000 naira. He won't complain. You don't understand? He feel like I'm not affected. If they deduct 10,000 for me, no problem. You understand? But the moment we all stand up and go to the bank and say, hello, this bank, tell me why you removed 1,800 from my bank. How is this stamp duty? Please, I need an analysis. 800. So if about, probably in a branch, if about 1,000 of us go and make a report concerning that, trust me, they won't try it again. Do you understand? So, because we would keep quiet, we would say, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So, you just have to note, when his phone was stolen at that time, what happened? We lost hope. Because the police have said, there's no how they will find them. Because one, the phone is not even an iPhone. If it was an iPhone, it would be easy to track the phone. But because it was not an iPhone, to track the phone was not easy. Then we met some persons. Do you understand? When they said they would try and find the people for us. Then you start to imagine that, how come do you know the people that is likely to take this phone? You know what happened on that day? So there's this auntie, I don't know her from anywhere. So what happened is, we used to greet her when we are going to our hostel then, at that place, at that village. We would greet her when we are going. So she now saw my brother, the way he was doing. Was like, what happened to you? My brother told him that, my cousin told her that his phone was stolen, some boys collected his phone. She was like, someone collected your phone? What do you mean? Let's go. And that was how she said we should go. It was late at night. That day we walked. But we are suffering it because our parents did not show evil deeds. So we are paying the price. So when we went to the place, it was at one roundabout night. You know, my brother and I is always very afraid. Because you know one thing about fear is, one of the reasons why you would always have fear is because you've not had many loss. You've not experienced many pain. The moment you experience so much pain, then fear would give you some distance. I think that's the matter of him and me. So when we got to that place, the woman reported to someone. The person is a street lord. He said he's a leader here, that he's not a thief, that is always against stealing. They now told that leader about it. The leader said, they stole your phone, they collected your phone. He had already warned those boys that he said that they should not be doing all those stuff again, that we should go and bring all of them. And he said, my brother should go. My brother said he cannot go alone. I said, my cousin cannot go alone. He has fear. So he said, okay, you know what, follow him. Then we go to that place. This is so scary. Despite the fact it's an open space. There are over 100 boys there. It's not like, look at their face. They look like someone that you saw. I was ready to go and look at their face, but it was like, you calm down now. Now your phone there. I said, my cousin. Say, your cousin phone is not your phone. So I waited. And said my cousin should go. When my cousin just count 3 steps to their front, he said their face is not here. I said, hey, damn, there are over 100 persons here. You look at the face of 2 persons and you say your phone, the person that took your phone is not here. He said, you can't be looking at their face. And I was not allowed to go and face him. So what is the point? The point is, when we don't shun evil deeds, it weakens the justice system and it makes victims lose hope. The justice system, do you understand? The justice system, it makes victims lose hope. What about, there's a case that happened last year. What happened last year? There was this student, she just got to 200 level. So she wanted to check her results. So there was this guy. The guy had asked her out before. Then she refused to accept the guy's proposal. Then the guy texted her during the time she was going to check her result. The guy said, have you checked your results? Said no. The guy said, check your result now. So when she checked her result, now look at this thing. Oh, he would tell me how many criminals are in this picture. So she now checked her result. After checking her results, she now realized that she had 2 carryovers. Then she now showed the guy. So now the guy she was talking to, the guy is like in 400 level. The guy was doing school politics at that time. This is where you see that most of the things our leaders, our predecessors built for the sake of dignity, integrity and relevance are doing otherwise. Just listen. Why the guy is a political leader in their school, was holding an office in the girls' school. So the leader now said, she sent the result to the leader that look at my result. Oh. And I said, how come do you have carryovers like this? He said, well, you know what? I have someone who would help you. I have someone who would help you. So the person would help you do what? Clear the what? Carryovers. Hope you are getting the gist. After he told her, he said, please, I'll be very glad. Then how much should I pay? He said, you will pay 50,000 naira. This is very, very real. If I show you my phone, you will see all the charts. Then the person told her that you will pay 50,000. He said, I don't have 50,000 naira, please. I can only pay 30,000 naira. He was telling the student leader there. He said, okay, no problem. I'll talk to the lecturer. This guy was not talking to any lecturer. Then the lady sent him 20,000 naira advance. That he should help her clear the carryover. Is the lady a criminal or not a criminal? Is she a criminal or not a criminal? She's a criminal. Why? Because of what? Bribery. Attempt to buy a result. That's one. Please follow. Second leg. The guy now called her on one morning, telling her that today is the day we will help you fix the results. So come and meet me at so place. So when the address he gave her was his own hostel address. So when the lady got outside, the lady called, said, come up now. Like, what do I want to come and do inside your house? I thought we were supposed to meet at what? At the school. Don't forget what the point. Shunning evil deeds. So she said, he told the guy, the guy told her that if you know you cannot come, then forget about the results. You can go. Forget about the results, you can go. Then she told the guy that okay, no problem, I will come. Then she went inside. And after going inside, she came complaining that the guy forcefully what? Had sex with her. So now, how did this issue got to me? In that place, I am known as someone who do anything that has to do with humanitarian duty. So the current director of Gender Southwest Zone, for National Association of Nigerian Students, Shuaib Zena. So it was Shuaib Zena that texted me. Said, KSO, do you know what happened? One lady was raped anyway. I'll use the word raped. And she needs us to work on it. I was like, rape? Who did that? She now started explaining. I said, you know what? First of all, you need to go to the police station. I said, but because before we go to the police station, where is the victim? Can you hear me? I said, before we go to the police station, where is who? The victim. And I said, please, let me talk to the victim. And I called her. Please explain to me what happened. She said, she wanted to pay him so that she would pass an exam. The moment she talked about, I wanted to pay so I can pass an exam, I said, first and foremost, you are a criminal. Just know that one first. We will come back to you, but let's tackle this one first. And I said, you know what, we would go to there's one place where we call Special Tactical Squad at the environment where she is. I know it's like a Special Tactical Squad there. Nigerian police force. So I don't worry, we'll go there and make reports alongside Shuaib Zainab. When I told her, she said, okay, no problem, we'll go tomorrow. We'll go tomorrow because I'm very far from where she is, where she was. Then she called me the next day. She said, please sir, I won't be able to go again. I said, why? He said, we won't be able to go because my mommy said we should not fight him. I said, you said someone raped you and your mommy said you should not fight. Tell me the reason why your mommy said you should not fight. He said, one, your mommy said I don't want people to be seeing me as someone that was raped. One. He said, give me another reason. He said, another reason is the guy threatening her that he would call court for her, this one, that one. I said, don't forget that this matter did not concern me. And it is not Zina's business. Of course, Zina is the director of gender. But then, okay, let's say Zina is doing her duty. You get. But despite the fact that Zina is doing her duty, and despite the fact that I'm trying to be of help, you have to understand the fact that the same way you can be attacked is the same way we can be attacked too. But the only thing we are trying to do here is we are trying to shun evil deeds. We can no longer bear the pain of having evil people around us. We can no longer bear the pain of having people who would cause atrocity in the society around us. I won't report them to authority. Then she said, okay, she will talk to her mommy about it. Then she spoke to her mom. Her mom now said, you know what, please, I don't want any issue with my child. I just want her to be going to school. So now tell me, the person that did such thing, do you think he's going to stop doing it? He won't stop doing it because he has done the first one and he has escaped. He has done the first one and he has escaped. But you, who is supposed to correct, who is supposed to make reports, you are not making reports. You're not. By so doing, evil will what? It will continue. I remember at that time when I said I was going to fight the case, I was getting texts from persons like, KSO, I heard you wanted to fight on behalf of this girl. He said, you know what, that boy is my boy. It was a mistake. He didn't do it intentionally. You know that even if you say you do it intentionally, maybe the girl came to his house. Was it the one that went to the girl's house? How will you judge the matter? It's not saying this kind of thing. Me, they could not threaten me. Why? Because they know I'm like a bell. You know you can't cover the sound of a bell. You can't. If you like, carry clothes, put inside. As far as it is shaking, you won't cover the sound of it. So they can't face me. The only thing they were just talking to me is negotiation, like, please just calm down. Don't take this matter far. Please just calm. That was what they were telling me. But Shuaib, they were threatening Shuaib directly. It was a direct threat. When Shuaib was showing me a message, I told her, I said, you know what? Give them my number, tell them to call me. Tell them to call me, tell them to call KSO. They can't call you. Say, KSO, no worry, I know they can't call you. Do you get? Then later, the persons that were threatening, I went to meet them one for one. I said, come. They are older than me. I said, Egbon, if now your sister, this thing happened to you, if it was your sister, will you accept it? He said, KSO Farabale. Kota and Sokoni here. The thing is, although we don't know what happened, but it was the girl that go. It's okay, so you know what? Okay, Kulofe, what do you want for? Do you want us to punish him? I said, you are not law enforcement agency. I don't expect you to punish him. He said, no, we will punish the guy. They went to bring him. They started beating him. I said, the Constitution of the Federal Republic does not say you should do like this to someone that commit this kind of offense. The Constitution said they should be sentenced to 12 years imprisonment. What you do for him here is very, very far from 12 years imprisonment. I would gladly appreciate the 12 years imprisonment for him and what you are doing. So now, they covered him there. Then they said you should send an apology. He sent one long note. I'm sure it is AI that typed it for him. In a world full of artificial intelligence, you are telling someone to send an apology. We just go to here and say, how can I send an apology for committing this kind of atrocity? And they will send it. There are countries where if you do that kind of thing, if you rape, the penalty is death. There are many countries in the world. I was checking United Kingdom constitution one time. I don't know if they later changed it. It was there. I was checking this country too. North Korea. Was in North Korea. I was checking. There's one country. That country looks very calm. I was not expecting them to have it in their constitution. I was not expecting them to have death penalty in their constitution because I can't remember the name of this country. But the country is because the country is very very calm. Then I saw death penalty for someone that commits kind of atrocity. I was like, hey. So you go as bloody as this. You understand the point? So they did what? They did not shun evil deeds. They covered him. They covered him. They said they had punished him at that point. Mind you, if persons like me and Shuaib did not step up to correct that thing, if you did not step up for that girl, for that lady, that apology that she sent, we would have even sent the apology. The way he was beaten by those people, they wouldn't have beaten him. So maybe that beating might even change the way you feel like, maybe I will not try this next time. But it's not even enough. So it's as a result of us not showing evil deeds. You don't want to fail in the exam because you feel if you fail in the exam, you would have to pay another school fee. But why didn't you read for the exam? If I ask you, you will tell me the reason why you did not prepare for the exam is because you are doing a side hustle. Of course. We have seen people who are doing side hustle and still come first class in the course they are doing. If you know the side hustle you are doing will affect your academic performance, you would have just leave the academic performance, you would have leave your academy and go for the job. Or you go for the job and leave academy. That's just it. We can't keep giving excuses for our incompetence. Like Dean was saying this morning, that person that would always give you an excuse, that would always tell you that if not because actually, like Dean said, actually, they ask me why did you fail? Why did you cheat? Say actually because I had a side hustle, that's why. Don't forget that justice only works when society do what? Reject wrongdoing collectively. Do you understand? Justice only works when society rejects wrongdoing collectively. You know the example of this justice only works when society rejects wrongdoing collectively. The example is this bail is free campaign that Nigerian police force used to do. If you go on Nigerian police force page, I could remember the police PRO, was it Abia State or Delta? She was still doing that campaign last when I was watching her. The police force would always do this campaign of bail is free, bail is free, bail is free. But you would see citizens who would go to the police station, they will be the one even offering the police bail. The constitution has granted you justice, but because everybody in the society fails to reject wrongdoing, you have to understand one thing about the constitution. The constitution is not something you would compromise, because the constitution is above you. So the moment you see that someone is trying to compromise the constitution, you do what? You stand up immediately, you correct it. I know this thing you are doing is not acceptable. You understand? So the constitution says bail is free. You would see it. You would see the campaign on Nigerian police force page where they tell you bail is free, bail is free. It is actually free. But because you as the society, you have failed to reject wrongdoing. I will tell you for the fact that I have bailed 3 persons for free. Olu, Wale, Durorike, for free. For free. You understand? One had disagreements with his landlord, and his landlord called police. My tenant is shouting at me. I don't know that kind of authority. Then the police came to pick him. I don't know, probably the police did not hear the message very well. Then when he was going to the police station, he texted me. He said, "Yes, so I've been arrested." So what did you do? He said, "I can't explain for that." I said, "Just send the name of the police." And he sent it, and I went there. When I got there, I was like, "Good morning, sir." When I started talking to them, they were thinking I was a lawyer. They study law. The Portuguese go and they. Then I spoke to them. I sat down. and I was addressing them by their rank because I can see it on their uniform. This. No, was they like, it's not like we even arrested him. What actually happened? They didn't lock him up. He was just at the back of the counter. They call it counter, at the back of their bench. And they were now explaining that this is what happened, this is what happened. And I said you would have just respected your landlord now. Our culture encourage us to respect adults. I just respected him. There's nothing about it. And I told the landlord, I said, sir, I said, Balagba ni baba, ọmọ yìí là wá jẹ́, like we are your child, we are your children. If you do anything that is wrong, just tell us that this thing we do is wrong. You don't have to go and call the police. I said, like this, you are stressing them. They're supposed to be relaxed. They're supposed to be reserving their energy for night shifts. You understand? You're not supposed to be disturbing them. You're not supposed to be disturbing the police officers. So but now, during the day, you are calling them to come and handle very civil, very simple issue that you have just addressed in your house. Issue of my tenant is arguing with me and you are calling police. You understand? When I look at the wall, I just saw bail is free. I just said bail is free. I was like, Bolu, can we start going home now? I've not even asked the police to. I just said to him directly. I said, Bolu, can we start going home now? Then the woman at the counter was looking at my face. She did not say anything though, because she was looking at, what do you mean by Bolu, can we start? Someone is at the back of this thing. There is this door that they will still open. And you are telling him from the fence that Bolu, can we start going home now? Then the landlord said, I understand. Then he said, I have a child like you, so I won't be angry that you misbehave. He said, thank you very much. Then I did what I prostrated for the man. Prostrated because I'm an African child. I was taught to do what? To respect those that are older than me. You understand? Someone was here, someone was saying, I think one of the speaker who handed over the mic to me said something. He said, she is blunt, and if another person tell her something, she would correct the other person straight. I understand her point. Like I said, opinion is a natural phenomenon. But as a diplomatic person, I would advise that when addressing adults, you have to be diplomatic. I will tell you an experience. I was in an hospital one day where we had a patient. Please learn diplomacy. If you have before, you can add to it. Now, we were at the hospital. At the hospital that day, we had a patient that the patient needs to sleep. The patient just starts sleeping. So if the patient did not sleep, there's a high tendency that the medicine that patient used would not work very well on the patient. What now? But this man now came in. The man was making phone call and the man was shouting. He was like, hello, Benga! What is saying? You see the way the man was just shouting. I was like, this patient is here, what would I do it? But in Yoruba land, I can't go and meet another person and tell it, because at that place, the man can only speak Yoruba from what I could sense. And in Yoruba, it's an insult when you tell another that, you understand? For non-African viewers, what I mean is, I mean by it is wrong in Africa when you tell an adult that you are making noise or you are shouting. You understand? I once told my elder brother that when I was little, and the kind of slap I received from him, not just him, my mom beat me that day. That you don't tell another that another is shouting. So now, diplomacy here, are you following? Diplomacy here. So now, why the man was shouting on the phone? You know what I did? He was close to the receptionist. Then I went to meet the receptionist. Receptionist is someone that I know very well. And I just hit him at the back. Bam! I was like, Tolu, anytime you are making call, stop shouting. Stop shouting when you are making call. The moment I hit him like that, no one was not looking at me. Tolu was not like, are you mad? I'm not, do you say from me? Am I making call? See the person that is making call, I don't even touch. So why do you point at the man? You point at him. So the papa, immediately the other man caught it that, I think this guy is talking to me. So he reduced his voice immediately. Not just that he reduced the voice, he went out of that place. He went to receive the call outside. Then when they came inside back, he said, where is that way that was correcting me the other time? And when I saw him, I was like, I did my hand like this. He said, what do you mean by like this? Why are you not correcting me? I said, how was he correcting you, sir? He said, it was Tori is always making noise when he's making. He said, Master Bemo, Emi Lombavi. He said, don't say that again. I know you are talking to me. Do you understand? So, diplomacy. Of course, I know some of us believe we have gotten to the stage whereby nobody can beat us, nobody can do anything to us. Do you understand? That is one of the characteristics of the illusion of endless growth. If you have arrived, you are in capacity, nobody can touch you. If anybody shake you, you will shake 3 people at the same time. Please calm down. If I will say, Ilenyo, calm down. Do you understand? Be diplomatic. You don't just address people by the size of your mouth. You don't do that. Be calm. Fika calmer. Be calm. You understand? So diplomacy. So where am I coming from? When I was talking about bail is free. So that was how we got him out of the police station without paying a dime. You understand? Because that mentality was there. The police understand that these people who had come to request that this person is taken out of the police station, they understood their constitutional rights. You as a citizen, do you even understand your constitutional rights? If you understood your constitutional rights, we won't be voting on election day, then you'll be sleeping at home. We won't be voting on election day, then you organize many party, carry JBL outside, buy 1 bottle of tequila, one shot, you start competition. Some persons is on election day, they will know they want to do truth or dare. Then you come back tomorrow and tell me, you understand? And you, that is their friend, you will not tell them to go and vote. I posted something on my WhatsApp status about a few weeks ago. You know what I posted? I said, if you don't have a voter's card and you call yourself my friend, you are a very responsible friend. I posted that. Then see my DM. We were like, KSO, what's wrong with you? What's your business with? I said, do you know I have not committed any offense here? He said, you've committed an offense because you are calling me an irresponsible friend. I said, I did not call you an irresponsible friend. I said, if you are my friend and you don't have a voter's card, you are an irresponsible friend. I didn't call you irresponsible. And I now asked him, I said, do you not have voter's card? He said, I don't have. I said, imagine. I didn't even know. He said, because I believe in you so much that you are so responsible that you won't. I said, I believe in you that you are so responsible that you can't be here and say you don't have a voter's card. Then he said, it's okay. Do you understand? It was at that point, are you with me? It was at that point I realized that my friend Michael does not even have an NIN. Then I asked him, how do you register your SIM card? He used his brother NIN to register his SIM card. Look at nonsense. And when we are doing head count, if the federal government is using NIN as head count, where is this boy in the budget? Do you understand? So now you now begin to wonder that my food, I would be sharing my food with someone that don't have an NIN. I told him, I said, you are working freely. He said, I don't know if it's an offense, but I would have just reported you to the police. Because you won't try this in the United States. But because you are in Nigeria and you think you can misbehave. Dr. Gab, my lecturer, said something. There was one day he was pained. Do you know what Dr. Gab said? He said, Nigerians are the opposite of the Nigeria they deserve. You don't understand? He said, Nigerians are the opposite of the Nigeria they deserve. That was what Dr. Gab said. And if you look at it critically, you said you want good governance, you won't vote. You said you want security, you won't look at your environment. When they did this awareness of if you see something, say something, many persons did not say something. Do you understand? So always shun what? Evil deeds. Justice only work when society resorts, when society refuse wrongdoing collectively, like we did at the police station, and we were granted justice. When you don't shun evil deeds, another thing you will experience is what? moral desensitization. Moral desensitization. The more people see evil, the more they get used to it. Are you there? The more people see evil, the more they do what? The more they get used to it. I can remember many years ago. If you check the news, are you with me? Many years ago, if you check the news and you see something like someone got kidnapped. Now I'm not talking about in this country, I'm talking about globally. Of course, there's issue in Iran, there's issue in USA, do you understand? There's issue in Israel, there's issue in Gaza, do you understand? So it's a global address, it is not a national address. So now, in those days, in those days, when you see something like 3 persons were kidnapped on their way home, at that time, I'm talking about maybe like 15 years ago, for instance. I know I'm very, very little then. 15 years ago, if you see something like 3 persons get kidnapped, I swear, if I'm going to bed at night, I'm always going with fear in my heart that, they kidnapped 3 persons. If I hear something like someone was shot dead, I might begin to have nightmare at that night. If I was sleep, it will take very long. You will see me on the bed. I'll open my eyes down. I'll be thinking, they shot someone. They shot someone. They shot someone. They shot someone. Do you understand? I will start thinking about the whole thing. I will start thinking about this. I'll start feeling bad that, what is this? Now, but because we have refused to shun evil deeds, there is now what? Moral desensitization. Moral is becoming what? It's becoming to die. You understand? So that's why I said the more people see evil, the more people get used to it. I can tell you for a fact that if last night before I went to bed, I was checking one international news, then I saw the news where they said about 8 persons were killed. After I checked the news, what I did, I went to bed to sleep. That is the effect. Because the heart is used to hearing that news. This one happened somewhere, this one happened somewhere. Okay, one man hand break, one man. You lose moral. On the norms, the day Dr. T came and said he was robbed, everybody here doesn't want to sleep on that night. You understand? Let's go back to those days whereby if something happened to someone, the way people used to feel for them. Look at the exclamation. How come did it happen? And it's not fake one. It's not like this modern one that they will say, Bola, then the moment Bola leave there, at least someone will just go and buy Sasha Action Vita. Say, Bola, Moru, must be Java again. That kind. Do you understand? In those days, if they notice that someone was attacked, they injured the person, his property was collected, you will see the whole community stand. You will think they will stand in sorrow. While they are going home, the person that used to lock his door once before will now lock the door twice. In short, some person will buy extra padlock when they are going to the house and that. You hear what happened? That's when you hear your parents will say, have you locked the gate? Let me go and check it. The gate I used to lock before. Let me go and check it. That's it. But now, you're getting used to it. You're getting used to it. When we hear crime does not carry the weight that it used to carry. Before, there was a time when if you see breaking news, when you see news at 10, you'll be like, news at 10, what is about to happen? News at 10, TVC, Arise TV, Achievement Channel, news by 10. The moment you now see news by 10, they now tell you School of Eloquence, Nigeria speaks to the world, was awarded by Guinness World Record after speaking for 20 days, the first of its kind by humanity in the world. You'll be like, oh, good news. That was what we used to celebrate before. You don't understand? Those are the kind of things we used to celebrate before. When last have you watched Cowipedia? those intelligent youths that used to, those intelligent young children that used to solve mathematics, when last have you watched their video? NTV, NTA at that time, where they used to do take a step. Take a step. When you solve one mathematics, when you answer one quiz question, you take a step, you move forward. When last have you watched it? You won't see take a step anymore. That's students who will do KBP that they will be solving mathematics. At some point I'm not good at maths, do you understand? But anytime I'm watching KBP at that time, I will ask myself that, how come are these students able to solve this mathematics within this short period of time? At that time we watch Akila and the Bee. When you watch Akila and the Bee, you will be motivated to learn more words. At that time I had to go and get skipping rope, probably to improve my vocabulary. Okay, B, A, L, L, ball. You understand? You start learning it. But we've moved from that place. We have done transition. Our parents did what? They did transition sitting. You know, at transition sitting in politics, that's where you hand over power. What happened at transition sitting? I will tell you what happened at transition sitting. Because most of us, I know, politically, we are not inclined. But we can only shout and complain that the government is bad. So now, at transition sitting, this will happen. Transition sitting happened when a particular government is about to hand over. So at transition sitting, they would nominate the IEC chairman, that's the INEC chairman, that would anchor the election, then other members of the Independent National Electoral Commission. So at that sitting, you will do what? That is where you will be handing over. Not just the INEC this time around. If you are an office holder, you will start to resign. If you remember, the current minister of power just resigned because he has an ambition to contest as the governor of one state. I'm not going to stay the state, so you not look as if I'm doing a campaign for him. He wants to go become the governor of one state. You understand? So he resigned because on the norms, he shouldn't have resigned now. But I think because he wants to focus on his ambition, that's why he's resigning. You understand? So the resignation should come on the day of transition sitting, or after transition. You have few days where you resign, because you must not be an office holder at the time you will be contesting for an election. You must not be an office holder at the time you will be contesting for an election. But I have not really followed Nigeria presidency election very well, because the election that I know, when it's time for transition, you are supposed to resign, then the vice president will take over. No, I don't know, because our vice president also have an ambition. Our president has an ambition. I'm talking about the past election. I'm not talking about this one. I don't know if our current president has an ambition. So at that time, I don't know if they used to resign, because then I don't really follow them very well. But I followed every other. So transition sitting is where you would resign, then someone else will step in. So you go out fully. It's time for my election. Do you get what I'm saying? So we are not seeing all of these things again. Akila and the Bee, then we will watch. I watch Akila and the Bee maybe like 5-7 times. 5 to 7 times. But we have left that era. We have come to an era where, and it's happened because we don't shun evil deeds anymore. We are not the shunning type. There's a Yoruba proverb that says, "Àgbà tí ò kẹ́hùn sọ̀rọ̀, ó máa kẹ́tàn sáré." What in English it means, if you don't shun evil deeds, that evil would hurt you one day and it will make you run. That is not a literary translation for those who are listening. It is a scientific translation. If it is literary translation, I would have done word for word translation. I didn't do word for word translation. I did scientific translation, because if someone else would translate it scientifically, it might give you a different diction, but we would all arrive at the same meaning. That's the difference. So there, what are they saying here? Our parents at that time, they used to shun evil deeds. Let me tell you where they shun evil deeds from. If you come late from school, remember the day the former president Musa Yar'Adua died. Had gotten to school then before he died. So when they had declared that this man had died, His Excellency, so I had to stay back and play ball. Do you understand? So I was playing with my friends. God so good, rain even fell that day. So at the time I got home, the difference between the time I would have come home and the time I got home was 1 hour 30 minutes. At the time I got there, my mom was like, the federal government has declared says that all of you go home. So why are you just coming now? And I told my mom, I said, I just got the news. You just got the news. School did not open. On that day, my mom was checking time. I think these are the things that made me strong and very disciplined. My mom was checking time. I did front job from 10 o'clock in the morning to 12 o'clock. That's 2 hours. After doing front job from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock, then I stood down from 12 to 2 o'clock. After staying down from 12 to 2 o'clock, this monkey, this thing we used to do, cigar about, Europeans will not understand that punishment. See, you just have to understand that when it comes to punishing a child, African parents are stylists. They have different style. So when I calculated the amount of time I spent on punishment, it was 6 hours. Then you see the strength of my long speech, where it's coming from. So after doing all of those things, all because I came home late for just 1 hour 30 minutes. Why? Mom was doing that because she want to know where you are going to. You are playing football, and she believe playing football at that time, one of the mentality she has is playing football is one of the ways where you can join bad gang. At that time, people will be calling me John Terry, John Terry, John Terry, because I'm very good at defending. See, it was at that place where I was playing ball that people realized that I take everything serious. We would call it street football, but I would be defending that you must not pass that my goalpost. It got to a day whereby I broke someone like Bobo because he wanted to pass, he wanted to score. Then I see the only thing I can do was to just let it, I just shake him, bam. That was how he injured himself. They went to tell my mommy that I broke someone leg. Mommy beat the hell out of me. Then I had to stop playing ball. You understand? So all the John Terry name, that was where he ended. So I would just watch my friends play ball from the window. Bye bye. Idris, I'm not coming. Because if I come, my mom will mend me. You get? So at that time, our parents are used to correcting evil deeds. If you come second in school, like Arsenal, if you come second position, our parents will tell us that the person who came first, does he have 2 heads? At that time, we are not committing evil by becoming second. Do you understand? But if we continue becoming second, we will get used to it and we will become ordinary. You know one thing about life is, if you are not going forward, you are going backward. You are not at the middle. You don't just know where you are at. So the moment you are good, you consistently keep coming second. You will just think you are just second. You are not just second. You are coming backward. Now, should I show you evidence of this thing? Please, you know what? Go to someone, check you, please. Madam Elizabeth, help me check something. Go and check Premier League table in 20. This is 2026, are we? Check Premier League table in 2025, please. Mr. AY, hope you are not. You can hear what I'm saying. Check Premier League table in 2026 currently. Premier League table 2026. You check 2025. Madam, are you with us? Please check Premier League table 2023. Please check. 2023, 2020 what? 2025. You check 2026, this current season. So now check. You will see that when you are becoming second, you say, okay, I'm second, I'm not going backward. You are going backward, but you don't know. Have anyone gotten to the point? That's what? 2025. Now 2025. So now Arsenal is what? Number 2. Number 2 means what? Second. So what is Arsenal point at that place? Any point. You will see you. Yes. 74. Good. So the next person. Okay. Okay. 84. Arsenal is what? 84 there. What is your own Arsenal here? 74. So what year did you check? 2023. You go 2024. Now, in 2023 they had how many points? 84. In 2024 they had how many points? 74. Good. In 2023 they came second. They had 84 points. In 2024 they had 73 points and they came second. So if you ask them, they will tell you that we are second. We are still maintaining the lane. We are still second. But it's the same. Is the second the same? 84 and 73. That is an evidence for you that. You understand? You are gradually going down. The reason why you maintain that second was because the third person was sleeping. If the third person was awake, you won't be at that second. You will find yourself at fifth. That is an evidence. That is just a practical. That's why I said you should check it by yourself. So it's not look as if I'm giving you a figure from. I don't hate us now. Please don't get it wrong. It's not bash. You understand? It's you that should know, make sure you don't fail in life. So we will not use you as an example. Do you understand? And you know one thing about failing? Make sure you try as much as possible not to fail, because when you start failing too much, that people get used to knowing you as a failure. They won't want to really. They would find it very weird to celebrate your success. Are you getting me? When you fail too much, people will start to find it very weird to celebrate your success. I will tell you the reason why. Look at what happened in the last weekend. Arsenal, Man City and Chelsea played, right? So now, Chelsea fans before the match, they were willing that their team lose because they don't want to see Arsenal win the league. I remember a few weeks ago, the heat in Nigeria is so much. Then I saw someone doing contest. The person said, ever since Arsenal has been topping the league, there have been hits, the economy has been so bad, there is Iran and Ukraine, there is Iran and US war, there is. He said that thing. Then my friend posted it. When I viewed it, I just laughed. Then me sent a message to me, said, KSO, let's be real. Don't you realize that since the time that is looking like Arsenal will win the league, things is becoming bad. I said, this is your perception. I don't know where you get it from. I said, how do you just sit and start thinking like this? Do you understand? No, because they have lost to a point whereby people the only glory people see in them is that the second position. May God protect us against no success syndrome. But you self work hard. So, where am I on? I'm talking about the more people see evil, the more they get used to it. When you don't shun evil deeds, you make morals die. In those days, in the traditional days, if you dress anyhow, I remember my sister bought one clothes. So when she bought the clothes, I don't know, she wore the clothes already. So on Sunday, my mom used to come to my house where I stay. So she came to see her on Sunday. Then my younger sister came around. The clothes, when I was looking at the clothes, it's not like the clothes is really bad like that. It's not like the clothes is bad. I would say the clothes is okay. If you ask me, probably because of the Gen Z sense I have. But when she came, mom was like, how come do you dress like this? Mommy just start criticizing that clothes. And when she was criticizing the clothes, I only look at the clothes once. After looking at the clothes once, then I focus on the television. Because I don't want to be dragged into the matter. Because if you ask me, in my sincere opinion, I will tell you, there's nothing really bad about the clothes. Do you understand? But if I say that, my mom will be like, so you'll start supporting her, Abi? Don't worry, tomorrow you understand better. Then from that point, I understand that their mentality of shunning evil deeds, like those days, when they see you dressing this thing, they will tell you straight that this clothes is not good, don't wear it again. Then you do what, you go back. I remember our scholarly mother that spoke before the person handed the mic to me. She said there was a day a lawyer came to the court. She dressed thinking she's very elegant. Then her husband, who is a son, told the lawyer that, lawyer, you look good for a nightclub, but you don't look responsible for a courtroom. You're not supposed to dress like this. That is it. Shunning evil deeds. And she said that since the time her husband spoke to her in that manner, the lady did not try dressing like that to the court again. Just one word of stop, to change a lot of things. When morals die, violence become what? Entertainment. Violence become what? Entertainment. Let's go on X. What are they doing to entertain us on X now? It's not violence. No. Let's think as human beings. Is there, for any reason, should anybody even have the right to using guns? As human, let's even think about it. If there was no gun in the first place, if there was no sword in the first place, if, of course there will be violence, there might still be violence because people would surely have disagreements, but people's life would not go like this. In society where people throw missiles, where people throw RPGs and the likes, it is not only those who participated in the war that suffers it. People who are quietly chilling at the hotel would suffer from it. You get the point? The point is, when we lose moral, violence becomes entertainment. For instance, I'm not talking about Nigeria, I'm talking about the world. Go on X. Those days, about a few weeks ago when Iran was trending, I can tell you for a fact that I exhausted 5 gig of data. I exhausted 5 gig of data watching the whole Iran and US drama. Of course, I was like, as I was watching it, I'm becoming entertained. Like, if I'm not entertained, will I keep watching it? The fact that I'm watching it is showing that this thing is interesting you. Like, I'm trying to watch where the matter will lead to. But let's come to our right senses. Violence has become an entertainment. This one has responded to this one. Now you want to see this one's response back. Then we had people on the internet who had their own stance, who were saying, I am supporting this one, I am supporting the other one. Then I told someone, I said, if you like, support left. If you like, support right. This thing that is happening currently is against humanity. So because we had refused to shun evil deeds, that's why we are suffering this. Another thing about moral decentralization is this: dishonesty becomes strategy. Have you heard this word that someone will say, I didn't scam you, I only outsmarted you? You hear it? Like, he outsmarted him, now he only. That's what he's saying here, that dishonesty becomes strategy. Dishonesty becomes what? It becomes strategy. If you go to those people that used to sell rice, there was one day I wanted to go and buy a plastic of rice and a plastic of things. The moment that guy, the Igbo guy, sorry for mentioning Igbo, the guy that was selling it is an Igbo anyway. The moment he measured the rice, so him, I said, this plastic you are using to measure this rice is not a correct plastic. He said no. I said, see, I used to sell this thing before. I know how a plastic look like. I said, you have cut this plastic. I said, no, you have not cut the plastic. I said, go and bring your own plastic now. I said, to look very responsible of me if I trek from here to my house to go and bring plastic for you. I said, but you know what? I will do it because I have a point to prove. I have his time on that day because I don't have student notes to mark. So I walked back to my house. I went to bring plastic. Then I came back. Of course, me and him, we have good relationship. I used to patronize him very well. Then I said, use that plastic. After I used the plastic, then from that plastic we poured the rice in the plastic I brought. Then it was nowhere close to the plastic we want to use. Then we lose moral. When we don't shun evil deeds, then we lose moral. And when we lose moral, what happens to us? Dishonesty becomes strategy. Is that not a strategy for him? Strategy for him to make more money. After he had measured the rice, then he be like, one week, I don't secure one drink from that guy. No. Strategy. He has secured one drinker from 7 drinker. That's how it is. Those students that did my practice also, what are they doing? Strategy, dishonesty. Like, I'm who they read. Do you understand? you enter exam hall, you go see person wey you go copy. Dubbing is the way, the truth and the lie. You understand? Then you do what? Pam. Then you and the teacher, you won't correct them. And this is as a result of another thing we lost is this. I remember before. Not even before, I remember Big Mommy. When Big Mommy was not feeling well, so at that time I was in the university, then I bought something for her. Big Mommy knew I was working, but she knew the time I was in school, I could barely survive. Like, you know, of course I know you have a job, but you are sick, you are a student now. There's no how you be going to school and be doing this work. And I brought a gift for her. Then the first question she asked me was like, Bolosiro, that question was very, very sounds surprising to me. Like, what do you mean by where did I get the money from? It sounds like that because of the generation I belong to. It was like, you are still in school, I don't expect you to bring anything for me. Of course you came to see me, I'm happy. But as a student, you don't bring anything. And now you see teachers. One teacher at one of the schools where I work at, this student came. He said, from his conversation, he said the student finished his WAEC examination last year. So last year, to the period this conversation happened, is like the interval between this period is 6 months. And he said, when the student was coming in, he came in with an iPhone 16. And he was like, Sharp, you don't become big boy, you just press something for me. You know, he said his boy to press money for him, to give him money. From that moment, he lost my respect. He lost my respect. It was not like, I wish I don't follow them in press. It's like, you that is supposed to educate this child so that he will not perish. I'm not trying to sound anything religious. There's nothing religious about what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is about humanity. Because being human comes before anything. The day your parents gave birth to you, the first announcement your parents will make is, I gave birth to a baby boy. Your parents will not say, I gave birth to a Jew. So, humanity should always be the priority. Then he was like, you don't hammer. I didn't expect you would have this. Then in my head I was like, this small boy. Unfortunately for the boy, the person he was going to meet upstairs was me. And when he came, there was a way he was greeting. And I said, I'm not sure you came to see me. He said, sir, I came to see you. And I said, I'm not sure you came to see me. I came to see you. I said, okay, it's fine. You would have to go back. You will come back tomorrow. Yeah, since you don't have moral, you come back tomorrow. Thought I was joking. Then he went to meet that same man. I said, press money for me. Then the man came with him. He was like, General, this boy say may you come tomorrow. I said, yes, I said you should come tomorrow. He said, please, and my boy, you go attend to him. I said, I understand he's your boy, but I can't attend to him today because he wasn't polite. The man said, please forgive him. I said, you're not the one that offended me. I said, you should go. You come back tomorrow. The man talk after saying everything. I said, the reason why I would not listen to you, sir, is because you disrespected me. He said, how? I said, for me to tell this boy to come tomorrow shows that I am respecting you. He has committed a crime. So now, the fact that you are trying to contest with my statement means you don't respect my word. Telling him to come back tomorrow has nothing to do with you. We are standing here because you have collected chicken fee from him, not chicken change, chicken fee from him. And he said, you want to do like that too? Shall we start ranting? It's like there's nothing you will do anyway. Maybe for picking me they carry for over 10 months. And you will come to this stop. I just left him. He went. The boy came back the second day. He acted the same way. I told him to go again. You know one thing about me, I will not get tired. That's just the truth. When it comes to fighting crime, I won't get tired. I won't get tired. It is you that would have to stop committing that crime that you are committing. That's one of the reasons why when I want to go into the army there, there was a colonel, he told me, he said, please, I won't allow you to go. He said, because the army is when you obey the last command. You don't look like someone that will obey the last command. I said, how? He said, because you would want to fight even when they tell you not to fight. Because when they told you, when you are doing anything, it's a communication, she did like this and I have to do like this. When they tell you not to fight and you fight, then you're in trouble. So the boy came back again. When he came, he thought he would see another person, but he didn't see another person. And I did something, I did one help for him. When I'm going, I took that thing he needed. I took it away from that place. And if I'm not here, he won't collect this thing. So the day he was coming, he was not like that. The day I gave it to him was the day he behaved himself. Then he now came by, he was not like, good morning, sir. I was like, so you know how to frustrate. It was not like, sir, is it that did I offend you before? Why did you hate me? He now start talking like someone who is trying to attract pity. So he didn't offend me. So I just see that you are trying to display high level of immorality. And as a Nigerian who is anticipating a better Nigeria, I won't watch you go and pollute the environment. So you learn from there. Because this certificate you want to collect from there shows that you have satisfied your academic requirements and your moral requirements. So now, coming to this place, you have displayed that moral requirement, you have not satisfied it. So I can't hand the certificate over to you. Then I don't know the moment, I don't know what entered the boy head. Then he started clapping. I was like, I'm very surprised though. So I was even thinking I would give you money and you will collect it. I said, collect what? He said, if you're hungry, tell me, I will buy food for you. He was looking at me. Then he left. You know what? You have to correct evil deeds. Those things our parents do for us then that has perished now, those good deeds, we have to restore them. Because when you don't restore them, people will start saying morality as immorality. I used to do something for my students. There was one day I was in the class and you know what I used to do for my students? Most times they used to have my class in the afternoon. So I used to realize that in the afternoon, most of them are always tired. Do you know what I used to now do for them? Before my class, everybody will rise. Like you guys tell them to rise here in the midnight. But everybody rise. Sit, rise, sit, rise, sit, rise, sit. After telling them to rise, sit like 10 times. I'll now say, now let's recite the national anthem. Don't forget it's the national anthem. You know I'm a core member. This country is paying me. If you do not recite the national anthem with respect, I swear I will deal with you. You'll be like military man, problem. But yeah, now recite the national anthem. They will not start. You to be so sorry. That's NYC anthem. I'm sorry. They will not start by saying Nigeria will be. They will not start. NYC no verse. They will not start reciting. After reciting, their voice will now go up very well. Second standard, recite it. After reciting, you clap for yourself. Good. At that time, that morale has come back. Do you understand? Why do you think the soldiers, when they are going in the morning, you'll be hearing Ansamura, hey, Ansamura, Ansamura, hey, Ansamura, Holy Mura can ginger you, Ansamura, Holy Mura can save you, Ansamura. You understand? They would sing because those things would bring the spirit back. At the war front, you now hear them saying, clean them go, only one body, only one body, clean them go, I'm right. Do you get it? So that thing will bring their spirit. The way they recite the national anthem like this, they will now come back. That energy will not be there. Then they will now understand the difference between television sound and choral sound. Do you get it? At that point, if I see they get too tired, I would tell one of them to go and buy sweets. Like the registrar will do for us. She will give us sweets in the midnight so we don't sleep. Let's go and buy sweet. Those things will motivate them to what? To study. Like that, I'm shunning evil deeds. How? I'm making them know that. Don't let them tell you that education is not interesting. It's interesting. I wanted to use part of my alawi to host a competition in the school among the Portuguese students. But the organization did not allow. They said I should not use it. That is not proper. So now, I've written a letter to them that if you don't want me to do it, then you would have to sponsor it yourself. But they must have a competition because I have to motivate them. I have to appreciate those ones that have been doing very well. I saw doing. I am directly shunning that mentality of school has come, let's miss class. Imagine the one that is participating in classes gets a prize. Then you would see more reason why you should always be responsible. Another thing is, when we don't shun evil deeds, when morals die, exploitation becomes an opportunity. Exploitation becomes what? An opportunity. And that's what you see in the environment here now. I went to the bank the other time when I wanted to print my account statement. I was told that I have to pay for each page the print out and print. Never heard of it before. Even the bank is always doing extra photocopy for you. If you want 100, take it. So how did we get here? How did we get here? So we have done transition from the area where you have things comfortably to the area where you have to beg for things. Exploitation becomes an opportunity. When someone comes to you. That's why I think I commend my LGI, because the day I could not receive my alawi, then I wrote better, did everything. In 2 days I got paid the alawi after they had checked that the error is from the state. It's human made error. They reviewed it and they paid. But you see some person who will be expecting you that if I will do it, how much will you pay? How much is your alawi? 77,000. First and foremost, 17,000 is going to me. Opportunity. But she didn't act that way. She didn't see it as an opportunity, she see it as a way of discharging her duty. And this is common. So if you say the government is not good, the government is not good. I remember my cousin works in one of the military in Lagos State. Then he had an issue with someone. Me and him has similar mentality to some extent. That mentality of integrity. You have to do things right. Now, him and this his colleague had serious fight. You know what caused the fight? Lagos State government has provided that the materials you use in attending to people who want to come and do their medical document is available. But you see this man at the office, when you get to his place, when you do the final printout, they would request that you pay some amount of money. Because that exploitation becomes what? An opportunity. Exploitation does not just end there. You understand? When we stop shunning evil deeds, exploitation becomes what? It doesn't end there. I remember 1 year like that during Jonathan era. There's this police station not far from my place at Bariga. It's the name of the police station is Ultimate Police Station. On that day, do you know what happened to them? I just see that some tax force officers came and they told everybody that if you want to buy fuel, come and take fuel for free. We were just carrying kegs. Coffee. It's like, hey, federal government. I ran to my mom's shop, I went to carry keg. I got 5 litre, I didn't do too much. And I went back home. So after I had gotten the 5 litre, I went back, I kept it at home. He said, where did you get the fuel from? I said, mommy, they are sharing fuel at that place. It's police that said we should collect fuel. It was like, police said you collect fuel. When we saw some people coming, after what happened? They said we should buy fuel for free at that place. I said, oh, it's okay. Yes, so Jeko, keep on. Then now we went back to investigate that. First, okay, I don't secure the fuel, now I've achieved the fuel. What is the reason behind us collecting this fuel for free? Then I realized that the task force had detected that that filling station had been selling fuel for more than the price that they are expected to sell it. Exploitation. You see a working government o, talking about full of time. See exploitation. You can't exploit the citizen. You can't use what they need against them. The government is not suffering. At that time, what was petroleum at that time? I remembered very well. Petrol was 96 naira. I remembered. Petrol was 96 naira. And I think they were selling their own petrol at that time as 117 naira. You see the difference? So at that time, the government feel like this thing is supposed to be sold for 96 naira. You are selling 117 naira. Okay, you come and tell us tomorrow that the government is not working. And that was the punishment for what they did. What did the government did there? The task force, they shunned that evil deed. And since then, I'm sure that if they are to sell petrol for 95 naira, instead of them to add to it, they will do what? They will reduce the price. You get the point? Exploitation become what? An opportunity when you don't shun evil deeds. When people lose morale. Now, on this exploitation, I will tell you one thing that every one of us here can relate to. Look at housing in Lagos State now. If you get an house in Lagos State, agents will collect about 50% of the amount you are using to look for a house. Is that not exploitation? Now, the agents do not see it as if they are exploiting you. They are seeing it as if they see it as an opportunity to make money for themselves. On the normal standard, if you are shunned evil deeds, if you come to me to buy something, if I could not render the service you wanted from me, I should be able to refund you, isn't it? What about the agents that will take you to go and look out houses that you don't like? After you have seen 2 houses and you say I don't like this, I used to be, I've shown you 2 houses. Before I can show you the 3rd one, you have to pay again. Exploitation become an opportunity where you feel to shun evil things. People stop feeling guilty, and that's what we are experiencing now. How many of us are guilty anymore? If you see money on the floor and you take it, you won't feel guilty. The day was talking about suya in the morning. Who's likely to buy suya with the money? With Viju Choco? I will call you a thief because I'm showing evil deed. How can you just steal someone's money? You saw money on the floor, you picked it. Then you are buying suya with Viju Choco with that money, and you now sit down comfortably. You sure you see someone will say something like, this night I will add weight. I feel refreshed. I feel energetic. In short, this is an historic moment. Money wey you see for floor. You understand? Same thing goes to the agents who would extort people, who would exploit people. After doing it, you see them sit down one side. Shawarma, give me one shawarma, pass. Then you see them collect the bottle of Pepsi or Coke, drink it. They aren't feeling guilty anymore. That is the disadvantage. After moral decentralization, another thing is destruction of social values. Core values begins to erode. When you feel to shun evil deeds, when you feel, some persons might start to feel like, all these things we are even talking about, they are the things we know now. Of course, when you go to mosque, when you go to church, the preachings they are giving to you are the things you know. Don't steal, don't kill, live with, love your neighbor, be at peace. They are things you heard before. But this is what? A reminder. You understand? It's a reminder. So that you will you remember that this path you are on is not the right path. You have to learn to shun evil deeds at all time. What did I say? The destruction of social value, then core value begins to erode. Like what? Like respect, responsibility, and accountability. Respect in what sphere? Family structure becomes what? Weakened. Now, is there no destruction of social value? Where is respect now? Where is respect? In those days, among the Yorubas, person that is older than you hear sir, ma. If someone who is older than you is in the same class as you, you will not call the person name because you are in the same classroom as a student. You will be using uncle, mama, baby, rasa, because that's respect. It's still there. But now you see someone be like, seniority no dey for university. How did we get to this place? What do you mean seniority no dey for university? Someone is 35 and you are just 25. I tell you seniority no dey university. There was one time I was reading for an exam. There is this man from faculty of law. So he came to read at my department. Normally at my department we don't allow people to come and read there because we don't want to hear you steal our things. No. So we have keys to it. If you are an outsider, read at your department. You have a department, read here, don't come here. So the moment I opened this door, I went to pick something. Before I came back, the man had entered. It's like, who is this person? In my head, I just tell him who is this person. And he realized an elderly man. He was looking like a lecturer. Like, bring this out. Excuse me, sir, we don't allow strangers here. He said, I want to read for an exam. I'm in law for faculty of law. Faculty of law, okay, that is you. Faculty of law. I don't even allow people. I said, but please let me stay. Before I said, please let me stay, respect. I said, okay, it's fine, you can stay, sir. You started talking. And I realized that this man has businesses in South Africa. And you tell me you are in the same class. There's no senior in university. Of course, at that time I was in 300 level, that man was in 200 level. I tell him there's no seniority in university. So when there's social destruction, core value begins to erode. Respect will not be respect anymore. In Yoruba land, when we say we are talking about someone that is older than us, isn't it? So now, at that time we are talking to someone that is older than you. You dare not tell someone that is older than you that is the person stupid. Is the person alright? But in today's world, you will hear someone who say is respecting you and say, ẹ ṣòfò gan ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ gbádùn o. Àbórí yóò pé kí ló ń ṣe yín sà? And we regard it as at least it's being respectful, it's being polite. It's a gradual process. It's a gradual process. From orí yóò pé sà we become orí yóò pé o. I want to experience when two Yoruba person is fighting like the other person, the younger person, probably at the beginning of the argument, she might first be giving him respect. But we just get to one bus whereby we just take the hair away and the side away. You know that mo ṣe ẹnu sàfún ẹ orí ẹ ò pé. You understand? Just we go direct and insult the person despite the fact that the person is far older than the person. Social destruction. Values begins to erode. Respect. We misplace respect. Accountability in God. Accountability. People will now start saying, when we assign role to you, that Elizabeth will be responsible for speakers. When speakers want to eat, you will take 10 food to the hotel. You will take 30 to people in the room. That's how many? 40 food. When you now go and come back and tell us that the food is remaining 3, we now ask you that why is the food remaining 3? It's just a question now. Why is it remaining 3? Instead of you to tell us the reason why it's remaining 3, you will now start saying, am I lying? Are you doubting me? Are you saying I ate the 3 food? Hey, 3 questions to 1. I'm only asking you that why is it remaining 3? Just explain simply that we had new persons at the hostel. Simple. Then you get the food and go. But because we don't show evil deeds, so we don't trust ourselves anymore. So the moment the other person is asking you a question, you are seeing it as an attack, not a question. Because the normal human being should understand why is it remaining 3. But no, because You came with a prepared mind to attack like Paris Saint-Germain team. You now say, did I eat it? Are you trying to say I'm lying to you? That's the problem. Accountability becomes a problem. Family structure weakens. I tell it. Before that gathering, like, let's be together in the family, you will see family members come together to celebrate every year. There's respect. But I can't count the amount of families that became divided because one person cannot call the other person a brother. My family is an example. I know 2 persons who are older than me who have not been talking to each other since 2020 till today. And what is the cause of the problem? The one who is 3-year-old younger than the other one has refused to call the other one brother. He said because on the streets they calls the same person age mate name, so you can't call him brother. And I ask him, you are in the family, you are talking about the streets. Is this the streets? The moment I said that to him, then he said, I am taking side. You understand? The weakens what? Family structure. The moment he told me that I was taking side, I also had him in mind that what's wrong with this guy? How could you be so rude? Then you know what he did? He stopped talking to me. I stopped talking to him. On the norms, we would go to, there's what we call Ileya in Yoruba, that's Nadia in Arabic. So we would go to grandma's place to celebrate Eid al-Hadiya festival. So because of that issue, I said I was not going to go. I didn't go. I thought he was going to go. He did not go as well. The other one, the eldest, who would think we will go, he did not go. In short, the yearly contribution we used to do to support that event, none of us paid. But we didn't know. So I was like, if that one not pay, no wala. So we didn't know we are not going to pay. Then grandma felt very embarrassed because on the norms, this is always worrying when we are there. You will see people come from different places, them KSO house, them governor house, them Chief's house. They will gather. You will see canopies everywhere. So just them. It's an example that what? That speaking family was structure. And why? It's as usual because it's now. If you trace the origin of this statement to what I mean by shunning evil deeds, you will see that it is not just our fault, it is the fault of our parents. Because if the other parent had been telling him from right from time that this person is older than you, you don't disrespect this person. From day one, you don't get to that level where you now start telling you that people on the street, you call them by name. What does street mean? What do you mean by people on the street? So this is the problem. Because division in community, when there is social destruction of social value, you can see you have a divided community. You see these people who say we are the lights, we are the influencers. We are the this. You will notice in the environment that girls who wear bikini, when they are not in the they would have their group, they will have their cake. And we, the public speakers, you will see me working with the likes of Bayo, the likes of Elizabeth, the likes of Dr. T. We work together. Because you know our goals are all aligned. That thing is it increase in crime and violence. When you don't shun people deeds, there will be increase in crime and violence. When evil is not challenged, crime rates rise, youths are influenced negatively, fears become part of life. When you don't shun evil deeds, increase in crime, expect it, and violence. When you don't challenge crime, when you don't challenge people with it, crime rate will rise. Is crime rate not rising across the globe? Across the globe. There's not one video of some gangs that went to a store in the United States, a store where they sell diamonds and gold chain. They broke into the store, they packed things at the store, they took it away. These people that came to broke those stores in the United States, they didn't start as store brokers. They started somewhere by lying. They are told lie. They are told the other person lie. But the money, I didn't pick the money. I didn't pick the money. That reminds me of a content creator that used to prank people on TikTok. What does he do? You go on the streets. You can just come to this place now and keep money somewhere. Then he will now ask you that. Sorry man, look at that money. Then he did that to one woman. The man said, thank you. I didn't know my money has fallen. She picked the money. He was like, is the money for you? He said, it's for me now. Is money going on the floor? It's for me. Thank you for helping me. He now requested from the woman that, man, please, from this money I picked for you, can you please give me 1,000? I'm hungry. The man said, 1,000 for what? Money I work for. Then he left. While he was leaving, he was trying to observe the woman. Then later he came back, he told the woman that, man, the money I saw on the floor, you said it's for you. But the money is not for you. Then the woman said, are you okay? You saw money in front of my show, you said it's not for me. Then he now played a video for the woman, showing the woman when he placed the money on the floor. How he placed the money, that he was just pranking the woman. The woman said, are you okay? Why would you come and put money in my phone and pranking me? He said, oh, you claim that the money belongs to you. You understand? It increase the rate of crime. People begin to see abnormal things. As a matter of fact, if I tell you on the TV here that I saw $10,000 and I returned $10,000 back, I'm sure many persons here will tell me I'm a fool. Understand? Chidera is already looking at my face. I don't try to grow. That money we need to buy one or two at the next level here. You want to return 10,000? Don't try it. You understand? Someone will now start telling me that, don't you know that 10,000 I can change someone's life? Is that what we have come down to? So you believe 10,000 will change your life? Haven't you seen persons who did fraud, who had gone global, and after like 5 years of them going, enjoying and everything they had went down? One of them, I will cite one example. There's one person in Paris that they used to call him wire spy. It's as good that we call him what? Wire spy. Then he named himself Ujinga. Ujinga is one of the virus. One of the viruses that destroy the computer. The moment I heard the name Ujinga, I knew he's a terrible person. This guy at that time, in his community, they used to hear him. Pablo, rich man, he's rich. That's what his occupation. I'll tell you, he is a smart boy. Meanwhile, he's stealing from people. I won't call this sport scamming, because the name scamming is making it look as if it's something that is beautiful. I would call it stealing. He's a thief. He was stealing from people's purse. Continue that way. There's an hotel at Akoka. Before you get to Milan, they call the hotel Z International Hotel. He's still there. At that time where he was making his money illegitimately, he paid for 1 year at Z International Hotel. Don't forget, on the mainland at that time, Z International Hotel was one of the 3 most expensive hotels on the mainland. He paid for 1 year. Then he said something, he told people on the street. He said, don't worry, if you need anything, go to Zest, collect, tell them it's me, Ojinga, I will pay. Facts. My friends are watching this video, they can relate to who Ojinga is. They know it, why that's why. At that time, I had many persons who does not have integrity. They would go, they will do what? They will go to the hotel, they will ask that, I want to eat rice, jollof rice and chicken. They will serve them. Don't worry, okay, they will serve them. They will go and celebrate legitimacy. But now, what happened to this person? The last time I went to buy something at the market, when I saw him, he was like, bros, please, give me anything I want to eat. Please just help me with any amount. Don't forget that this person, there was a particular year that he told me something when I was in secondary school. He said, have you received 200,000 naira alert before? In that year. I said, how will I receive 200,000 naira alert? For what? What do I do this for? He said, you see, this time you're supposed to be a big boy. Imagine at your age, you have not received 200,000 naira alert before and you're SS3. Tell me what I've done online. I have not received 200,000 naira alert before. Thank you. I'm okay. I'm okay, don't worry. So now, that person who was telling me, have I received 200,000 naira alert before? The guy came to meet me at the market. He didn't even recognize me. He was begging that I give him money for him to eat. You think you would make it through illegal means and you will survive? Distinguished guests, I'm sorry, it won't last long. Look at Oshwabi for instance. Oshwabi is from my hood. No disrespect, but then imagine in 2020 when Oshwabi was arrested. The first question I asked myself, I was asking Samuel, not even myself. I said, Samuel, is Oshwabi still doing scamming? He said, yes. And I said, I'm very surprised. He said, why are you surprised? I said, I'm surprised because someone who already owns estates at Dubai, who is living that kind of lifestyle, is still doing. That tells you that evil art, is something that could keep eating deep in you. In the moment you start it, let me miss work tomorrow. Let me steal from the government force. Let me bribe Taiwo so that I can go and do my assignment quick. Let me bribe a lecturer. Let me pay for my child so that he can pass an exam. It won't stop on that. It will become a continuous action. And you wonder why your child has finished from school now, he could not get a job. Then you say there's no job. There is job, but there's no job for your child. Because the job available requires performance. And that your irresponsible child is the one that when they get to a job interview, the first thing he wants to listen to from the HR is, how much are you paying? The moment he hears, we are paying 300,000, he's like, makes sense, 300,000, makes sense. And I ask him that, come and work on Microsoft Excel. We now be like, it's not part of what I did in school. Hello. I know you do not do computer science, but Microsoft Excel should not be a problem if you know you want to excel training. You understand? Accountability, you lost it. So it's increased. There is increase in crime, like I said, and violence. When evil is not challenged, crime rates rise. Youths are influenced. Are youth not influenced today? Are youth not influenced today? Before, in the community and the culture and the Africanness mentality in us, when we see someone smoking cigarette, at that, it's just cigarette, not weed. At that time, we used to see the person as the most terrible person in the community. I'm not saying you should judge a book by its cover, but I'm just telling you the African mentality. When we see someone with a stick of cigarette at that time, we will recognize that person as the most terrible person in that society at that time, because we like maka why. The only person we know in Africa that has smoke coming out from his mouth is the gods they call Shango. So where are you from? But now look at youth. Youth will take Tutolin. That's Kodik. They will take so many things. And you know, Tutolin is supposed to be a syrup for cough and catarrh for children, where probably they will advise them they should take a cover or a spoon. But a group of youths don't take Tutolin again. Don't take one coffee, one cover. They will drink a whole bottle. They don't have cough, they don't have catarrh. They will drink a bottle of Tutolin. Then after drinking the bottle of Tutolin, when they sit down, you now see them be like this. Eyes closed, going from one place to another. I have a video of like 2 of them on my phone now. Because I didn't know how human being would be like that. That day I was coming back from work, and I saw display at the under bridge. You know that I have time. When I saw them eye on drug, and I did what I brought out my phone and took video. This one I was taking video, I said I was going to show my students in school that see, don't live a life like this. And that was how I did. In the video, when I'm done speaking, I will show you. I went to school, I showed my students, I said, see, when I was going home yesterday, when I saw these people, see the way they are living there. Don't be like this. You won't gain anything from living a life like this. You won't, if you live your life like this, you won't buy a Ferrari. So then I said, my boys, you know you want to become hot boys. Hey, hot boys don't do like this. Like yes, care, so don't live a life like that. You get it? It influences youth now. When you go around on Snapchat, on WhatsApp status, you will now see youth flying, smoking, not smoke to the extent that you ask them that is it a race? And that's why I acknowledge School of Eloquence, because you know why I acknowledge them. Please capture this moment, and a very important moment. I am acknowledging School of Eloquence because in an era, in a society where many persons are doing pop and passing weed to each other, School of Eloquence brought an idea of passing the mic, not passing the weed. You understand? In a society where we are passing the weed, School of Eloquence changed the narrative from passing the weed to what? Passing the mic. So it has now become, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. That's what we do now. That's moved from take, feel it, pump up, pass it around. Very responsible. This is not just Nigeria, it's across the globe. If you ask them what they say, they are doing, they say it's frustration. We weren't like this before. It's frustration. And now ask me that when the light of that weed quench, does it quench the frustration? No. The same star story, just a new chapter. Fear becomes part of life when we refuse to shun evil deeds. The moment we refuse to shun evil deeds, fear will become part of our lifestyle. Fear will become what? Fear will become part of our lifestyle. You begin to live in fear. At any point in time, you start saying, I can't keep my phone here. You have to watch out. If I want to go and list myself, I have to go and call barrister people. Probably because she's a barrister, she's the most trusted. So yeah, take. Please, I'm coming, watch out. While I'm telling her to watch my phone for me, I'm telling another 10 persons to help me look at in case if she fall asleep. Do you understand? Not just that. There is economic consequences when we as the people refuse to shun evil deeds. There is what? There is economic consequences. You know the economic consequences when we refuse to shun evil deeds? I will tell you one of them. On Sunday, yesterday was Sunday, right? No, on Saturday, thank you. In this room, in this historic room, we had senior officers from the NCDC, that's the civil defense. They came here. They were talking about the third Milan Bridge, another infrastructure of the federal government. Then the officer said we have persons who would go and start losing those metal. If not because he said I never thought of it in my life that there are persons who are going to lose those metal on the third Milan Bridge. Never thought of it. The metal holding the bridge. Ah! So persons will now go and start losing it. They will go and sell it to iron content. And when these people are losing this thing, you will pass there. I will pass there. And you will see it as normal thing that it's none of my business. Have you forgotten the economic consequences of not shunning evil deeds? At the end of the day, who will pay the price? From 2020 to 2026, do you know how many times Lagos State government has been done maintenance on the terminal bridge? It means if we are supposed to do one maintenance, because of these people, we will be doing 5 maintenance. That's what it means. Because these evil people, the person that is coming to lose the boat today, he knows where he lose the boat from. The person that did not know where the boat is you and me, because we don't look for it. So when he's coming tomorrow, you know that the boat has been replaced, the screw has been replaced. This is the place where it is always situated. Then we just come there straight and what? Try to lose those iron. Then take it to go and sell. That's why the police said, the security agency said, we should do them a lot of favor. When you see someone driving wrong, snap the person plate number, send to them. See someone trying to vandalize public property, hold the person responsible. You can be there and call police officer, please come. Someone is trying to vandalize this, you stay there. I know you have things to attend to, but this is a matter that has to do with our country. Don't just overlook it and say it's none of my business. After all, I'm not the only person in the country. Like one woman used to say something. That word, to me, I would say it is not a word that makes sense at all. You know what she say? She will say that Allah iniro. She will say in Yoruba language, say that Allah iniro ri ló ń jà fún lò. Then you say it's the person that don't have to that fight for the community. Then now after that, why? She said because you are not the only one living in the community. But that's rubbish. Let's not have that kind of mentality. It is your duty. It is your duty to stand right, to stand against evil acts, not for the sake of religion, but for the sake of humanity. You are human. I am human. Aside from that, fraud also has economic consequences. Imagine some persons, like there's what we call benefits. For example, I'm using now for benefit, I'm not using Nigeria as an instance. I'm using France as an instance, for example. Imagine French government has decided that older persons between the age of 50 and above would have access to what? To the country's benefits. And the benefits form, they will fill the form online. Some group of people went to steal an elderly man of 50 years old document so they can do what? So that they can collect that benefit. That's stealing. From there, what happens? Economic consequences. When you see something like that, you have to complain. That's why in Nigeria, the FCC has what they used to call whistleblower, and they promise that if you give them information about a criminal who has committed economic and financial crime, that they would always want to compensate you. But distinguished guest, without compensation, it is your right. It is expected that when you see someone doing something illegal, you go and complain to them. EFCC, please come. Oh, my brother is a fraudster. You can't do it. It's one of the things you have to show evil deeds by all means. And when there's economic consequences, because the economic consequences of not shunning evil deeds, it costs what? Because what? The corruption affects investment. Because if you remember, when one of our special guests was talking to us yesterday, she was talking about infrastructure, and she was talking about how China invested, I think she said over 500 billion or so, or $500 million, I don't know. She said China invested over 500 billion on Nigeria infrastructure. But the moment you stop shunning evil deeds, the moment you stop shunning those people that are vandalizing those property, you see them, you do not say anything, and you pass by, it will affect the investment. It will affect the investment. Aside from that, it causes unemployment, it affects our employment. Because when the investment is being damaged, investors are likely not to come. The other of us remember that time that X, Twitter that time, when they wanted to build their headquarters, and they decided to go and build it at Ghana. Does anybody remember? When they went to build at Ghana, then most Nigerians were shouting, despite the fact that we are the majority who are using X. X did not come and build their headquarters here, they went to build at Ghana. That might be as a result of them saying that these people, they don't show any good deeds. They're not the same people that are going to vandalize government property. What if something happens tomorrow and they get angry and just vandalize our properties too? I don't know if you get the point. So they just think about that, oh, let's not go there. I think Ghanaians are calm. It's just an illustration. But by doing that, does it not affect us? If they had X headquarters, do you know how many Nigerians they would have employed? So when you are not shunning evil deeds, when you see evil deeds, when you don't tackle evil deeds, it's not just affecting the person that is doing the evil. It is affecting you as well. In short, it's affecting you more because that person that is doing the evil, he has benefits he wants to collect from it, isn't it? Yes. But you don't have any benefits. Then you are harming yourself. You are harming yourself. Because that person who has vandalized government property, who would go and steal from the grid to sell metal, they will pay him some money, isn't it? Yes. But because you saw him, you left him. You did not collect from the money. Him is going to spend the money, right? Now, you need a job. If Twitter had built that headquarters in Nigeria, you would have gotten a job. Of course, Netolu is a very good content creator. He has a very good advantage to be employed by Twitter. because he opened his eyes. Lookman, he was looking while the other person was vandalizing government property. And Twitter owner was aware of it, that these people would not talk when they see people vandalizing government property. Let's leave them. Let's go and build it in an environment where they will speak against people. Have you seen the cases? And you know the outcome of all this thing? The outcome is what? Is poverty. Because when there is unemployment, the rate at which people will be poor will increase. It will increase. And the rate at which you get opportunities will reduce. When the speaker yesterday was talking about infrastructure, after she said China invested over 500 billion in Nigeria infrastructure. Why? She said because when World Bank calculated the amount Nigeria would need for us to have a very good infrastructure, she said if we use our annual budget for 10 years, we won't cover that amount. So what do we need? We need investors to come into the country to invest. So it will make that development easier for us and the government. But how will investors come when they heard that the only forensic lab in West Africa, the day your youth got angry, they destroyed everything? You understand? Of course, it is very wrong, but then let me go there. Let's just leave the youth, because at times the youth too, they might say they are provoked. Then no matter how provoked you are, you should understand the things you are benefiting from. The salary of the governor of Lagos State and his allowance is enough for him to fly, if not even United States, at least for you to fly someone from Nigeria to South Africa with $1 million, you should be able to do it now. So even if you do not have access to those things in Nigeria, you can go and do it at South Africa, where we will not pay much money. You should understand that this thing you are doing, I won't lie to you, that is why this global stage is meant for learning. It's meant for what? It's meant for learning. Before coming to this place, the mentality I have about those who vandalize government property was not the same the moment she spoke about that forensic lab. Because she spoke about it, I'm of the opinion that, of course, the government offended the youth now. That's why they reacted that way. But I am not aware that the only forensic lab in West Africa was destroyed, though. But because I am in a global environment where we are discussing critical issues, where we are trying to reorientate the world. So the moment she spoke about that thing, I started feeling guilty immediately. Because I was like, so this thing happened, and in my mind I'm trying to justify the actions of these people. So now they have not just affected that infrastructure, they are discouraged other persons from coming into the country to invest. You understand? But if you as the people had shunned that by calling them, if you come collectively to say those of you who vandalize that property, what you have done is very wrong. Many a time you will see someone on the highway using the one way, not an ambulance this time around. You know, ambulance has the right to use one way because of emergency, because they are life-saving teams. Do you understand? But now, this is not an ambulance in this case. You saw someone using the one way because he's rushing somewhere. Of course, you are a driver as well. It's not bad if you just use your car to cross that person. Just cross his car, then let him come down and explain to you why he is trying to pass the one way. And if he argues further, if you are in Lagos State, call Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, that's last man. Then they will come and pick him up. By so doing, you have done one lot. You've saved a life. You've corrected a mistake. You've shunned evil deeds. You won't want to try it again. The first day I was coming to School of Eloquence, on my first day I will be coming to School of Eloquence, because on that day we wore our AYC khaki. So I couldn't get the direct bus from New Garage in Lagos. So I had to get the bus to Obalende. From Obalende, I got to Osborn Phase 1. Why? Because if I'm coming to work at Ikoyi, that's the way I used to use it. So when I go to Osborn Phase 1, I was not told I had to come down here to Phase 2. So I now met the last man officers there that, please, can you direct me to Phase 2? They were like, copper. No, don't stress yourself. They now stop a bus. They now told the bus driver that, please, take this copper to Osborn Phase 2, don't collect money from me. I was like, thank you very much, last man. Look at what is happening. The moment I entered the bus, the driver and the woman at the front seat now said, last man, they need your help now, they follow us talk. He said, I had to help him because my place is help later. But last man people, they are very wicked. When you now say last man people are very wicked, the other one now say, especially Iya Bobo, talking to because she's talking about my mommy's sister. Yeah. I said, especially Iya Bobo, there was one day like that. He was passing one way because he was rushing, and the woman stopped him. The woman did not allow him to go until the woman took his bus to the headquarters at Oshodi. That she didn't just stop there. She made sure the bosses are aware of our offense. Then she went to meet the woman's dad, that's Big Mommy's dad, that Baba, hear me begging your child that my boss, nothing must happen to my boss. I need to work. My children has not eat. My daughter has not eat. This one has not eat. So you know your children will eat, and you decide to pass one way. So he was not saying the boss that that woman proceeded, that he cried that the woman didn't even look at his face. Then in my head, you know what I did? I brought out my phone. I started recording this conversation. Not to just harm him, I just want to just go and tell mommy at home that, mommy, you are doing a very good job. Yes. When I got down at Osborn Phase 1, when I was coming to School of Eloquence, I called Damilare straight. Damilare was that boy, that cousin that I told you that his phone was collected. His mom is that woman. And I called him, I said, guess what? The bus I entered now, they are talking about mommy. They said Big Mommy took their bus to the Lagos State Traffic Management Authority because they passed one way. He was not laughing. He said, how many of them people used to talk about mommy like that? I said, mommy is too wicked. I said, mommy is not wicked, mommy is doing the right thing. That guy, he said something that we said, that's why if he's going anywhere, he doesn't pass one way again. Because the money he paid at the office is not small. Of course, you feel you have made too much money and you feel the law is too big, the law is too small for you to follow, then pass the wrong way. So if you see people doing anything irresponsible, talk to them, correct them. You see Lagos State citizens, Lagosians, people who are in Lagos State, they used to say something, say, there's traffic. The state government you are talking about had created neighborhood under former governor, His Excellency Akinwumi Ambode. They had LOMA, they had LASTMA, Lagos State Traffic Management Authority. They had the police force. They had the traffic warden. They had the road safety, Federal Road Safety Corps. They had other agencies so that you can transit easily, so that you can move from one place to another without stress. They had made all of those provisions for you. But the problem here is not them. The problem here is you. After they had made those provisions, those 3-lane roads on your own street. You have parked on the left side, your neighbor has parked on the right side. So now you have reduced a 3-lane road to a 1-lane road. So now the other person coming from the front can't pass, the one coming from the back can't pass. So in 2 minutes time, you will now hear the second person saying, don't you know I'm supposed to wait for me to pass first? Then I will say, okay, you expect me to wait for me now, I'm not going anywhere. Then they will switch off, they will turn off the car, then the other person will sit down inside. Then the other one at the other side will tell you that, okay, you are waiting for me to beg you, Abi, I will not beg you. Then you will turn off the car. Then in 5 minutes, when you check the back of this one, we would have 15 more cars. The other one 15 more cars. Then they will not be expecting honorables to come and beg them that, Your Excellency, sir, please, we are sorry for the inconvenience, please leave. So after you have now finished begging them, now the calculation will now be, how do you want the 15 vehicles at the back to move back from here, and the 15 vehicles here to move back? But the normal level, if you shun the body there, what you are supposed to do is to do what? To call the security agency that are in charge of that road. And please, we have some citizens here who are trying to disrupt the peace of the environment. So they will come and pick them up. You understand? So when you don't shun evil deeds, it has economic consequences, which is what? It affects our investment. I told you about it. Investors want to come. Investors want to come. When the Inspector General of Police was talking, he said something. He said, security matters has to do with both the people and the government, not just the security agencies. And the reason why the police will solve more problems, you know why? Because the police have good relationship with the community. The army does not have. Yes, because the army will always be at the barrack. Only a few of them live among us, and the few of them that live among us would always go to office in the morning, and they don't even stay in one place. If an army man spends 6 months in Lagos State, the next month is Zamfara. My friend Michael, who is in the Nigerian army, just texted me while I was sitting down there. He said, I'm back in Lagos, I'm at Apapa. When should we see this week? Then I said, I'm not around. Probably when I leave what I'm doing, I will come and see you. He's going to be spending just a month here. He's coming from Mongunu as Borno State, Maiduguri. So as Borno State, yes, Maiduguri. He's coming from Mongunu local government. So in 1 month time, he will just disappear. You will see him at another place. That's why the police are what? They are more closer to. That's why the police is your friend. Because those things, armies will not observe. They will observe it first. The moment some group of people are trying to form one kind of group, one kind of camp at one corner, of course the police does not live on your street. But the moment you point out that, hello, in Lagos State we have what we call Lagos State emergency. What's the number? 112. Abi? 112. It's working. It's working. I remember in 2018, June 11. Something happened in June 11. Someone was attacked because that's the side I used to stay before. I don't know. The person was attacked, but now there was no evidence if the person was attacked or something. They said the person was not attacked, that it was one that he tried to commit suicide. That was what we were told. But to me, it wasn't looking like suicide. But if you take it as suicide, everybody in the community was like, what are we going to do? And I called Lagos State Emergency on that day. Like, no, there's also a place where we have serious problems. Please come to our rescue. And in less than 1 hour, they came. So it was not up to 1 hour they came. Even though I called very late because the community were acting like they would provide solutions and they were not providing solutions, and the person was still alive there. When I called, they came and they saw him. They carried him, he was still alive. But when the problem came, after they came to carry him, they took him. Then later they came back again, they were like, who will stand for him as a guarantor? His family are not around. I'm the one that called him, but I can't come out and say I want to stand as guarantor. Why? Because of the kind of environment we find ourselves. Because the statement of guarantor means if anything happens to him, will you claim the body? Will I claim the body? I don't know. When they say who will stand as guarantor, then I took 30 steps backward. I went back into my room. I locked the door at the back. I'm telling you what I did on that day. After locking the door at the back, and I turned on the television. Put Jumong there. Is that not more peaceful than going to stand as a guarantor? You don't understand. That's more peaceful than being a guarantor at this point. But at least I did what I showed evil did there. He would have died. But that courage of putting that call through that, hello, please come. So when our economy is affected, when there is low investment, when there is low employment, when we are suffering all of these things, then the outcome becomes poverty. Opportunity will decrease. If investors don't come, if they don't employ you, how will you have opportunities to do things? Look at the road from K2 coming down to Bagada, from Bagada to Charlie Boy. I'm talking about Lagos Road now, from Charlie Boy to Anthony, from Anthony to Oshodi, okay, from Oshodi, okay, to Charity, from Charity to Toyota, from Toyota to Isolo Road, from Isolo Road to Sele, from Sele to Sonya, from Sonya to what's the name of this place? Down to my 2. Look at that road. The government did that road at the same time. That has cost over ₦1 billion. They didn't end there. The road from that my 2 way to Badagry, that road has always been bad. But the moment they repaired that road, then I appreciate the government. But now, that's not the point. The point is, when they were fixing that road, do you know how many persons were employed when they were fixing that road? And I was told that it is not just government money they're using that road, that there were investors like Dangote, according to what I read. I don't know how true it is, but so that there were investors like Dangote and Julius Berger. Do you know how many opportunities building that road would have brought to some people's life? It will save a man from telling his wife that I don't have money, I don't know what we eat today, this morning, I don't have money at all. To save him to becoming someone who will put his hand in his pocket, count some naira and give to his wife that take. You can do swallow and yeah. Do you understand? Now, talking about fraud. Fraud made the social media app. This is another experience I want to tell us about. When we don't shun evil deeds, all of us become what? Affected. I don't know if you noticed something. I posted something on the group, on the GWT group, GWR group, where I said, probably because I was engaging School of Eloquence back to back on my Twitter. So my Twitter was what? Was restricted. So now it's not like I can post, but it's under review. So despite the fact that I have this verification tick, my post won't go viral like it used to go. In short, when I checked the consequences of what I did, from my impression, they minused over 63,000 impressions because they restricted it. They minused over 60,000 impressions. Then when I saw it, I was like, what's happening? You know the origin of this thing? Eh? The origin of this thing are the fraudster, those people doing scamming that me and you fail to correct, that me and you fail to shun their acts. So now, they have built those apps in a way that the apps are sensitive. If you do things too much, this app will start to sense that, oh, it's not this person. Have any of us heard that someone complained to you that his or her WhatsApp was suspended? Have you heard of it? Before, did you used to experience such thing? No. Yes. Have any of us noticed that you will see your Instagram account suspended? Then you have to do security, this thing, say you should do your video, you should do something. That's why I'm telling you that when you fail to correct evil deeds, life becomes very hard. Life becomes very hard. Because my mommy, I can't count the number of times she will tell me that WhatsApp was suspended. Because when she gets some this thing, she sends forward to people so that they will get the information. Process, WhatsApp might feel like, what are you forwarding? What are you forwarding? Are you the public relation officer of Lagos State? Why are you forwarding things? Then just restrict her account. Bam. 24 hours she can't text. The day that there was attack on Dubai, on that day she wanted to call her younger brother who is at Dubai. On that day, that was the day that her account was restricted, her WhatsApp. So there was no way she could call because she can't call a normal call now. WhatsApp has made things easier. So she could not call. So she had to call me on the phone that please help me call my brother, let me confirm if he's fine where he is. And I said okay, I will call him. Then I called him. Then he said he's fine, that there's no problem, that where he is at, he's safe at that place. Because we have failed to correct evil. I hope we are learning something. Because we are looking why the other person is misbehaving. Because you did not correct the other person. So now, evil has now become a national cake that everybody is eating part of. As it has become a national cake that we are eating part of, now we are all what? We are all facing the consequence. Before, the police will not stop you and harass you that you look like someone who is doing scamming. Why? Because we have few persons who are doing. I remember there was one time at my old street then, this boy came and he said he made money from scamming. Then he gave his mom bulk of money. You know what the mother did? Oh, I don't know if I will see such thing again. Even if I spend 100 years on this set. The woman collected the money. She said, and she started cursing the child. He said, when I gave birth to you, when I sent you to school, I sent you to school on legitimate funds. Now you are bringing scam money to me. Then the woman did what? She started taking that money and started pouring it on the street. I was there, I was looking at her like this. Do you know how many mothers criticized that? They were like, and that's like the child brings the fruit of labor for you, then you decide to throw it on the road. Then the mother said, I would never be part of evil deeds. I would never be part of immorality. Her son felt very bad that he was crying. Before, he was coming to the mother with that happiness that my mom should clap for me today now. At least I've done something outstanding. I've done something that my generation has not done before. I've made some amount of money. He was expecting that his mom would do what? They clap for him that Your Excellency, you are welcome from the school of scamming. And you have brought so much amount to us and we appreciate you today. But what his mom showed him there is what we call shege. Mom made him know that you are a very useless child. I sent you to school with my hard-earned money. But now you want to reward me for what I have done for you. You are coming to reward me with illegitimate amount. With the money you stole from someone. And this is it. What you don't want people to do for you, you do for people. There's one of those guys that would promote scamming from his mouth until last 2 years December, when some group of people came to him and said, there's one thing that is going on. If you invest 100,000 naira, you collect 200,000 naira. People on my street, I won't lie to you, people on my street did it, and they were testifying greatly to it that they have invested 100,000, they collected 200,000. This guy who used to promote scamming with his full chest, after he had heard testimonies from people who were not religious people, he had decided that he was also going to invest in that Ponzi scheme. At the time he invested the 100,000, he got his 200,000. Then decided to invest 300,000, so he gets 600,000. After he invested 300,000, he told me, he said, KSO, I think this is a better time for me to change my phone. I said, if changing your phone is what you want, there's no problem. Then he did what? He proceeded to invest in the 300,000. Then he waited to the payday, and the payday became a wait day. He keep waiting since December last 2 years till today. He's still waiting. If you now see his reaction, the way he was reacting, that he was in pain. He was like, my money. He was saying, my money. Instead of me to eat him, you know what I told him? I said, why do you promote scam? The people that are victim of scams, this is the way they feel. This is the way what? This is the way they feel. So now, you should learn to do what? You should learn to stop promoting any act of immorality. Do you get it? You should learn to stop promoting any act of what? Of immorality. He has learnt in a hard way. He has what? He has learnt in a hard way. He's still waiting for the money since 2 years ago. He will get his reward when he leaves it. Do you understand? You should learn to shun evil deeds. And lastly, when you don't shun evil deeds, we lose human dignity. Don't forget the basis. I told you, I said, it's all about humanity. It's all about you being human. It's all about you being what? It's all about you being human. You don't have to wait until the police is here before you make report. Stop engaging unreasonable posts on social media. When you see someone dressed indecently, of course you said you are against indecent dressing, then why are you liking a video of someone who is dressing indecently? You're a criminal. He who is supporting a crime is also a criminal. There is no two ways about it. There's no two ways about it. I remembered when I think I really credit King Mide for that. So I came to one party there, they called the party Diplomat Party. I was given special invite. So when I got to the gate, so both the bouncer, the students affairs and all, so they followed me. They were clearing the road. Then I was now feeling like the governor of Lagos State. I was like, why are you doing all this thing? When I got there, sat down. Then in his first speech, he said, as Diplomat Party, what do we honor? He said, we honor integrity and not what you bring, not your money. He said, if the money you are bringing is not legitimate, then you are not a person of integrity. That's why you have the rich and you have the elite. You won't call yourself an elite when they ask you what do you do for a living, and you say you are a cryptocurrency trader. What do you do for a living? Elite. Say, some will even say jama jama. What do you do for a living? Say jama jama. What is the meaning of jama jama? Said it's going from one place to another. I don't understand. Hustling. If you are hustling, there's always a title now. General what? General merchant. The only general I know is General Yakubu Gowon. Anything aside from that, I don't know any other general again. You understand? Lose of human what? Dignity. From that moment, we start to honor incompetence. From the moment we start honoring people who buy their way to the top, from that moment we will be suffering all of the things I've mentioned. The danger is not in those who do wrong. Do you get the message? The danger is not in those who do wrong, but in those who see wrong and choose silence. The danger of wrong is not in the people that do the wrong. The danger is in those that you saw the wrong, but you chose silence. The Bible will say, Tomo ìyá méjì bá wọlé, if children of the same parents go inside, pẹ̀lú ẹ̀rín lẹ́nu wọn, with smile on their face, and come back outside with the same smile, that it means they have not told themselves the truth. The moment you are hailing everywhere, KSO, hey, it's good, it's good. You've not told me the truth. But the moment you start telling me that when you are speaking KSO, stop putting your eyes on your face, you have started telling me the truth. What do you mean by you're doing like this when you are speaking? KSO, stop it. Do you understand? From that moment, I will start learning that, oh, so I'm used to putting my hand on the face when I'm speaking. Now I will start to do what? To control my body movement. Like, what do you mean by when you are speaking, you will start dancing to this left side? What are you looking for? This place is not enough for you to stand. Start learning. You don't rest your hand on the left thing. You stand straight. I don't know if you get the point. So, Yoruba, in that culture, in that proverb, I said, the moment children of what? The same parents goes in and come outside laughing at each other, it means they have not told each other the truth. It is the fact. So for you to tell each other the truth, you won't be silent. Many persons who will see their colleague receive bribe. After your colleague receive bribe, you will still congratulate them, and they will buy water Guinness for you from the bribe money, and you will drink it. I think this thing I'm telling you, I'm not just saying it based on word, it is something I practice. That's why at times in my statement I use what they call diplomacy. There was a time I was talking to my mom, then she begged me that I should do something for someone. That thing, to me, it is not right. But when I was talking to my mom, she refused to accept. Then you know what I told her? I said, mo ti gbọ́ yín. Mo ti gbọ́ yín means what? I've heard you. So in her mind she feel like, oh, I've heard her, that I will do it. Then when the day comes, I didn't do it. Then she called me, she said, after begging you, you didn't still do it, but you promised. I said, Mom, I did not promise you anything. I already told you I've heard you. I did not tell you that I'm going to do it. Ah! She was like, what do you mean by that? I said, Mom, now tell me where I promised you that I'm going to do it. Thank God it was on the WhatsApp chat. Look at the chat now. I told you I have heard. I didn't tell you I'm going to do it. That's it. You not partaking in what people act. Imagine you go to National Youth Service Corps. Then your anthem is you to obey the clarion call. Let us lift our nation high. Under the sun or in the rain. With dedication and what? Selflessness. Nigeria is ours, Nigeria will serve. Now look at the analysis. You to obey the clarion call. The clarion call, one of the clarion call is what? Look at the last part. The first part says youth obey the clarion call. The last part says Nigeria is what? Ours, Nigeria will serve. Now, Nigeria switch to the word. The last sentence. Youth obeys the clarion call. We have called core members, but they have chose to sleep. But if Korean government delayed the Alawi, you will see them crying on Twitter. There was when the NYC was trending. I thought they had used a core member like me as a state coordinator. Maybe that's why it was trending. When I clicked on it, it was because they did not quickly pay Alawi. And the majority of these people that are talking, they won't present a picture of them at their PPA for you. They don't have one. I remember one day I was going to teach at my PPA. You know one thing about my PPA is, among all teachers, I will say this: I don't resume to work until 12 p.m. This is why I don't resume to work until 12 p.m. because till 12 p.m. I don't have anything I'm doing and I have my office. So the most important thing is that I discharge my duty. So I'm not doing anything wrong. Do you get? So now, it was now 11. I left home. So when I got to Obalende, rain started falling. I wasn't holding umbrella. Then I was unable to get tricycle that would take me to work. So it was remaining few minutes. And what did I do? I had no choice. I entered the rain. And when I got to the school, I was drenched. And my student was like, KSO, you would have just stayed now. Why did you come? You know, lazy students. And after them, I said, of course, we have weeks that we are supposed to teach you. The topic for today, if I didn't teach you, you would miss it. So what if your theory exam is centered around this topic? What will you do? Then I would have no choice than to give you marks that you give merit. And I told them, I said, finally, when I was reciting the NYSC anthem, I promised that under the sun, so now it is raining. I will show you evidence. The video evidence is on my phone. I will show you. When I'm done, you will see the video evidence. I was drenched. The way I was dripping on NYSC drip. Do you understand? And there's one thing about me, as my CDS, I'm known for it. I'm always wearing my 7/7, despite the heat in Nigeria. And I'm always wearing my jungle boots. So, when I got to class, I started teaching them. That was the day I taught them colors, days of the week, and I taught them some other things. When I was telling them that veggie is green, vermelho is red, amarelo is yellow. That was the day I started teaching them all of those things. And that class was very interesting. Because when I get to the class, you first recite what? National anthem first. Everybody morale has to be high. Then let's learn. So I taught them. Mind you, let me tell you another secret that you don't know. In Nigeria, this country, all unity schools, they are currently doing foreign language course. It's compulsory. The Ministry of Education did that, and it's a very good one. Do you get? So now, for Portuguese exam, the person that set Portuguese exam question that all schools will do in Nigeria, I'm the one. Mind you, there are many persons, there are many teachers and staff who are teaching Portuguese exam in secondary school who have been in the organization before me. Do you understand? But because one way or another, one person make one mistake, the other person make another mistake. So they had to remove that title and give to me that take. You would set. So now this is how it goes. All Portuguese teachers, they will set their question and send their questions to me. So when they send their questions to me, I will now choose, I will select questions, and I can decide to remove all the questions and not use any of them if I like. So I will now select questions. Pam pam pam. Okay, now good. This is the question we want to. Then I will send it to Selected. Then they will sign it. That's what we use for exam. On the notes, I would have said, because I'm in charge of setting the exam, and not teach my students on that and say, I'll make sure the exam question is not around this. Of course, I didn't make my students know that for any reason that your exam, I will be the one to set it. I didn't make them know. I will still teach them. But imagine, as my place of work, some person are now wondering that, wait, I thought you were a core member. How come are they assigning too many roles to you? The head of department is Sekino Abi Peju is the head of department for Portuguese. Peju was my senior in the university. She's very intelligent as well. Very, very intelligent. I like her. There was one time I wrote an article on Opinion Nigeria. Then that week it was my article and an article that was dragging who would come first. So I was not showing someone that, see, people from same department, same school. See as we are scratching the chart. So my article can come up for like 15 hours. Then the next thing, you just say article will come up. Those both articles are not dragging who would come first in that week. That was how we met at the place we were working at. The place we are working at currently. And as I speak, Lagos State University has employed her as a graduate assistant at the Department of Foreign Languages. This is reward for what? Reward for hard work. One of the reasons why you must what? Shun evil deeds. The danger is not just in those who do wrong, but in those who see wrong and choose silence. The message: a better society is not built by law alone, but by individuals who refuse to normalize what is wrong. That's the last part. The part everybody has been waiting for. A better society is not built by law alone, but by individuals who refuse to what? To normalize what is wrong. Of course, if we have laws, okay, there was a time the federal government want to implement a law that if you did not vote on election day, you would have to pay some fine or be sentenced to probably some months imprisonment or something. I saw that proposal at some point. Many persons were like, is it by force to vote? Is it by force to vote? I was like, it's not the same you that will say the rig election. So now they are trying to make it compulsory for you that it's scam. They are trying to make it compulsory for you that you should vote. So now the person that is trying to help you to vote, that same person, you are not going against the person. Do you understand? It's very wrong. Now look at that. There's another thing that is common now. You will see persons who would post things that I saw one post this morning. Someone posted something about a woman, that the woman cheated on her husband. I can't remember the woman's name. I don't want to even remember. So when she posted that thing, the person posted that thing for the sake of engagement too. She was getting a lot of likes, retweets. Trust me. When I now went to the comment section and I saw something like, I know you are doing this thing for engagement, but I hope the owner of this thing does not see it. That's someone who is trying to shun evil deeds. The other person said, oh boy, enjoy the fun and just leave it. Enjoy the fun, okay? What is funny about the thing you guys are trying to express here? This thing is not funny, man. It's not funny. Then, unfortunately for the owner saw it. And the owner was like, see, when did this one happen? Like, you are making an attempt to ruin someone else's marriage. All in the name of what? All in the name of you want more engagement, you want more engagement, you want more engagement. On a normal standard, if we were good people who want to shun evil deed, what do you think is the solution to what's happened? Those 8,000 people who retweeted, who reposted that post, they would have just done what? They would have just reported their account. Trust me, if 100 people report an account, that account will not exist again. Remember when God over that Ekman, when his account was reported, TikTok took his account down immediately. If you had reported this person's account, if you had reported this person's account, you would have what? You have shown one evil deed. You have shot one evil at sight. But what's happening? All you do is what? When you see someone post false information, you what? You like, you retweet. You are not showing evil deeds. Let's channel our energy as the right place. Remember the story of those northerners who died because their group, their tribe are known for crime, not knowing that they are innocent people. If they had spoken up at that time, they would call us the Sorosogi's generation that speaks up. What is the essence of speaking up when you cannot speak? Some of us will say the reason why you cannot speak is because you cannot speak English very well. Then speak Yoruba. Speak Yoruba. English is a language, Yoruba is a language. Speak. You get the point? So far in my statement, what have I said? I started by saying the effect of not shunning evil deeds. Then I did a breakdown. What breakdown I did? When people normalize lying, cheating, dishonesty, relationship weakens, institution lose credibility, business collapse. And I move further by saying a society without trust cannot function. If people cannot trust each other, everything becomes harder. Look at my brother, my mom wanted to communicate with her brother, but because her WhatsApp was suspended because technology has advanced to the extent where they feel like the moment that you start doing things that are too suspicious. Okay, now last week I wanted to change my WhatsApp profile picture because I don't like what is on it. Not my WhatsApp, sorry, my Twitter X profile picture. That profile picture I put it there because of the time there was that war was very hot then. So I was trying to pass a message that we don't need war. I was showing on the picture, the profile picture, it was a building that was affected by one of the missiles that was thrown to a community. So in that building, we had innocent people there. So when I saw the picture of that building, I felt very bad. So I used it as my what? As my profile picture. So now, a few days ago, I tried changing the profile picture. Then Twitter was telling me that I can't change it for now, I should wait. The reason why it's telling me I should wait is because what? Suspicion. They know how far fraudulent acts has become normal in society today. So they do what? Calm down, don't change it yet, we don't know who is who. And they are even telling me that if I am changing my profile picture, they will withdraw my blue tick. That's my verification tick for some hours. so they can do evaluation. His life not becoming harder that way. It's becoming harder. And all of these things does not start just one day. It started as mind your business. You see that mind your business spirit is a very devilish spirit. In short, devil's name is what? Mind your business. Because if you look at it very well, there's one word most of us used to say. We say I don't care attitude. But it is not I don't care attitude, it is devil may care attitude. If you now look at devil may care, if you look at the standard where devil may care attitude and mind your business, it's not the same thing. Because the moment you stop caring as a man, then the devil start caring for the things you are not caring for. Being an humanitarian, that will come first. Then I spoke about the rise of corruption, where I said when evil is tolerated, corruption what spreads quickly. When evil is tolerated, if you can tolerate your colleague is supposed to resume to work by 8 o'clock, but because you are the receptionist, she came by 10 o'clock, but in the attendance you already wrote 8 o'clock. Obviously, what someone will do from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock is different from what someone will do from 10 o'clock to 4 o'clock. But at the end of the day, when she comes to work by 10 o'clock, she will gist with you till 12 o'clock. Then you now start working from 12 to 2. When it's 2 o'clock, you will see her swap her office shoe to slippers, to bedroom slippers, meaning she's ready to go. Then when she's going home, she will tell her neighbor that I went to work today, work was stressful. What was stressful about work? The gist. And these are people that will tell you that the economy is not good. But you as yourself, you are an economic atrocity. You are a damage to the economy. The moment we see you as a person, we are supposed to look for a place where we will keep you, because you are a threat to the economy. You don't act like that and not be a threat. That's it. From there to bribery, so you know what, if you want me to do it for you, pay me 10,000. From there you get to level where justice is being delayed. And I spoke about the beginning of justice, where I said if wrongdoing is ignored, criminals feels empowered. I spoke about that. I spoke about victims lose hope. I spoke about law becomes meaningless when justice is weakened. And I spoke about when morals die, people see evil, the more they get used to it. The more they get used to it, they see it as a norm. And I told you when those days where if you hear 3 persons were kidnapped on the news, there's a way you feel about it. We have moved from that year when we hear about it, we just, well, life goes on. And I spoke about destruction of social media, where then I spoke about economic consequences. We are talking about evil behavior like fraud and economic and corruption affect investment, where I talk about those that vandalize government property. And I talk about employment. When you vandalize government property, people will not want to invest. Then there will be low employment. And I talk about it causing poverty and reducing opportunities. Then to wrap it up, I said the danger is not just in those who do wrong, but in those who see wrong and choose silence. I hope after listening to this, when you see what is wrong, you won't choose silence over it. Distinguished guests, calm down. Respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen, I am humbled to have spoken to you, and I hope you would always I hope you always shun evil deeds, and I hope when you see evil deeds, you would run away from evil deeds. Please, don't just be a listener. Participate what you listen to. One of the things we are suffering right now is because education has not come to do its work. Imagine someone who studied English language who cannot speak publicly. It is it is a sign that the education has not what? Has not played that role education has come to play. You understand? How can you tell me that you studied a foreign language and you cannot distinguish between Sarah and Esther? Do you understand? So when we listen to informations like this, of course, for a global stage like this to hold, a lot of investment has been put into it. The speaker has read, the speaker has brainstormed about his experience. So for us to make the world a better place, we have to start what? We have to start learning from now. The more when you listen, you do what? You make use of the things you listen to. You don't just sit and listen. While I was sitting down, from 6 a.m. this morning till the time I came to stay here to speak, I had just down nothing less than 18 points at the notes I have at the back of that place. From different speakers. I could read meaning to their conversations. Okay, this one, when the day started, he spoke about the lion, he spoke about when the lion started feeling comfortable. Do you understand? I picked that. The illusion of endless growth, when he spoke about that, I picked that as well. Do you understand what I'm saying? That message, that don't be too comfortable. Don't start feeling like, oh, I'm at the top, everything is fine. Nobody will come and tackle me again. Do you understand the point I'm making? I'm just trying to just so we can get this information. The yes is becoming too loud. Please get it down. Do you understand what I'm saying? Then from the dean, someone else took over the mic. Then the doctor came to speak to us. He spoke to us about that mentality of I don't have HIV, I don't need to do tests. Do you understand? How do you know you don't have it? Then from the doctor, we had different persons come to speak to us. I was here when Joy was speaking now. When she said, the moment she saw that people improved, what did she do? She did what? She upped her game. You are wondering why when I spoke at first, I didn't speak for 20 minutes. You know why? Because when I was preparing for this course, I never prepared for a 20-minute speech. I never in my life, the least speech I prepared for was 1 hour 30 minutes. When they said prepare for 20 minutes, the least I prepared for was 1 hour 50 minutes. 1 hour 30 minutes. You know what I would do? I'm sorry, madam. I would calm down. I would leave my house. Come and see how fucking my house is. I would leave my house. I would board a tricycle. Cross 200 naira tricycle from my house to Morocco. There's a place called Morocco at Bariga, Shomolu area. It's not, I'm not talking about Morocco that won the AFCON. When I get to Morocco, obviously you can't take tricycle to Morocco for 200 naira. It's not possible. When I get to Morocco, then I will not take 200 naira tricycle to Yabatek. Do you know why? One day when I entered Yabatek, one of the Yabatek students told me like, Kies, what are you doing in this school? I said, I came to read. Can't you read in your house? I said, the way I read this, I like to read in the library. How? I like to go out. When I'm in an environment where you distract me, I like to read here because when I do first reading, I'll come and play with you. You distract me. Then after distracting me, I'll now go back to look at that. You guys remember this thing? If I remember, it means if I come to a global stage where you distract me like this, I will still remember that point. If I didn't remember, I will go back to it again. I will learn. After learning, then I will go and do that same play again. That's why you not see me learning in a silent environment. And on that, I met a lot of students. There are many Yabatek students that They became my friends then. Because after reading, I would give them my speech. I would tell them, take. And you have to present, let me check if you can bring it correctly. It's not my first time doing it. But I have to do what? I have to get better. I have to do what? I have to get better. You have to keep learning. Because the Robert said what he said is color busy. But when it's night, you start feeling busy. You understand? So you have to just keep it. When you hear things, when you hear lectures in the global stage like this, don't take it for granted. When you're supposed to learn, hold a pen. When you're supposed to walk. It's kind of busy. You always feel busy. What is the point? What's the point? This is the type of lions that you know what we're talking about. You've got to the top, you have arrived, and you just get a break and sleep. Please, let's make it a this one. As we laugh, let's learn. Please. Distinguished guests, thank you very much. I would like to clap
Thank you so much. Oh my god. It was a lot. A lot of learning, a lot of laughter in between, and a lot of eye-opening. Thank you so much for that. Good evening, Nigeria and the world. My name is Oluwagbemi Falana, and I am happy to be here again. This time around, I'm here to shake tables again. Yes, because so far it's been more of call to actions in different aspects. So I'm here to talk about another thing and make another call to action. I'm here to be a mouthpiece to a set of people who have been mostly talked about, but no one has spoken for them. I'm here to talk about some people that carry a lot of burdens. They go through a lot of things, but the society does not seem to understand or even appreciate what they go through or the burdens that they carry. Here to talk about a particular set of people that the society sees as disadvantaged. The title of my speech tonight is The Forgotten Strength, Protecting the Rights of Single Parents and Their Children. Now when we talk about single parents, most people, the first thing that comes to your mind is single mothers. Probably people who give birth to children out of wedlock, or people who were irresponsible enough not to stay in their marriage, because that's the picture the society has. And that is why I'm here today. When we talk about single parents, we have a lot of people who want to do that. Be single fathers, be single mothers, but mostly I want to talk about single mothers. I've been here to speak about the plight of a woman, and we have an understanding of what women go through all around the world, especially in Nigeria, but not limited to Nigeria. And that's why, as a result of some of the things women go through, when you see a single father or a single mother, the single mother is made to go through worse. Not that most times the stigmatization, it falls more on the women folk than the men folk. And that is why I am here to speak about the single mothers mostly today. And not just the single mothers, but also the children they raise. The stigma they have to go through, the silent resilience that they have to bear, the responsibilities that they have to bear that is unspoken to the world. Children that their brilliance are supposed to be identified or even recognized. Children whose rights are supposed to be protected. Children whose future are supposed to be invested into. But instead, they get the opposite. Let's look at the silent resilience of a single mother. These are women that do the work of two people. They carry the burden of two. They support the family, their children basically, emotionally, financially, socially, psychologically, even spiritually. These are children that do, these are women that do jobs of 2 or 3 people. They combine jobs just to support their children, ensure that they are fine. These are women that, despite the work that they have to go through, they have to build their career, build their own life. Some even go to school while trying to take care of children. These same women, after all this, still make time to be there for the children to raise them. They still have to reserve the energy that has been used up already in trying to make money, to be the mother in the home. We see a lot of market women. There was a time I once mentioned here. I was in a market one day and I was with a friend. We just stood in the middle of the market and, we went to buy something and my friend just suddenly stopped. He said, wait, take a look around. And I actually took a look around. But I didn't get what he wanted me to see. He said something. He said, do you notice that we have more of women in this market right now? Now, it's not just because they are market women. No. Because we know that in the African culture, before the era of white-collar jobs, we have more of people who go into businesses. The Africans believe in business. So it's not just because they are women, that's why they are market women. No. And he asked me a question. He said, why do you think we have more of women here? Do you can you guess where their husbands would be right now? So some of their husbands would be at beer parlors. Some would be going up and down with prostitutes. Some will be lazing at home, waiting for the woman to bring the money home. And I stood there in the middle of the market and I was like, oh my God, this is an eye-opener. And I actually stood and looked around again. And the sight that I saw was that of elderly women struggling to make ends meet. Young women hustling like their life depends on it. But the irony of it, they are not all single. Some of them are widowed. And they are left to cater for their children. In some cases, there are some that their husbands actually left inheritance for them to help take care of the children. But what has happened to those inheritance? It has been taken away by the family. All in the name of tradition. We see single mothers. Some probably as a victim of circumstance. Some became single mothers not of their own accord, but probably because they were raped and the society did not come to their rescue, and they have to bear the pain of being raped and still bear the pain of raising a child and yet have not allowed their bitterness overshadow them from the responsibility they have to bear. We have some that became a single mother simply because they decided that the violence they have gone through or they have been going through in their marriages was enough, and they have now decided to stand up for themselves, but instead of having to fight back, they chose peace and they chose to walk away. And we have some who are falling into this category out of their own personal choice. They have decided, I don't want to go through the stress of marriage. I would rather just raise my child, and I think I will be fine. I'm not here to judge anybody about whether how they've gotten into the circle of being a single parent or not. But like I said earlier, this is a call. Because like the previous speaker said, we are all first humans. And that's why we need to begin to look at everyone with empathy and not just judge. When we talk about the silent resilience that single parents or single mothers have to go through, like I said earlier, it's not just Nigeria. It's not just Nigeria. In the US, we have single mothers who have to combine jobs. Some combine schooling with multiple jobs just to make ends meet, just to ensure that they're able to take care of themselves, take care of their children. In India, we have women who have been widowed and go through financial hardship, social isolation, just because they have been widowed, and they have to stand up on their own feet to ensure that their children do not suffer. In Brazil, we have women, single women, who probably out of having absent husbands, have to stand up to ensure that their children don't fall into gang violence, to ensure that despite the society they find themselves, their children don't fall into the same consequence that they find around them. In Ukraine, we've seen so many women who have become single women or about to even become single women, and even in Iran, in the US, simply because of the war that is ongoing. Some husbands have had to go to war, and the women have been thrown into the circle of single parenthood. I need us to understand that single women are not broken. They are not weak. They are not failures. Instead, they are a proof of what love looks like in motion. You see a woman that puts everything that concerns her life on hold just because some children have to be fine. If we even want to look at it, either spiritually or culturally, the responsibility of raising a child does not fall on a woman. It is the responsibility of a man. But these women have not thought about it, that this is not my job. Instead, they have been selfless to ensure that these children are raised in the proper way that they should be raised. I've talked about some that have to leave abusive homes, some that have had to escape early marriages. It takes a lot of courage to make this choice. Especially some have had to leave even for the safety of their children. I know someone who had to leave her home and become a single mother. Despite the violence she was facing in her marriage, She did not leave because she felt that was the best for her children. She wanted to give them a safe abode to grow up in. So she chose to stay. But then it got to a level whereby the upbringing of the children was at stake. The proper upbringing was at stake. The children were at the verge of being converted negatively by the person they call their father. And she decided it was time to leave. Not because she was tired of enduring, but because for the safety of her children, it was time to leave. Women who have been abandoned, yet they refuse to abandon their dreams. It takes a lot to rise after falling so hard. Most of these women are women that have fallen so hard. They have hit the ground so hard. It takes a lot for them to dust themselves and lift themselves up. If only the society can pay attention to listen, each of their story is a story of courage, a story of resilience, a story of strength. And that was why I said they are not weak. Ijoma Umebuyo says something. She said, you're not defined by the people who walked away. So these women have they've decided not to define themselves by the people who walk out of their lives. Instead, they have decided to create a niche, to create a path for themselves. We see the kind of society we live in today. This is a society that treats single mothers like they have committed a crime. I hear a lot of things going on social media. When people talk about, the moment they just hear that you are a single mother, even another woman that is a woman like yourself will look at you and say, oh, don't come to my house so that you not come and collect my husband. We hear a lot of things. I once heard a colleague of mine say something, and he said, something happened some time ago. Some of my colleagues were just discussing. One of them wanted to get married to a lady. The lady was a single mother. She had a child, but earlier in the relationship, she did not tell him. So later on, when she told him, he was confused. He now asked me, he said, what do you think I should do? So I told him, I said, one, I feel that she not telling you is very wrong. But then let's try to look at things from her own point of view. She must have told a lot of men before now, and they must have abandoned her simply because how many men want to take care of another person's child in this society that we find ourselves? And this is still something she told you later on, probably because she now decided that, okay, I think I can trust this person to not leave me. So I told him, I said, it is still your choice. I won't tell you what to do. But I think this is the reason why she has done this. But then the other person said, take care of another man's child. God forbid, I cannot do it. And I looked at the person. For crying out loud, you call yourself a Christian. I'm like, what is bad in taking care of another man's child? But then, as a man, if you had a child, probably from a previous marriage or out of wedlock, and you're a single father, you would expect to see a girl that would take care of your child. And if the girl does not want to stay to help you take care of your child, you tag her as she's not homely. But you can't do the same when it's yours. You know? I give my father kudos. My father married my mom with 2 children. She had to leave an abusive marriage. A marriage that she nearly lost her life. In fact, she had already decided she was not going to get married anymore until my father came along. But now, if not for the different surnames, most people do not even know we are step siblings. Because in my house, there's nothing like step. The step has been flattened. When my father wants to introduce the 2 children, you hear things like, this is my first son, meet my first daughter. My father would never say, meet my stepson. And if we the children want to introduce them, you hear things like, meet my big brother, meet my big sister. You will never hear, meet my stepbrother, meet my stepsister. This is a man that introduced himself to the father of these children as their father. And sometimes we joke in my house, what effrontery, you have mine though. You went to the father of the children and said, good afternoon, sir. My name is Mr. Ogumefu. I am the father of your son. Your son, my son, our son. I'm like, you have mind. But he could do that because he is a father indeed. He was able to do that because he is indeed a father. And most people, in fact, almost everyone except we in the family, almost everyone did not know that he was not their father until the day their biological father died, and they had to bury the man. And they tell their friends, my father died, I'll be burying him by so time. And everyone was like, hey, is this man dead? This and that. You know, they call my dad Baba Sele. So is it Baba Sele? I said, no, don't kill my dad. My dad is still alive. I said, that is my dad. I said, so who are you talking about? I said, I'm talking about my father, the person that gave birth to me. The one you're talking about is my dad, the one that nursed me. That was the day I knew the difference between father and daddy. You can be a father, but not a daddy. Nowadays we have a lot of fathers. The society stigmatizes the single parents, the single mothers, but forget to talk about the absent fathers. There's so many men out there who are living hale, hearty, but they're not carrying their responsibilities. But the society is not seeing them. And just like the previous speaker said, we need to begin to call out wrongs. We need to begin to call out wrongdoings and wrongdoers. This stigma has to end. We see cases of a landlord telling a single mother, I cannot rent my house to you until you go and get a man to come and sign for you. And if you ask them why, they will tell you, so that she will not turn my house into a brothel. Who says she's a prostitute? Simply because she's a single parent. In the street language, we say a single mother she no kill person. She's just a single mother. She didn't kill anyone. We see cases of society speaking, talking. When you begin to see this single mother begin to work hard, earning money, and you begin to say, who knows the aristo, the men she's following that are beginning to fund her lifestyle. Who says a woman cannot work hard and get her own money? Who says? Does she have to lie down flat for a man to sleep with her? before she can get the money to take care of her children. She has a change of level, a change of lifestyle, a better living, and then you think that she must have done something immoral for her to be able to attain that. Do we ask men, what immoral thing have you done? Even when we know they've done immoral things, do we call them out? We don't. But because she's a single mother, you think she has become a footmat that you can just walk upon. We see schools judging the children from these homes harshly. Even the society has stereotyped them, the children from these homes, because the homes are broken, so the children too have to be broken. The children have to be stubborn, they have to be wayward, forgetting that these children carry brilliance. These children also have a future. We see schools judge them harshly. Workplaces overlook single mothers for promotion, and when the HR will ask them, if you get this position, how would you take care of your children? This is a question they will not ask the men. So why ask the woman? So they are being overlooked for promotion. They judge them because they feel that because they have a broken home, then they cannot have their lives together. Someone that cannot keep a home, or that cannot keep a life, how will she be able to keep a position? They are being boxed into the corner. Churches now shame them publicly. I heard a very popular singer said some time ago, when she came out to say she is a single mother, and she said she has been a single mother, as of then she said she has been a single mother for 7 years, but in those 7 years she was not allowed to share her story. According to her, she said the Holy Spirit did not allow her to share her story, that it wasn't time for her to share it. But she said something so powerful. She said if she had been allowed to share it as at when she wanted to share the story, she knew that the churches, the society that accepted her the way they have accepted her would not have accepted her. Now they see her as a powerful minister of God, a powerful singer, but they would not have accepted her. They would not have given her the opportunity to shine. They would not have given her the opportunity to even blossom. That opportunity would have been withdrawn the moment they know she is a single mother. That is the society we find ourselves. Some time ago, a popular singer died in an abusive marriage, and everyone began to wag their tongues. Why didn't she speak up? Why didn't she come out? Why didn't she do this? Why didn't she do that? But we've seen situations where women come out to speak out of abusive marriages, and we hear things like, she's a small child, she does not know what marriage is before going into the marriage. What does she know? She's a woman. A wise woman builds up her home, and a foolish woman tears it down. We hear things like this, and we use our words to beat them down. And when they don't speak up anymore, we come back to question them. Why are they not speaking? We need to stop this stigmatization. Extended families see them as burdens. We even see cultures who segregates them. They don't call. There's a family meeting going on, they don't call them because they believe that they are not part of the family anymore. Who is she? She's a woman that could not keep her life. What say does she have here? Now what do you expect from that kind of woman whose life has been tossed up and down by challenges, and the only place where she's supposed to find solace, which is in the society and even in the family, in the churches, there is no solace there. I was going through a post tonight, and the lady talked about how the church, religious houses are filled with women who are broken and only go to church to seek solace, to pray, because the society has made them understand that the only place you can get solace is praying. I'm not saying prayer does not work. I am a born again Christian, and I believe so much in prayers. I have seen the power of prayers personally in my life. But why should it all be prayers? What happens to putting systems and structures in place that can support these women? What happens? So many of them have been strong for too long. They just need a shoulder to cry on. Some of them don't even need you to give them anything. They are fine. They just need someone to rant to. They just need someone to speak to. They just need someone they can be fragile around. They don't want to be strong every time. They are strong in front of their children. They are strong in front of responsibilities. They are strong in front of society. And they still come back to the family and they are still strong. They come to the faith communities they call their own and they are still strong. Meanwhile, they are breaking down inside. We stigmatize these women, and in turn we stigmatize the children. Women that should be understood are being judged. They are being blamed for something that is not their cause. Even if it is their cause. Should we play the blame game? Yoruba will say, Ori bibe ko ni ogun ori fifo. You don't cut off the head because the person has headache. So let's assume she became a single mother simply because she made a mistake. Yes, it's a mistake. Was it Whitney Houston that said something? She said, my mistakes are not worse than yours just because I am a woman. See, they are not worse than yours. Instead of treating them like humans, they are being threatened every day. And their children are watching and they are internalizing this pain. We keep stigmatizing the children, stigmatizing the mothers, and the children keep internalizing the pain. Martin Luther King Jr. said something. He said, a threat to justice anywhere is injustice everywhere. So the moment there is a threat to justice somewhere, that's injustice. So we cannot keep on stigmatizing these women. We cannot continue because they are not the only ones bearing the brunt of it. The children they raise are also bearing the brunt. And as the children are bearing the brunt, our society is in turn bearing the brunt. We need to begin to understand the children too, because we need to break the cycle early. Like I said earlier, most of these children are often stereotyped as broken, They're often stereotyped as being troubled. They're often stereotyped as being disadvantaged. When two children make mistakes, you correct the other child. Stop doing that, stop doing that. But the child from the broken home, it's because of the absence of a father figure. We have forgotten that what a child really needs to grow is structure, love, stability, safety, support. And all these things are not necessarily gotten in a home that has a father and a mother. I'm not saying that that's not the proper way it should be. Yes, the proper way it should be is that a child should have his father and his mother actively in his life. But is that what is obtainable now in our society? We see homes with the father, the mother, and the children, but it's hotter than the war zone. And the children daily, you hear things like, I'm never going to get married because of the way my dad treated my mom. You hear things like, I'm never going to allow any man treat me the way my dad treated my mom. Because that's the way they see, that's the thing they see their father do to their mom. It could be vice versa. You hear things like, I will never allow any woman do to me what my mom did to my dad. So it's not just in homes with the father and the mother that a child gets the support that is needed. Sometimes these children get them even in single parent households. Yes. And that is the more reason why we should not stereotype those children. So you begin to hear things like, oh, it's because the father is absent, that's why he's doing like this. It's because he does not have a father figure in his life, that's why he's doing like this. The ones that have father figures in their lives, please, how many difference has it made in their lives? We see children from affluent homes. We see children from homes where there is father, there is mother. I've heard of children whose parents are the ones that went to register them to learn how to do fraud. I've heard of parents that children whose parents are the ones that introduce them to people who will introduce them into prostitution. So let's cancel the ideology of once a child does not have one parent, or once one parent is out of the picture, then that child cannot become anything in life. It is very good for a child to grow up in a home where there is a father and there is a mother. I grew up in such, and I know what it means. I know how beautiful it is when both parents actually dwell in love and both hands are on deck. But for the families that do not have this luxury, because to some it has become a luxury, we need to understand that the fact that they cannot afford it does not necessarily mean that they should be written off. Let's look at some examples of children who grew up in single parent households but still made it in life. Number one, former President Barack Obama. He grew up with a single mom and at some point had to even live with his grandparents. Despite his father being an absent father and the mother had to step in the gap, and thank God also for the support of the grandparents, The rest is history. We know who he is today. An African boy rising to become the president of America. I once spoke about Ben Carson. Ben Carson had a single mom. She was not even well learned. But despite that, she ensured that her son realizes his potentials. She did not let that stop her from giving her best to him and his brothers. Michael Phelps. After the divorce of his parents, Michael Phelps had to be raised by his mom single-handedly. And thanks to his mom, who supported his swimming career, the rest is history. Alicia Keys. Another example of someone who had to be brought up by her mother after the separation of her parents. She also made it, and that's why we can call her name today. Bill Clinton, another former president of America, also grew up with his mom after the separation. He rose to become the president of the most powerful nation in the world. At least as at that time, China was not contesting it. Our beloved Cristiano Ronaldo was also raised by a single mom. His father was an alcoholic, so they were not really separated. But his father was an alcoholic, so it was equal to not being there. But the woman stood in the gap. She could have said, you are the responsibility of your father. If he does not do anything, that's your business. He won't be here today. We will not be shouting. Sometimes even my students come to class in the morning and they are discussing football. You know, and I have to okay guys, it's time to learn. Save the gist for break time. Because a woman stood in the gap. Oprah Winfrey. We all know the story of Oprah Winfrey. She also grew up with a single mother. Poverty-stricken background. Thank God for the support of her grandma. Mariah Carey. Another example. These are people we can easily identify. Halle Berry. LeBron James. Even our very own Pastor Jerry Eze. These are people who grew up with single mothers. So we can see that it's not about the number of parents. It's more about the strength of parenting. It's not about having both parents on ground. It's good having both parents on ground. Yes, if they would really put in the work. So it's not really about the number of parents. It's about the strength of the parenting. So we need to stop the stigmatization that once a child is growing in a single parent family, or a child is growing in a single parent home, or a child is being brought up by a single parent, then there is no hope for the child. We need to stop making them feel bad. We need to stop making them feel less of themselves. We need to stop making them internalize pain. These rights must be protected. Single parents deserve equal employment opportunity. Stop denying them. We really need to stop denying them equal employment opportunity. Sometimes the moment some employers get to know that, oh, this person is a single parent or maybe separated or divorced or so, and is a woman, a single mother, they're like, oh, what do we want to what are we trying to portray? What are we trying to say? But the same thing would not come to play if it were to be a man. So we need to give them equal employment opportunity. In Sweden, they try to provide affordable childcare for women so they could be able to pursue their careers. So they try to make it easy for these women to pursue whatever career they want to pursue. So they don't have to think about, how do I take care of my children? Because they know that they need to pursue this career to be able to take care of the children. So they make it easy for them. So if we make it easy for them, for these single mothers to actually pursue a career, they will be able to take care of their children better. And that's why we need to provide them equal employment opportunity. We need to provide them legal protection from discrimination. When you go on social media, you begin to hear a lot of things about single mothers. You hear a whole lot of things. And that was why I said they are being spoken about a lot. But how many people are speaking for them? They are being spoken about a lot of discrimination against them. Yes, they might have failed, and some of them did not. Some of them are only suffering for the failure of some men. Not all of them actually got into that position because they failed. And that's why we need to have legal protection for them against discrimination. Mental health support. Mental health support. I cannot emphasize on this enough. Like I said earlier, there are times when they just need to drop everything and breathe. Our president said, let the poor breathe. This one is not let the poor breathe now. It's let the single mothers breathe. There are times they need to breathe. They need to breathe. They need to breathe. They've been strong for too long. They need to breathe. Not because they are tired of carrying on, no. But you know, sometimes when you've been strong for so long, you just want to rest a while. But how do you want to rest a while? Who wants to take over when you're resting? Because parenting is a 24-hour watch. Who wants to take over after your shift? There's nobody to take over. So because of that, you just need to rest. You need to breathe. But then, how do you breathe? And that's why we need to create systems. We need to create systems to support them. We need to create systems to support single mothers. Free access to therapy, community where they can be vulnerable, give them mental health support, because the burnout is real, the depression is real, and the anxiety is real. It is real. It is real. I can tell you that firsthand. It is real. There was a time I said something to my children. I said, I feel like sleeping, I feel like hibernating. Human beings don't hibernate, do we? Except we want to go into coma. I said, I feel like hibernating. That can I just sleep by December and wake by maybe April? Or maybe, you know? And because that was actually how I feel. I said, can I just sleep? Sleep by December. I remember it was around December, ending of the year. I said, can I just sleep? Maybe sleep by now and wake by April. Or maybe by May. I feel like by then I would have built enough energy to move on, to carry on. The depression is real. It is. There are times when I would sit down and in my mind I'll just be like, can somebody just go and rest? Your Yorubas will say, Ojo Kul Ojo Si. The day of death is the day you rest. So even if that is it, can somebody just rest? And I'll just jack myself back. Come back here. What kind of rest is that? Come on, come back to your senses. Come off it. The anxiety is real. The depression is real. The burnout is real. There was a time I got to a point of burnout, and I told my boss I'm resigning. And they looked at me, my HR looked at me, and he said, no, we can't allow you go. First they said, why are you going? Did you get a better offer? I said, no. Did we do something to make you decide you want to go? I said, no, it's not about you. He said, so why do you want to go? I said, I need to rest. I said, I just want to rest. And I cannot tell you to give me time off to rest, because I can't tell you this is the amount of time I need to rest. And it's not fair on you for me to just go indefinitely like it's my father's business. And so because of that, to help you and to also help myself, because I still need to rest, I would like to go. And my HR looked at me. I said, okay, we'll do something for you. Why don't you take some time off? Come back. If you take 1 week off, and let's see how you feel after 1 week. Thankfully, coincidentally, the 1 week fell around my break time. And for that 1 week, I slept. I intentionally slept. I slept for the whole of the 1 week. I did not do anything apart from sleeping, waking, eating, take my bath, go back to bed. I did not think about work. I did not think about anything. I was just sleeping. And then they also said, okay, another thing we'll do for you, we'll register you for therapy. Speak to a therapist. Let's see how it goes. If after your sessions you still don't feel like you want to stay, then we'll let you go. I said, okay, that's fine. I went for my sessions, spoke with my therapist. My therapist was like, I don't know what to do to you, because all the advice I want to give you, you're already doing them. I said, I know, because I'm very intentional, but I just need someone to speak to. my head is full and I need to unleash it. So she allowed me unleash everything. By the end of my sessions, my child asked me, how are you feeling? Do you think you still want to go? I said, nah, I feel much better. I feel lighter. And I think I can carry on now. Mental support. How many people actually get that support? How many? And that is why we need to offer support. We need to offer support because the depression is real. It is real. I remember there was also a time when, before I went to my HR, that I was resigning. I fell into a very bad depression, to the extent that I had already said my final prayer. As in, it was that bad. I said my last prayer and I said, at this point, I think I'm good. I'm fine. I can't do this anymore. And then my youngest sister did something. She was busy because she was running her MBA, so she couldn't come to my house. She called her fiance, go to her house, go and pick her, take her to my parents' place. And the fiance came to my house. He said, I'm here to pick you up. I said, no, I'm not going anywhere. I'm fine. He said, I'm fine. He said, I know you're fine, but I'm still going to pick you. So he picked me and took me to my parents' place. And the moment my immediate elder sister heard that I was on my way to my parents' place, she left whatever she was doing wherever she was. Told her husband she's not coming home for the number of days she does not know, because I'm not fine and she needed to be with me. And she came to my parents' place and she was there for like how many days. And all together they dragged me out of that state of depression. And I look at myself afterwards and I'm like, I should have been dead. I knew it. Because I had gotten to that level where I wasn't even willing to continue anymore. But because I had support. How many people have this support? How many people? So when we talk about mental health support, it's not my mental health that they shout on social media these days. It goes deeper. It runs deeper. Sometimes people look at you and you just feel like, what is it? What is it? And if you're not strong on your own to stand, you will be long gone before they realize some of the things you were going through, and they'll now start talking it. They will still not accept their blame. That's just life for you. The ones that are dead, they say, why didn't she speak up? And the ones that spoke up, they will still have something to say. I went through it myself. I hear things like, Modelon She. She's just a child. She does not know what marriage is about. And then I looked at it, okay, I think the best way to solve this matter is to just keep your mouth shut and just do your thing. So I was just there, doing my thing. And by the time they started becoming aware of some of the things I was going through, they started shouting, ha, is this what you've been going through? Is this what you've been enduring? And you didn't talk, and you did. What was I doing before? I was singing. That's That's human beings for you. That's for you to know that we don't have enough mental support in the society we find ourselves. And it's not just, when I say society, I'm not just talking about Nigeria, it's all around the world. Women do not have enough mental health support. They're not given enough. And that's why you hear things like the good child is for the father, the bad child is for the mother. Parenting support networks. I already shared my story about the kind of support I enjoyed from my own immediate family. But then apart from that, you can have some support networks that can support these single mothers in their parenting. One thing we enjoy in Nigeria especially is the fact that yes, our families, our extended family, our parents are on ground to help us do some things. So we can always say, oh, go to grandma, oh, go to this person, oh, go to this auntie, go to this uncle, or go to this brother, or go to this sister. That's one of the things we enjoy in Nigeria. But in other countries out there, it's not the same. And the cost of childcare is a lot. It's a lot. And that's why single mothers need support. They need support in being able to take care of their children so they can fight for their own lives. And because in turn they are able to still fight for those children. For these children that are this kind of homes, they need support in school. They need to be supported so that they don't get bullied in school. We see situations in countries like South Korea, where children who come from single families are bullied in school. Heavy bullying. Simply because they come from single parent homes. So child support enforcement should be done. Also, for absent fathers, now in cases whereby the fathers are still alive, but they've absconded from their responsibilities, an enforcement should be made so that these fathers get to do the responsibilities. There are some fathers, they are still married to the mothers. They are not separated, they are not divorced, but they will be at home, wait for the woman to go and work, and when she comes back, bring the money. If she does not bring the money, she's calling for trouble. And this is the same money that the woman will still use to train the children. He will not contribute. So child support should be enforced. There should be family courts where these matters can be deliberated. Some countries already have family courts, but there is no enforcement. There's practically little or no enforcement. Even our culture is not even helping matters. You hear things like we cannot come back from the court and become friends, so don't take him to court too. Because by the time you come back now, you cannot take the father of your child to court, or you cannot take him to court now, and then you expect peace. We are the ones encouraging all this negativity in our society. So the children should be free from bullying or stigma. We need to train the society afresh, beginning from our children. Train them that there are different types of families now. It's not just father, mother, and the children. There are some families that is just the father and the children. There are some families that is just mother and the children. And there are some families that are blended families. The mother having some children or a child from another marriage, father from another marriage, and then coming together to become one big happy family. It's possible. But because some of these things are not taught, that's why when you see blended families, the children do not even open up to one another because they believe that you're a stranger to me. They've not been taught, they've not been helped to understand that it goes now beyond father, mother, and children. But when this kind of training is being given, it helps them to understand that, yes, even if I come from a family of father, mother, and children, I'm privileged. It's a privilege because those ones that do not come from that kind of family, they have not done anything wrong to deserve it. And that is why equal treatment should be given to them. And they should not be bullied for situations that they have not caused on their own. Children should be given access to stable welfare and protection services. The children from those homes should be given access to stable welfare and protection services. Policies should be made to shield them, be it in the school, in the society, in the community. Policies should be made to shield them. You need to have access to educational and emotional support. Children from single parent homes should not have to lose opportunities because they are from single parent homes. They shouldn't have to. See situation whereby opportunities are being given and then by the time they begin to fill their forms and it's just a single parent and maybe divorced or separated or something, they lose that opportunity because they don't have the perfect picture of the family that they want to portray. That should not be the case. They should have safe spaces to express themselves. You see, children from single parent homes, they are kind of, because of the stereotype and the bullying and the way people look down on them, they cannot easily express themselves. Especially when everybody is talking about my daddy, or my mommy, but they don't have a father or they don't have a mother or they don't even have both. And they begin to coil up into their shells. Children that are not naturally introverts suddenly become introverted because of what the society is pushing down their throat. Safe spaces should be given to them to express themselves. There should be the dignity. They should enjoy the dignity of being seen as individuals and not as stereotypes. We see families that when their child brings a wife home or even a husband home and the child is from a single family, they say, is that the family you want to marry into? I've even heard something like the child of a single mother can never keep a marriage because the mother could not keep a marriage. That's the height of it. It's the height of it. So they should not be boxed into stereotypes. They should be seen as individuals. Let's stop seeing people by their challenges, by their problems. Let's see them as individuals. I once talked about Albert Einstein in one of my speeches and about how he not only was seen as a problem, His problem was named after him, Einstein syndrome. That's the height of it. The fact that someone has a challenge and then you now name the challenge after the person. That's just the height of it. So we need to begin to see these children as individuals, not as stereotypes. We need to understand that society that denies this right, the rights of our people, weakens its own foundation. And that's why today we have a society with a weak foundation. Now, why does it matter for the society to support this set of people, a single mothers and their children? We need to understand that support to them is not charity. You're not doing them any favor. Not at all. It is nation building. So when you're supporting single mothers, you're supporting the children they have, you're not doing, it's not a charity job, it's not a charity business. So it's not something that because you are doing now, you carry camera so that you can put on social media so that they can see that you are helping out. No, you're not doing them favors at all. It's not charity. It's not a charity thing. It's nation building. And it is a strategic investment, an investment into our future. Why do I say it's a strategic investment? Every child is a national asset. Because my people would say, you've seen where an adult has gotten to, but you don't know where a child is going. You don't know the future that lies ahead of that child. So every child is a national asset. Because you can't even begin to fathom the potentials they carry. Every single parent is a contributor to the economy. Whatever job they do, no matter how small, they are contributing to the economy of the country. And that's why every single household you support, you're reducing poverty, you're reducing the likelihood of crime. Because these children, when well supported, will not fall into crime. Most of them fall into crime because the society does not expect any other thing from them. And they'll just be like, oh, you already think I am bad, so I might as well just be bad. So for every supported single parent home, you are reducing the likelihood of poverty. You are reducing the likelihood of crime. You are reducing the likelihood of social instability. We see countries like Finland, they provide things like child well-being. Countries like Canada, they have child support, which goes a long way in supporting the family. Countries like Singapore, they provide housing and financial support to homes. These things go a long way to reduce the burden of the single parents. And it goes a long way in helping the children have access to a better life. It goes a long way. So we need to support them. We need to support them in the workforce, support them via proper education system, support them through national development. Because when we support these single mothers, we are supporting the next generation. Because that support goes to their children and we are building our future. we're building a society. But we need to understand also that ignoring them is very costly. Because like I said, when we support them, we are building the next generation of leaders. We've already seen some examples of children that grew up in single parent homes. And we've seen the height at which they were able to reach because they got the appropriate support. Supporting them can be highly transformative, so we need to really, really support them. Because when one household rises, the community rises. And when the community rises, the society rises. And when the society rises, the nation rises. And what are the roles of schools in giving out this support that we've mentioned? Schools need to understand that they can heal or wound. Depends on what they do. And that's why they have to be intentional. They have to be intentional. We have cases where in schools children's family backgrounds are mocked. We've seen situations where teachers, students turn it into a gist. They turn it into a gist. Oh, this child is from a single family. Oh, this child does not have a father. Oh, this child does not have a mother. Oh, this. Oh. Not discussion out of concern. Outright gist. Just for entertainment purposes. We've seen situations where they suddenly assume that a child is wayward simply because the child is from a single family home. And that's why he's stubborn, does not have a father at home. Because that's how the mother too does. Assumption. I've already said it before. Over and over. Assumption is the lowest level of intelligence. So they suddenly assume that this child cannot do any good, or nothing good can come out of this child's Nazareth, simply because the child is from a single family home. We see cases whereby schools exclude parents who cannot afford to attend day meetings. If your parent cannot come for the meeting, that's the end. And I'm like, excuse me, what happens to technology? What happens to taking the meeting on Zoom? And I have this issue a lot. Excuse me, I have to work. Why do I have to leave my work to come for a meeting, and then you go for the meeting and then they are doing African time? Excuse me, there is technology and make use of it. What happens to putting this meeting online? Let those that want to come in, and let those that cannot come in join online. We still all get the information. But no, they want to make you feel like if you are not there physically, you are not a responsible parent. And they rub it in on the child. And because your parent did not come for the meeting, then your parent is not interested in your future. They are being very irresponsible. And I laugh. So schools need to understand that they can heal and they can wound. And that's why schools need to begin to intentionally empower teachers to protect children from bullying and labeling. Teachers should begin to see children, especially children from these single family homes, as learners and not labels. That child that has no father, that child that has no mother, was that the name the child was christened with? So they need to begin to see them as learners and not labels. They need to begin to protect these children from stigma by putting policies in place. Their family structure should not determine the experience they face in school. Every child is in school to learn. So the same way you're giving optimum experience to the child from a full family, from that picture perfect family, give that same optimum experience to that child from a single family home. Their family structure should not determine their experience. Our faith communities, churches, mosques, traditionalist homes, we need to stop judging. Instead of judging, let's counsel. Let us counsel. If not for the rise of lots of deaths arising from violence in marriages, that is now making some religious bodies begin to speak up against violence in marriages. Before now, they were not. No matter what you're going through, stay put. Because God does not like divorce. They've forgotten that it is divorce God does not like. He does not hate divorcees. You're in an environment where your life is continually threatened, and all they can say is God bless you. God will see you through. No wonder we see women in churches, in mosques today praying for a new husband. They're not asking for a new man. They're only asking for God to change the one they have. Praying that he would be faithful. Praying that he would become present. Praying that he would come home. Praying that he would be the man that they actually got married to. Praying that he will be a responsible father to the children they both have. And they keep praying, hoping upon hope. But nobody is speaking to the man. Only the woman. A good woman built her home. But the foolish one tears it down. What happens to a good man? What does a good man do? What does a foolish man do? Nobody speaks about that. We have more women conferences than men conferences. People are speaking to the women. Who is speaking to the men? And after the women have learned all that they need to learn, they come back home to the men that are not trained. Nobody is speaking to them. And before you say one thing, you hear, I am the man. Do you know who I am? They need to begin to counsel and not judge. They need to begin to stop excluding women who, quote and unquote, are falling, have failed. Because single parenthood is not failure. Instead, they need to help them to socially belong. Help them understand that it's not a failure. In fact, it is a strength that they are carrying the burden that two people are supposed to carry. And they're carrying it all alone. They need to stop shaming. They need to begin to restore these women. The motto of my school says to restore the dignity of man. They need to begin to restore the dignity of these women. Stop shaming them. Stop making them feel like they're not enough. Stop making them feel like it's their fault that they are in that situation. Offer support, emotional support, mental support, financial support if need be. Offer support. Counsel them. Communities need to begin to provide support networks. Provide support networks. In those days, in the days of our fathers, they'll say it takes a community to build a child. It goes beyond that word or that sentence, it takes a community to build a child. Underneath that saying is the fact that everyone comes together to support one another. But where is the support today? Everyone has gone their separate ways to mind their own business. We need to provide support networks. Sometimes all that single mother needs is a place to keep her child till she goes to work and come back. If you are available to help, kindly help. Support networks. Even as family, we see some people don't even have the support of family members. If I don't tell you I'm a single mother, you won't know. I'm able to rise above it because I enjoy the support of my family members. Days when my children were little, I could leave them and travel out of the country to look for greener pastures for them because I am sure they are safe. I don't have to think about what have they eaten because I know they are in safe hands. I know they are in safe hands. I'm able to pursue my career because I know that if I need any support, I can always get. I've been here for over many days. Courtesy that support. They need support. They need all the support they can get. Provide support networks. Create safe spaces. Single mother should not have to walk into the society and all she hears is, she has bought a car. Who knows the chief that bought the car for her now? Is the chief a car dealer? When did we turn making money to a gender-based thing? When? Who says she couldn't have worked hard? Genuine work, and she could have gotten that money to take care of herself, take care of her children, and even bought the car. Who says? But the moment she walks in, she's looking prim and proper, the children are looking very fine. You look at her, who knows what she's doing? She wants to come and visit you. Don't come, oh. You're like, before she come and collect my husband. Excuse me. What's up? Create safe spaces for them. Not spaces where you whisper a lot of derogatory things behind them. Create safe spaces for them. Stop all these harmful narratives. I cannot allow a single mother to rent my house so that she will not turn it into a brothel and she'll start bringing different men to my house. Even married women, if they want to do, won't they do? We hear things, we see things. Men who go out of their wedlock to be unfaithful to their wives. We see things, we hear things, but who says anything about them? So we need to stop all these harmful narratives. We need to stop it. We need to start celebrating their resilience. because it takes a woman of strength to actually stand. It takes a lot of strength to stand. So we need to celebrate their resilience. We need to stop shaming their circumstances. Stop the shaming and start celebrating their resilience. And to our government and policy makers, we need good policies. Because good policies can change lives faster than speeches would. So it's not just those speeches that they make during campaign. After the campaign, after we voted you in, we need good policies. Intentionally include single parent households in your policies. Because when you're not intentional about it, then they would be excluded as they have always been. We need to protect our single parents, single fathers, single mothers, children from single families. We need to protect them. Get out sustainable policies that will help. Parental leave for parents, especially single parents, paid parental leave. I remember there was a time that one of my sons was sick and I had to be absent from work for like a week. I took permission. I could not go to work because I had to take care of him. So after he got better, the second one fell sick and I took another permission again. And they said, okay, they understood that I don't have anybody to take care of him. I said, okay, fine, take care of him. I took care of him. After that one got better, the third one fell sick again. And I had to take care of him again. He said, go ahead, take care of him. I took care of him. And by the time the third one got better, because I had been the one doing it back to back, I now fell sick. So at the end of everything, in the whole of the month, I went to work only twice. So by the time I resumed, normally they were supposed to pay me for 2 days. But instead they flipped it. Deducted money for 2 days and gave me the rest. That's the support we're talking about. If they were not supportive, I would have lost my job. And if I had lost my job, how would I have been able to single-handedly take care of 3 children in this economy? And that's why we need support. Let's understand that these people do not have all the support they can get. So all the support we can give, let us give. Let's give subsidy for childcare, especially for single parents. Because unlike the household where there is the father pulling in resources, there is the mother pulling in resources. In this kind of house, they are the only ones pulling in all the resources. So definitely there's going to be a gap. So let's have subsidy for childcare for them. Let's have subsidy. Probably subsidized schooling. It will go a long way to help them. Flexible working conditions. Because they are still the only one having to be the breadwinner, be the homemaker, be everything for the children, in as much as they bring the bread in. Let's create flexible working conditions for them. If it's a job that they can do without having to come in 5 days a week, can we cut them some slack? Okay. If you can do remote, fine. If it's a job they can do remotely, by all means, let them do remotely. If it's not the one they can do remotely, if it's an hybrid condition you want to give to them, give them hybrid. Let them do hybrid. But give them flexible working condition. And if it is something that they have to come in all the time, if you need to like give them earlier closing hours so that they can be there for their children. Let's consider that. Educational grants. Apart from the subsidized educational rates I mentioned earlier, educational grants is another one. I've seen cases where in the Western world there are scholarships and grants solely for single mothers. They do that in the Western world very well. Solely for single mothers. That's the criteria. You qualify for it if you are a single mother. If you're not, you don't qualify. Let's bring this to our own society. Let's bring it to our country. Let's begin to have grants to help single parents, not just single mothers now, single fathers too, because they need to take care of their children. Let's make these grants available to them so that they don't lose this opportunity basically because of their household structure. Access to justice in cases of neglect or abandonment. I talked about this earlier. Our family courts, let them begin to work. Let them begin to work. And in cases where the family courts do not even do not exist, let's begin to create one that works, so that they can get justice, especially for single parents whose other partner is still alive and not doing anything, so they can get justice for the neglect and the abandonment. I talked about protection from workplace discrimination. Let government give policies that will protect especially women, because they are the ones that go through this a lot. Workplace discrimination. We should put in place policies that will protect them from workplace discrimination. It's not that they have to be asking you, where would you keep your children? So who will attend to your children when you attain this position? Who is going to? These are questions they don't ask the men. So government should put policies in place to protect women from this kind of discrimination. Because when they protect families, the families become stronger. And when the family becomes stronger, our future becomes stronger. My vision for the future. I look forward to a society where someone walks into the room, where a single parent walks into the room without shame and with dignity. I look forward to a future where a child from a single parent household is being celebrated for their potential and not pitied. It would have been nice for him to have a father in his life. If not, no. I look forward to that future where these children are being celebrated for their potentials and they are not pitied. I look forward to a future where a child from a single parent household can write an essay about my family. Just the single parents and the children, with dignity, and not feel bad that I don't have a father or I don't have a mother. I look forward to that kind of future where employers recognize resilience and discipline in these single parents, because it takes a resilience and discipline to be a single parent, to be a responsible one. It takes resilience to keep holding on and not giving up. So I look forward to that future where they would actually recognize this resilience. I look forward to a future where schools become safe spaces for every child, where no child is being bullied simply because of the structure of their homes, where no child is being made to feel bad simply because they don't have a father or they don't have a mother. I look forward to a future where communities become support systems and not courts of judgment, not gossip parlors, but instead the support system that they used to be. I look forward to a future where policies will begin to address the real needs, not stereotypes. And this vision that I have for the future is not impossible. It just begins with awareness. And that's why I'm here, to make us aware of the plight of this set of people who people speak about but they don't speak for. It grows with advocacy. And that's why we need more people to arise and begin to advocate for this set of people who the society has relegated to the background. It becomes a reality through deliberate action. We have to be intentional about creating safe spaces and being a support system to those people. And to all single parents like myself, you're not alone. You're not inadequate. You're not less than you are. Instead, you are powerful. You are capable. Your journey is valid. Your struggle is not your identity. Your sacrifice matters. And your labor is seen. To every child from a single parent home, your story is not a disadvantage. It is not. It is a strength. It is one of the things that will build you. My eldest son said something one day. He said, I have come to understand that whatever it is we have been through and we are still going through is forming a part of my story. And it is one of the things I will tell the world when I get up there. So you're not at a disadvantage. It is a testimony of your strength. And I want you to understand that you are not behind your family struggle. You are not the reason why your family is the way they are. In case they have been telling you you are the source of their problems, no, you're not. You are not behind your family struggle. You are enough. You are worthy. You can rise. You can lead. You can build. You can heal. And you can succeed. And finally, to the society, let us build a world where every parent is supported. A world where every child is protected. A home that is treated with dignity. Don't ask if they deserve help. No, that's not the question we should be asking. The question we should be asking instead is, can the society afford to ignore them? That's the question we should be asking. Can we afford to ignore this set of people. No, we cannot afford it. It's too expensive. We cannot afford it. And let us remember that whenever we uplift a single parent, we are uplifting a child. And whenever we uplift a child, we are uplifting our world. I hope with this little speech of mine, I have been able to help you to understand that single parenthood is not a failure. Instead, it is a strength. They are not a set of people to be looked down upon. Instead, they are a set of people to be celebrated, to be supported. The children are not a set of people to be stereotyped. They are a set of people that we need to build up. Because when we build up the single parent family, we are building our world. Thank you very much. And on this note, I will be passing on the mic on to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for such a wonderful and vulnerable piece of presentation. Thank you for sharing. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
So today I'll be talking about the myth of be your own boss. The myth of be your own boss, whichever way. How many of us have the goal that I want to work for myself? Or how many of us envision that even if peradventure we start somewhere, I think my goal is eventually to start something for myself and run it for myself? How many of us, let's be sincere, or how many of us that's what we are doing at the moment? Let's be sincere now. Why not answering? Yes, right? I mean, it may be eventually we may start somewhere, and there are even people that they say, no, I don't want to work for anybody, I don't want to do this. There are people like that. So and when we say myth, the word myth, it means something that is false, like fallacy. So we'll be explaining some false beliefs about be your own boss syndrome, especially in the Nigerian context, right? So everybody wants to graduate and be a self-made person. Everybody believes that, okay, I don't think I want to work for anybody. In fact, I've heard somebody say that the person sees it as if it's a disease for somebody to be working under another person, maybe under an organization or something. That's how do I use the word bad? That's how strong it is in the heart of this person. So, and the thing is that if you look at the root cause or the reason why most of these people are doing these things, it is not for genuine reason. Most of them, it's really because they do not want to answer to anybody. It's really because they probably believe that nobody can be above me. Although not everybody, many people desire to start something just because they want to add value to the society. They want to create products and services that will help the society. But we see some people that the main reason they are doing this is because they do not want to answer to anybody. They so much have this higher expectation of themselves that they see that them being under anybody is really something that will tarnish their ego or that will bruise their ego. Now, but in discussing this topic, we are going to see that it's an irony, because
if you are the owner of a particular business today, you are still answerable to a lot of people. So, and I think that's one thing, that's the one fact that many people do not understand. You are still answerable to a lot of people, and we are going to take it one after the other. If you have a business now, you have customers, and we've heard this expression, customer is king, right? Customers are always right. So what does that mean? It means that directly or indirectly, your customers, they are your boss. You have to listen to them, because in a situation where a business owner does not listen to his what, to his customers, so that means you will not be able to satisfy them, you will not be able to give them value that they need. So it is very very important. And another thing that this fallacy of self-made or be your own boss, it does not really understand is that human being, we are interdependent. Human being, we are interdependent. You cannot do what, you cannot do life alone. Life can never be done alone. So that's one thing. So when people think, oh, I want to be my own boss, I don't want to work with other people, they want to deny the reality of how human beings work. There's nobody that can do life alone. You cannot do life in isolation. You cannot produce everything that you need. You have people you have to relate with, you have neighbors, you have colleagues. So the interdependence of human is something that is very very essential. And we see that this myth about be your own boss sometimes want to derail what human interdependence is really all about. So as I was saying, that when you want to be your own boss, this, if it is okay, the idea, okay, I just want to work and then I want to have a business, I don't want to go through me being working for people. So much more that there are some people that they demonize working in maybe civil service. I've heard a man it's an elderly man, the man will say that civil servants, I hate civil servants. Like like I hate, and the man's father was actually a reputable civil servant in his days, maybe one of the chief judges of a particular state. But I think he in his life, because when he shared his story, he didn't work for anybody. In fact, he didn't even finish school before he started from one business to another and all that. So his own mindset is that the civil servant will just be limited. But you know, there are a lot of another thing that many people do not realize is that as much as somebody is satisfied, many people now, they are doing things because everybody is doing it. Okay, you can be a satisfied civil servant. There are many people that they want to add impact to the service, to humanity. That's their goal, that's their vision, that's what they want to do. So if you then think that, okay, because the person does not run a conglomerate or the person does not run a big organization, so that person is less of human being, that person is fulfilling his purpose less. I think we are so wrong with that mindset. We are very very wrong with that mindset, because it does not mean somebody that runs conglomerate or something, that's the only person that has discovered his or her purpose in life. No. I know that's the idea behind this what's it called, full housewife, working class women. There are people that they demonize full housewife. Well, I can't be a full housewife anyway, but the thing is that there are people that's their goal. They just want to sit down and raise their children without necessarily saying, they don't even want to run any business, they don't even want to do anything. And that's if they're satisfied with that. I really do not think society should demonize anybody for saying that this is what I want. So back to we understanding that the paradox of your own boss. If you think that the reason why you want to be your own boss is because you do not want to be under anybody, I think you are wrong, because you are still under a lot of people. Yes, you are still under your customers, you are still under your employees. So the customers now, if you give them products that they do not like, they will not buy it. So that means you are listening to them. If they give you feedback, so that means you are listening to them. And if you work on that feedback, does that not mean you are what they are controlling you? Yet you are saying that you do not want to do what? You do not want to, what's it called? You do not want to listen, or you do not want to work under anybody. Now, employees too. Your employee, you have to share vision. You have to make sure that you communicate your vision to them and they buy into that vision. Because if they do not, and if you do not provide a solid environment, an environment where they can grow, they will not do the work that you want them to do to make you achieve that goal. Because that's the way this thing works. It is, if an organization is successful now, it's not the work of just one person. It's because everybody there is doing what they are supposed to do. So directly or indirectly, you are still under them as a boss, because you cannot force them to do what they do not want to do. So you are still influencing them in a way that they will do what they are supposed to do. And it is very, very important. And even you are under the market. Yes. Because there are some businesses now, there are some companies that maybe they used to be big company before, but where are they now? Like for example, IBM now. Where is IBM? They were ruling. Like, what about this company Kodak? Where's Kodak? Kodak is the company that produced the first digital camera. So where are they now? So the point is that the market, directly or indirectly, you as the owner of a business, you are still under the market. You are still under the force of supply and demand. You are still being pushed by what the people need, what the market really wants. If you give them a good price, if you give a product that is expensive, very expensive, more than your target market, they may not buy it. And if you give a product that, okay, it's not that expensive, but it is not what your target audience needs, they will not buy it. So it's very, very important, the market demand is. So this idea of be your own boss, sometimes it can be delusional. It can be you being under, it can be delusional. It's very, very important. So, and then the Nigerian concept of be your own boss is that the Nigerian concept of be your own boss is really, it lies under the hustling culture. It lies under the, okay, I don't really want to put myself under a structure. I don't really want to put myself under a structure, which should not be. And then another thing is that most times, most Nigerian entrepreneurs, cannot succeed alone, like we have said. They cannot succeed alone. You will need mentor. You will need infrastructure. You will need people that will guide you. You will need people that have done what you have done before. And then it is when you do what they've told you to do, that's when you will achieve your goal that you desire for your business. Now, what are now the dangers of this myth of be your own boss? The first thing is isolation. You get isolated from what? From everybody. You get isolated from the society. Why? Because you just think that everything revolves around only you. So you think everything revolves around only you, and that's the danger. You get isolated. You see people that you should collaborate with, and you see them as people that you are better than. Instead of you to relate, people that you should meet and relate with, you see them as people that you are better than. You demonize people that they do not even care about you. They do not really care about you. So most time it is really obsession with title or obsession with control. We just want to be in control. We just want to do things on our own. And this thing has what? It has negative effect. So isolation is one of the negative impact of the be your own boss syndrome, because like I said, there's nobody that can thrive alone. You cannot do life alone. Now, the second one is lack of accountability. The main reason why so many people do not want to ply the road of working for people is that they know that if you are working for somebody or maybe in an organization, there's no how you are going to be, you have to be accountable. In this speech this morning was talking about performance, that you have to perform. It's not excusing yourself, it's not giving excuse. No, you have to make sure that you perform. They have to see it that yes, you are performing, and if you fail, you have to, don't sugarcoat it. So the thing is that if somebody is working in an organization, so that there is always performance metric, there's something that will show that are you performing or you are not performing. So many people do not want to be under that scrutiny. They do not want to see that anybody is checking them. They do not want to be under somebody saying that go and do this, go and do this. There's going to be performance review during the week, or there's going to be performance review quarterly. They don't just want to do that. They don't want to be accountable. They don't. So because people want to lack accountability, that's why many people just want to hide under that. At least I am the owner of my business, nobody will checkmate me. And that is why some people like that, with that mindset, they end up becoming those bosses that people complain about, maybe in ruling, autocratic, dictatorship and all that, without empathy, without putting people in consideration. Because the essence of them going into maybe entrepreneurship in the first place is to satisfy their own ego, not necessarily to maybe provide jobs or maybe to do things that will satisfy the society. So this lack of accountability is something that can be the negative effect as well. Another negative effect is arrogance. Like I said, some people, it's because of the ego. They want to just show that I am there, I am working by myself, I'm not working under anybody, and so on and so forth. And they know that if you are working under somebody, I mean, there is a way that your arrogance cannot pass some certain stages, because you will know that your salary is still at stake. There are some things that you will not be able to do, because you know that if you do anyhow, who will pay you at the end of the month? You will just be sacked and be sacked. So but when some people, so because they really do not want to put themselves under that is why many people just say okay, let me go. And however, we have some people that say maybe probably because they think I can do something better with my time. If I invest this 9 to 5, how many hours? If I invest it into my personal things, I think I can get more monetary value or monetary gain with what I am doing personally. So that's why many people go into that. And so we cannot deny that fact. So but one thing is this: are we saying that the essence, the idea of be your own boss is totally wrong? No, that's not what we are saying. Rather, what we are saying is that people should really understand the purpose. Everybody should know the reason why they are doing what they are doing. If you watch many entrepreneurs today and you listen to their story, you will see that many of them it wasn't really about that money. It first started with service. I think one of the speakers in the morning talked about service. Most times you will find yourself in the service of others, and what somebody said, one of the ways to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. So many people that they are probably doing well financially in running their businesses today, it's as a result of them serving. Most of them, they just stumbled on that. I'm going to give some certain examples of some people in Nigeria that their story, and before I round up. But the essence is that the interdependency is still there. We are not saying that anybody that wants to ply the road of entrepreneurship should not ply, no. But what we are saying is that anybody that wants to take it gradually can do that. You do not have to say because everybody is doing work from home, or because somebody is doing this you want to do that. If what it takes for you is that, I think now that I'm finished, I want to work maybe for 5 years to gain some experience, of course do that. So that's what, but don't demonize that so much more that maybe when you now see your friend that is now plying that road of, okay, I want to just invest in working for 5 years maximum just to do some things and to get some structural experience and exposure, and then you now start demonizing, oh, what's that, what are you doing that for? That's what we are saying, that it is totally what, totally wrong. Let people do what they feel is better for their goal and the vision that they have for their life. And if you look at some part of the Nigerian system, you will see that this interdependency has always been there. If you look at this Iwa boy, this thing in the Igbo people, that you will go and learn. When you go and learn with your oga, and then after some years, the oga will do what? Set them up. Yes or no? Is that not how they do it? The oga will set them up. So that training, they cannot, that years of training, you know, eventually when oga set them up, they themselves, they have already become their own what, their own boss. But look at that training that they've got maybe in 4 years, in 5 years. This man, I think I've mentioned this man before when in one of my speeches, but he's really relevant because that's one of the things that, the major things that he did. Cosmas Maduka is the owner of Kosh Charis. They assemble cars. Their headquarters is at Victoria Island there, right road like this. So because he didn't go to school, he lost his father as when he was maybe 3 or 4. So he didn't go to school. So when he came to, I think he later came to Lagos, and then his uncle, so he trained under, his uncle was selling spare parts, and that's how he started. So he was that boy for some time before the uncle now was set him up, and so that's how he just started. He was able to build himself and all that. And now that man, I don't really think multi-million is enough to qualify. Yes, I think he's a billionaire. He can't be he can't be a millionaire. So you can see now what I'm trying to take out of that thing is that there are some, even if they are, because that Iwa boy thing, they are even the origin, or they are the typical example of how the entrepreneurship in the Nigeria system is supposed to work or should be working. You know, most of them, it's not like they have formal education, but while they are with their boss, they are gaining that experience needed to succeed. So it's still as if they were working. So you too, that you want to maybe have future goal of, I want to run this conglomerate, why do you think that you do not need to go and work under somebody for some years to gain some certain experience? That's what we are saying. Because those people, those Iwa boy, they will learn, there are a lot of skills that they learn. They will learn how to source for goods. They will learn how to negotiate. They will learn how to relate with customers. Because most times they are the one that will go to the road. If you even watch this movie, I don't know if you have watched this movie, is it Afa Mefunabi? I don't know. Yes. Because that movie, it typically represents the Iwa boy system. You see that the oga will be in the office, they are the one that will go to the inside the market, they will now be bringing the customers in. That's customer relationship, because that's negotiation. A customer that is in the middle of the road, maybe a customer even knows, okay, maybe I'm going to my customer, the one I normally buy from, but you are able at that moment to convince that customer to follow you. And they are so good because you don't have the goods. They have to convince you, and they will be taking you inside. Those are a lot of skills they are learning. They will learn accountability, record keeping as well. Those are the things they learn. Record keeping and a whole lot of that. So this Iwa boy system, it really shows the idea, that opposite of, you know, individualistic mindset, that there is still a lot you can learn from people. There's still a lot you can learn that can fast track your career, that can fast track your vision, that can fast track your goal. Last last week Saturday was this program by Moro Omoluwa Tike Creator Nexus, and one of the speakers is Trisha Beats. I don't know if you know Trisha Beats. She's more active on Instagram, and she's a business coach. And she was talking about why before she started all this business coaching that she was doing, that she had really worked in different industries, in different capacity, in sales, in marketing, is it HR, a lot. And so by the time she decided that I think I've done enough, I really want to do something else, and she just felt like, okay, she saw some statistics survey that was done by Smedan, and they said what are the things that medium and small business, what are the major problems that they are facing, and one of the major problems is marketing. And she felt, okay, why don't I pick this and start talking and coaching people on it. And that was how she started coaching people on marketing. But the thing is that the experience she has gained from working in those organizations is what formed her, because now she's not teaching people from theory. That's the thing. She's not teaching people from theory. She's not teaching business owners from theory. She's teaching them from experience and practical wisdom that she has gained from the years of working in those organizations. And another woman is Nelly Apoku. She also, in fact, it was not last 2 weeks that she referenced that anybody that really wants to start a business or something, that she would highly recommend. It's just a recommendation. It is not a fact. This is not to say that there are no businesses that the founder did not work in any organization but see a success. In fact, we have so many of them. The likes of House of Tara, she didn't work in any place because she started when she was still a law student. So she started, so it's not, she didn't have any, maybe worked in an organization. And look at House of Tara now, she has built that business for more than 20 years. So we are not seeing that, but the thing is that most times it is always advisable, because when I was listening to Mrs. Tara last week, one of the things that she said, because one of the things that they always say is that, it takes me time to get the right structure and system. And the thing is that those structure and system is something you might have gained while working in that organization. Because business, it goes beyond just having an idea. I have a vision, I want to create this product is good, this product is that. It's not just about that alone, because when you have a company, it's already going beyond you. You have the operation, you have the sales department, you have the HR department, you have the accounting department. So most times it will be better for you to have a place where they're already running those structures, and you just copy and apply it to your own work, to your own business, rather than saying you are just taking it you are just trying it. So if you see many companies, many founders that they stumble on their goal, they didn't maybe have that experience, one of their major things that they do say is that, how I wish I learned some structure, or maybe one of the things that really took us this long is that we didn't really get the right structure or the right system. So that's what we are saying. And so with the rise of many Nigerians today now, if you take Nigerian youth, on 100 Nigerian youth now, and you ask them what's your goal, which one do you want to pick, you want to pick 9 to 5 or you want to pick entrepreneurship, and then most people will pick what? Entrepreneurship. They will pick it, and really we cannot just blame them. Most time the 9 to 5 is not something that is satisfying to them, and so they may not be able to really put in that, because what's the essence of putting in effort and you are not getting the results that you really want to get. It's very very important. So So when most of them pick this entrepreneurship, they see the dream, they see it as the dream that they want to achieve. And what is the major thing in their mind? There are some things in their mind that they really hope that it will give them. The first thing is freedom. Oh, I have freedom, I have freedom. So that's why we are saying the myth. I have freedom now. If it is 9 to 5, most of the time that means I have to be at work by 8:45, or that means sometimes my boss can just call me on Saturday, or my boss can just call me on Sunday. You know, they can just do weekend that is not part of my job description and all that. But many people think that, okay, when I pick being my own boss, I will have that freedom. I will go to work whenever I like, I will do anything I like. No, I will not be any pressure. But it is still myth. That's what we are saying. It's fallacy, it's a lie, it's a mirage. Because it will shock you that you are still going to, you are going to even put in more work as an entrepreneur than you being a 9 to 5. A 9 to 5 is very important. So one of the dreams that they hope to achieve, choosing to be their own boss, is flexible time. Like I said, I feel like, okay, I think I'm going to work on my own. I think I'm going to use my time the way I like. I can decide to go for vacation. At least I will have people that are working for me. I will have people that are doing that, so there will be no stress, there will be nothing. And then they think another thing that they believe the be your own boss will give them is more money. Because in our society today, that man that I said was demonizing civil servants, that's one of his reasons. Maybe money. Like, okay, they are not that rich or something. So most people think, okay, when they decide to be their own boss, that means automatic money. Because really society today portray entrepreneurs in the society as, you know, being on the higher level of income in the society. So which sometimes it can be true, and sometimes it may not be it may not be true. Because if it is, if it is totally true, why are businesses running down? Why are businesses collapsing? Why are businesses going bankrupt? Why are they going bankrupt? So it begs the question. So many people don't really want entrepreneurship because of any passion, or because they want to make impact in the society, or because they want to create a particular product or services. They just want to see it as an escape. But ironically, this is typically what entrepreneurship look like. One, more responsibility. So you are thinking, okay, I'm going to have freedom, I'm going to have more time. More responsibility. Go and listen to stories of founders. They will tell you how they invested more time than they would have invested if they were working under somebody. Because at that time, you are in control of your destiny. If anything happens to the company, it's all gone. It's all gone. And the thing about entrepreneurship is that people will not take your vision as really hard the way you will take it, as serious as the way you will take it. Because you are the owner of the vision, you are the visionary, you are the visionary. So they will not take it as seriously as you think they should. You are the one that will take it more seriously because it's your vision. So as opposed to what many people believe, entrepreneurship give you more responsibility, working overtime, weekend. Because when you have to deliver order, and then will you say that this weekend though I don't think I want to work, let me go and sleep, and people are what they are calling, they want you to deliver, you will want to do something, you will want to work on it. So it's more response and even more pressure. I think I saw something on Instagram that Dangote sugar, I don't know whether you saw the news, give them what's it called, warning that the staff, they were stealing sugar cane. I don't know whether somebody saw this thing, and somebody under the comment section, somebody said that, okay, are we going to say that they do not have structure now? Because most times on social media, especially those Instagram vendors, you just see many people come and say, my staff stole 20 something million worth of air, my staff stole clothes, my staff diverted customers. I've even heard one, I think they bake cake. So what that guy did was that there's a way he even opened the account. The one of the members of staff, he opened the account and is even showing the name of the organization, and it's not for the organization. Yes, and it's not for the organization. So people are paying, they are paying to what? To wrong account. So if you are a business owner now, you think, now I'm an entrepreneur, it's more what? It's more free time, it's more pressure, because as you are looking towards you satisfying your customers, you are still checking the people that you call your employees, whether are they stealing your things or not. And so that's the thing, a lot of things are going on. It's more pressure. You see people that they will give. That's why they say that these days, if you go to buy something anywhere and they are not giving you a corporate account, that's the thing that you should be. But most people these days in this Nigeria now, it's not all small businesses that have corporate accounts. And I think that's really the first thing that any business should have. Because if you are giving me a private account, anybody in your organization can provide a private account. But if you already put it on the wall of your organization that please do not pay to any account other than the company account, it will keep what? It will prevent theft, at least, if not totally, a bit. So it's still that more pressure, because you have to think, okay, what's going on? The order is not, we are delivering, but it's not matching up. There's one that went viral about a few weeks ago. It was even the husband. The lady is running hair business. She sells hair, and her husband is the owner of the logistics business. Unfortunately, the husband, they will process the order. The hair will not be, maybe I think it's either they swap the hair with less quality one, and then the original hair, the husband was keeping it. At the end of the day, worth more than 20 something million of what? Of not more than that, far more than that. So the thing is that a lot of pressure is being faced by business owners. So entrepreneurship is not bed of roses, the way many people think. It's not bed of roses. It's not like you are going to be enjoying. So when people see the likes of Tony Elumelu, Dangote, Femi Otedola, you do not know what they have invested. You do not know when they started the journey. It is now, when something has already, okay, a lot of them have been in it for more than 30 years, 20 years. So of course there's something that you can't be investing that time in a number of years in something and not have that result eventually. So my point being that, as opposed to what we may have think, entrepreneurship is actually more responsibility, more pressure. Because the thing is that you can decide to, there's something I saw on Instagram just this yesterday, and that person, thank God for the comment section actually, because that video was to tarnish the image of that brand. Now I can't remember the name of the diaper company, but it's color green. So on the nylon, where they normally write the number of the diapers that is inside the pack, so I think underneath the nylon is 88 pieces. So the company now use another sticker, same color green. In fact, if you see it, you may not know, they now use another sticker to put 96, which is originally what's supposed to be in that big pack. So they now pasted it on that pack of the diaper. So what that video is just all about, the video, the man just opened that 96 and it revealed the 88, and he now put the caption that he just insinuating that people, they are scamming you and all that. But when I checked the comment section, what they said is that this is just manufacturing error, that probably when they produced the nylon, that it was 88, and there was no way they will now say they are going to reprint that. At least they will want to use. I know that thing can happen. You can print a banner and you make a mistake of maybe one letter. You may not want to print the another banner, just make a correction and paste it. That was exactly what happened. So what many people said under that thing was that, did you count it? That if you count it, it's going to be what? That 90 is going to be be completed. So my point is that, look at that. That's the pressure on the part of what they will think about that. about, okay, what if they think we are trying to what? We are trying to cheat them. And one of the people that commented under that post was a wholesaler of the diaper. She said they told them when they brought it that it was a manufacturing error, and they clarified and told them. So look at that. So the point is that entrepreneurship, as opposed to what many people think, is really full of pressure and responsibility. So like we said, the topic is that the myth of be your own boss. It's a myth. It's fallacy. Know what it takes. Don't just be attracted to the what, don't just be attracted to the result. Don't just be attracted to the glamour that we see now, the way maybe the flaunting. Know that there is a lot of things that make them to get to where they are at the moment. If you want it and you are ready for the what, yeah, but don't want it just because of the what, of the glamour. It's very, very important. And then another thing that entrepreneurship entails is more uncertainty because anything can happen. Businesses that go bankrupt, nobody knows. The founder did not say, okay, maybe in the next 5 years or in the next 10 years my business is going to go bankrupt. No, nobody envisioned that. But that's just the uncertainty about entrepreneurship, because 9 to 5 is still more certain. That's why some people will say, okay, there is a Yoruba adage that says, okay, I don't know how to translate it in English, but the idea is that whether the boss sells or the boss does not make profit, the slave is going to what, collect his or her money. Exactly. So look at that. So because, but if you are the oga, will you say ogata ogata? You are the oga now, so your own must be complete. So the thing is that more uncertainty as an entrepreneur, very, very important for. So if you want to fly that route, understand what it entails and not just be dazzled by it. Okay, it's all glamour and I just want to also do what I like and all that. And that's why many people, most of these people, they also do mental work as well. They do mental work. So that's why if somebody now, if you think, oh, your boss, and they will be saying we should come to work 8:45, and you just strolling in by 12 noon. You do not know the work. You do not know the number of meetings. You do not know the investment of time he has done. It's very, very important. So more uncertainty and less structure. Because it's less structure. Most times as a founder, as an entrepreneur, you are just getting your food. You are just trying to get what you are doing little by little. You don't know it. There is no template you are really following. It's very, very important that we understand this. So why should people understand this myth? Especially Nigerian youth. We the youth, why should we understand? Why is this myth important? One, many people quit their jobs unprepared. It's very important for people to understand the myth of be your own boss and know that, is this where I want to go? Not that at the end of the day you will quit your job, you will say you have one grand vision. You say you want to be the next Otedola, you want to be the next Tony Elumelu, and when you then quit the job, the thing down fails. You are not ready, you are not equipped. So it's very important that you understand this. That's why this myth is important. That's why we need to express it and let people know. Are you going that line because you have what it takes, or just because you don't want to work under anybody? Most times some people will be better off close that their business. There are some people that the total worth, the net worth of their business, is better they close it and go and get a 9 to 5. But they will not want to get a 9 to 5 because of their ego. What do you mean? What do you mean I should be? So that's the thing. So it's better they go and get a 9 to 5. So many people quit their jobs before they are ready for it. They just think it's all glamour. And that is why I read something that there are some people, they will be employee in a company. They will see that this company is doing well, is doing this thing. They will gang up together. They will go and start the same business as their what, as that company. But one thing you find out is that most times those companies fold up in few years, because the thing is that there's a spirit that what, there's something that is just different from there's a vision that the owner of the business has. It's not just about we are selling clothes, we are selling clothes. Do you have the grit? Do you have the determination? Do you have what it takes? But you just think they are making money, screaming, what are they doing? Is it not just to make sweatshirts, or is it not just to make shoe? We just go and source. Maybe they not even have access to the what, to the supplier of the company where they used to work. They still go behind the back to go and make the same thing. But unfortunately, we see that many of them, they fail, not because they do not have the money, but because there's something missing, which is the reason, the why. The why is very important, because that's why most of those companies do not fold up, because the leader, the founder, understand the why of what, or of the why they start the business in the first place. So many people quit their job even before they are prepared. Another one is poor planning. You want to start, it's not just about it's not just about getting office, it's not just about getting office, it's not just about I want to employ people, and then you are just you do not have what it takes. If you remember in this movie, behind the scene, you know that this character, Uche Montana's character, you know, she has that problem. She's a typical example of somebody that should close her business and what, and go and get a job. You know, that's the advice that one of her friends gave her. Close this business. But why? You can say that she is actually the typical example of the kind of person that this speech is talking to. Because we see that her reason for starting the business is not genuine. It's for copy. She wants to copy Aderonke. She's competing with Aderonke. And she believes that, okay, when they even advise her to go and get office in another place, she said no. Why will she leave a particular area to go to that low standard area to go and get office? So you can see that. So poor planning. Many people start business without necessary planning, without the planning they are supposed to. They don't really know what to put in place. And that's what we are saying. You have a business, you do not have a corporate account. It shouldn't be. You have a business, they are sending money to Adeogu, Adeshaga. No, it shouldn't. Is that the name of your business? Anything can happen. Your employee, that your trusted employee, can come in tomorrow and give your customer her own account number. Because your customers are used to sending money to what? To personal account. They will not even try to what? To ask that, okay, which number? This is strange. But you imagine that the very first time you decide to start a business was when you opened an account. At least you will know that problem is, even if it's not totally solved, to an extent it is what? It is solved. Why is this myth important? Financial struggle. Many people encounter financial struggle when they dabble into entrepreneurship just because they want to be their own boss. Like that Miriam character behind the scene. They want to be their own boss. And imagine, in fact, that's one thing why that Aderonke in that movie, she's not really wise. Why will you be paying salary of that's so. Why will you be paying salary for somebody? Why are you running a business when you cannot pay salary? You're not running a business then. That's not a business. Because your business should be able to pay the salary of your what? Of your staff, of your employees. So many people go into entrepreneurship with this mindset and they run into financial struggle. They struggle to pay rent. They struggle to pay rent